Her Hiding Place, written by Shannon Hollinger, narrated by Kelly Burke. Prologue. She keeps her head lowered against the driving rain, the onslaught so bad she can barely open her eyes to see where she's going. Her skin feels raw from the storm's attack, her ears tender and sore from the howling push and pull of the wind. Thunder growls so loud she can feel it in her bones, in the erratic tempo of her heart. The water is deeper now, almost up to her ankles, the surface rough, miniature whitecaps cresting as if it's joined forces with the ocean, and yet still she pushes herself faster. But she knows she can't go much farther. A blinding flash of lightning crashes to the earth, momentarily turning night to day, illuminating the building straight ahead. Just yesterday, it was the last place she'd willingly go. Now, all she can think of is getting out of the hurricane, safe behind a door that locks. She channels her last bit of energy into a burst of speed, eager to take shelter. The wood is rough beneath her palm as she grabs the handle, managing to get the door open just wide enough for her to slip inside before the wind slams it shut. She fumbles the lock, but it won't work. The turnpiece keeps spinning and spinning without rotating the bolt. It's broken. She can't stay here, but she can't keep going either. She needs to rest. She braces her back against the door, struggling to catch her breath. Tears sting her eyes. A sob catches in her throat. Her entire body is trembling so hard she loses her grip on the flashlight. It slips from her hand and rolls across the floor, the beam glancing off the rough-hewn walls, cobwebs, a desk, before landing on something else behind it. Something that shouldn't be there. Craning her head forward, she stares at it, confused. She recognizes the shoe, but doesn't understand what it's doing here. Taking a step closer, her gaze travels up to a pale, mottled leg. "Hey!" Her voice sounds too loud, though it's barely a whisper. "I'm sorry about earlier. Are you okay?" She lowers herself cautiously into a crouch and grabs the flashlight from the floor. Slowly, she adjusts the angle, using it to chase away the shadows concealing the face. It stares back at her with milky, vacant eyes, mouth open and slack. The scream rips violently from her lungs. It's followed by another as she scrambles backward like a crab until she hits the wall. She's still screaming as the door jerks open, the chaotic sound of the hurricane instantly filling the room with a deafening roar. Lightning strikes, the flash momentarily revealing the figure standing at the threshold. She tries to back away, but there's nowhere left to go. Her hands grab uselessly at the floor, so hard that one of her nails breaks. Then the figure steps inside, pulling the door closed behind them. Chapter 1. My heart flutters like a captured butterfly as I turn off the main road onto the path that leads to the resort. The stretch of land is narrow and seemingly endless. Though I can see the Atlantic glittering to either side of me, the gathering dusk has shrouded whatever lies ahead in shadow. I could be driving straight into the ocean, for all I know. The thought makes my throat constrict, and I struggle to swallow against the invisible hand choking me. Tightening my grip on the wheel, I'm careful to stay in the middle of the thin lane. I draw a deep breath and remind myself that where I'm heading isn't an island, not technically, since this man-made channel of earth and rocks connects it to land. But that doesn't change the fact that being surrounded by so much water makes me nervous, as I imagine it would anyone who, like me, can't swim. I glance in my rearview mirror, checking that US 1, the highway that leads back to the mainland of Florida, as well as all the way to the tip of the Keys, is still there. A lone vehicle is visible. I hold my breath, waiting to see if it takes the turn behind me, but it continues on. Exhaling heavily with relief, I watch it disappear from view, claimed by the distance. All that remains is a sky streaked with raspberry and tangerine as the sun sets behind me, while ahead of me, night falls quickly, like a predator's paw snatching its prey before it can escape. It feels like I'm turning my back on the light, like I'm choosing to head into the darkness. But there's no choice being made. I don't have any other options. I force myself onward. Spotting the ad had been a stroke of luck, the newspaper abandoned on the sticky table of a fast food restaurant. As I used the tray to slide it over, not wanting to touch it, the string of letters beside a smear of ketchup caught my eye. Wanted. The word can have so many meanings. Desired, craved, sought, hunted. I knew what it felt like to be only one of those things. Turning away, I focused on my burger, the limp value menu patty smushed between a soggy bun, the fake cheese sticking to the roof of my mouth as I chewed. But as I ate my fries, my attention wandered back to the page. Immediate openings for new resort, landscaping, housekeepers, clerks, room and board provided. It was that last part that sealed my fate. I typed the number into my phone, made the call as soon as I'd left the restaurant and returned to the privacy of my car. Accepted the housekeeping position I was offered on the spot, debating what I had left to pawn if I didn't have enough money for the gas to get there. But when the navigation app on my phone showed me where it was, I almost didn't come. Most people might have thought they'd scored a dream position, the opportunity to live on a tropical island in the Florida Keys. I'm not most people. I remind myself again that it isn't an actual island, as my head grows hot. Before dizziness can take hold, I practice the breathing technique I'd learned on the internet at one of the many public libraries where I've sought refuge in the past. Distract myself by trying to remember which town it had been in out of the dozens of nameless spots floating in my memory. The one with the water tower painted with garden gnomes? No, I don't think so. What about the one with all the flowering trees lining the streets? Probably not. Maybe it was the one that smelled of... In an instant, every thought gets swept from my head and replaced by something else. Wow. My tires crunch over expensive-looking white gravel as I draw up in front of the towering mansion. I stare in awe at the fluted columns, the wraparound porch adorned with rocking chairs, the oversized double doors flanked by ornately trimmed potted plants. The woman I'd spoken with, Evelyn, had told me the property was home to a manor built in the 1920s, but she failed to mention that the main house looked like something out of The Great Gatsby. Goosebumps prick my skin. My flesh ripples beneath them, as if trying to separate from my bones to run away. I do not want to go in there. This is not the kind of place that someone like me belongs. It's extravagant, so big that you could get lost. Looking back toward where the main road has vanished behind me, I suspect that I already have. Chapter 2. A door opens, and for a brief moment the night lights up like it's on fire. A woman steps out, mouth twisted into a knot as she winces against the glare of my headlights. She lifts her wrist and gives a pointed look down at her watch. It's almost 9 p.m. I was supposed to be here hours ago, but I had to wait for darkness to fall. I hadn't realized night would come so late this far south in the summer. Turning the car off, I quickly check my reflection in the rearview mirror. My skin has a yellowish hue to it, like a fading bruise. Shadows ring my eyes. Tucking a strand of hair that's escaped from my braid behind my ear, I draw a deep breath and open the door. I have only one leg out, and already the wave of oppressive heat threatens to shove me back inside the car. My skin instantly feels slick and sticky. I shoot a worried look at the plaid blanket strewn across the back seat, then hurriedly roll the windows down before exiting the vehicle. "You're late?" The woman has used my delay to close the distance between us. She's short and wiry and darkly tanned, calling to mind a withered stick of jerky. Yet there's something about her that suggests that she could pick me up and throw me across a room, despite her petite appearance. "I know, I'm so sorry. I hadn't expected there to be so much traffic. Are you Evelyn?" I'm a horrible liar. I do my best to sell it, though, looking her in the eyes and smiling, pretending that I didn't spend the last 4 hours only a few miles down the road, parked in a sandy lot next to a bridge, waiting for it to get dark enough for me to arrive. "I am. And you must be Charlotte, because everyone else who was expected to arrive today has managed to get here on time." I drop my head, shoulders rising up under my ears. A part of me braces myself for the blow, but it doesn't come. Instead, I hear her sigh wearily. "Come on then, let's get this over with." I glance up in surprise, ready to gush my appreciation, but she's already walking away down a path lit by short solar tiki lights. I rush to catch up with her. "I'll have one of the girls show you around in the morning." I glance back at my car, reluctant to leave it unsupervised. "Ah, there's Cody. Cody?" Evelyn calls to a guy with shoulder-length, sun-bleached hair, pushing a wheelbarrow down the path ahead of us. He pauses, allowing us to catch up with him. "This is one of our landscapers." Evelyn's face screws up as she takes in his stained t-shirt, low-slung swim trunks, and flip-flops. "Though you wouldn't know it from his appearance. Is this what Nancy's requested that you wear?"
"You don't like it?"
he asks, looking down at himself.
"I do not."
He gives her a sheepish grin, white teeth an unexpected flash against his bronzed skin.
"The uniforms aren't in yet."
I'll have to call first thing tomorrow and follow up on that."
She pulls a small pad of paper and a pen from her pocket. Cody gives me an exaggerated wink as she makes a note while introducing me.
"Anyway, this is Charlotte. She'll be one of the housekeepers. Can you do me a favor and show her to the bunkhouse?"
It doesn't seem to be so much a request as an order, given that she's already backing away. "Bunkhouse?" I'm aware that I've failed to disguise the panic in my voice. Evelyn pauses, arching an over-plucked eyebrow as she gives me a once-over. Her tone makes it clear that I've already been enough of an inconvenience to her as she says,
"I discussed the housing options with you. When we spoke on the phone, you chose the hut."
It takes me a moment to find my voice. When I do, the words come out meek. "I thought it would be private." Her laugh is cold and hard and somewhat cruel.
"Those are for paying guests. For the staff, there's the bunkhouse or a couple of single rooms in the main building available to those willing to adhere to strict noise and curfew policies. We can't have the guests disturbed.
I'm so sorry. I didn't fully understand before. I'm such a light sleeper. I flounder. I'm afraid I'll need one of the private rooms in the main building. I won't make any noise, I promise.
Unfortunately, those are no longer an option. They've all been taken.
Tears gather in my eyes. My throat tightens and burns. This will only work if I have a private room. I have nowhere else to go.
Well, I know a place where she can stay,
Cody says.
There's a gnarly old room in the attic. It's even got its own bathroom. Not that anyone would ever want to use it. Me and Brody saw it yesterday when we, were looking to see if any of the gardening supplies had been carried up there by mistake. It's kind of creepy, but...
Sounds perfect, I interrupt. Thank you so much. I'll take it. Evelyn's eyes narrow as she crosses bony arms that look like sticks. She studies me in a way that makes me wish I could melt like an ice cube and disappear from her sight.
Whatever,
she mutters, turning on her heel and returning to the main house without another word. I'm not sure if I should go with her or not. She probably hates me. She definitely thinks I'm difficult. I'm worried that I've already made an enemy.
Dude, don't let her get to you,
Cody says.
She's got beef with everyone.
I smile, not trusting myself to speak.
I'll show you the attic, but I'm telling you, it looks like a room from a haunted house, no lie.
He accentuates the warning with a toss of his head, sending his hair flying. I'm sure it'll be fine. He gives me a look like he doesn't believe me, but what choice do I have? No matter how bad it is, I have to make the best of it. I trail behind him on the path, hyper-aware of the space between us, the darkness pressing in around me, and how fragile the tightrope I'm walking really is. At any second, the line could snap. Chapter 3. I stand frozen on the threshold, trying to keep the disgust I'm feeling off my face as I look around. Cody had warned me about the room, but it's still a shock. After skirting around the edge of the gorgeous lobby, an immaculate, expansive area done in white and seafoam with shells, driftwood, and other coastal knickknacks artfully strewn about, and cutting through the industrial kitchen, equally large and clean and white, on the way to the narrow staircase that led to the attic, it's hard to believe that there'd be a space in the resort that could look like this. Apparently, there are parts of the manor that haven't been renovated, ever. I stifle a shriek as he combs a spiderweb from the doorway with his bare hand and remind myself that I don't have any other options. I have to find a way to make this work. Fighting the urge to bolt, I take in the details. A bare bulb hangs from the low ceiling over a twin bed perched on a metal frame, centered under a tiny window too high to look out of and too small to let in much light. The wooden walls are dark, stained by damp and age. Dingy tile that looks like it belongs in a bus station is visible through the open doorway to the bathroom, the grout blackened and grimy. The only saving grace is a tiny TV, an old analog with a thick body the likes of which I've never seen in real life before, no doubt forgotten and abandoned decades ago, on top of a sagging dresser in the corner.
Like I said, hella creepy.
No, it's fine, it's perfect, I lie. Looking around the dim, drab little room, I try to think of a way to brighten the place up, but it seems helpless. It just needs a good cleaning.
Oh, yeah, and an exorcism.
He steps forward, craning his head as he opens the nightstand with one finger, like he's expecting to find something gross.
Nothing dead, at least. But seriously, you should consider staying in the bunkhouse. It'll definitely be more fun than this. And everyone's cool. If you really have trouble sleeping, I'm sure we could find you something that would help.
I do my best to channel Evelyn and clear my throat disapprovingly. I'll just go grab my things and get settled. Call it a night. I've kept you long enough already. It's dismissive, I know, but I don't know what else to do. Time's ticking. Besides, he shouldn't want to be my friend, and he wouldn't if he knew me.
If you're sure.
His voice carries from above me as I jog down the stairs. I quicken my pace, trying to put even more distance between us. I'm practically running as I retrace our steps through the kitchen and lobby, bursting back out into the heat of the night, the humidity snatching my breath away. I wade through the soup-like air to my car.
Want me to help you bring your things up, at least?
That won't be necessary. He gives me a look like he's a wounded puppy, shrugs as if to say he was just trying to help as he backs away.
Okay, later then.
Good night. I can sense him watching me as I open the car door. I feel horrible for the way I'm behaving, but I don't have a choice. I need him to leave me alone. I turn to stare at him, giving him a look like he's some pervert who just said something filthy. It works, and he turns and shuffles away, disappearing down the dimly lit path as if swallowed by the night. I draw a deep breath, then another, straining to hear sounds of human movement over the drone of the bugs, the throaty song of the frogs, the buzz of a mosquito near my ear. When I'm sure I'm alone, I reach in and carefully gather the blanket from the back seat, holding the little girl hidden beneath it tight against me, struggling under her weight as I dash through the darkness, into the house, across the lobby, through the kitchen and up the back stairs as quick as I can, before anyone has a chance to see us. Chapter 4. Alice looks around wide-eyed, taking in our surroundings with mounting fear. I stroke her silky blonde hair, still radiating heat from the time spent in the car without the AC running, trying to soothe her, trying to make it all right. But it's not all right. And I'm not sure things ever will be again. I've dusted and tidied all the mess I can see, but the air is stale and the room is dark, the single bare bulb casting shadows across the walls. I try to see the room from a 3-year-old's perspective. Cody was right. It is like something from a haunted house. Her survey of the room comes full circle. She stares up at me, swallowing hard, and I can tell she's trying to be brave. I muster the biggest smile I can.
Do you think there are spiders here?
She whispers. I think of the web that Cody had cleared from the doorway. I'm sure we'll find plenty more by the light of day. It seems pointless to lie to her. You mean like in Charlotte's Web? I ask. She eyes me suspiciously. At 3, she's still a bit too young for the book, but the movie came on at a motel we stayed in on the drive here, and she'd enjoyed it. Only if we're lucky, I add, before she can decide whether or not I'm trying to trick her. Her lower lip juts out in a pout.
She was a cartoon spider? Real spiders can't talk.
Are you sure? I make myself cross the room and gingerly take a seat on the edge of the bed, pulling her onto my lap, burying my nose into the nape of her neck, letting the scent of her soft baby skin block out the odor of musty sheets. I say, "Have you ever asked them?" She squirms out of my arms and gives me a disapproving look.
I'm not allowed to talk to strangers, remember?
The first genuine smile of what's been a very long day bends my lips. That's right, you're not. You're such a good girl. Do you think you can be brave and strong and wait here quietly for me while I go grab our stuff? Alice nods reluctantly, her tiny throat stretching as she swallows hard. Good girl, I say again. This time a whisper as I brush my lips against her forehead, then hurry from the room before she can change her mind. I tiptoe as fast as I can down the creaky steps, my thighs burning from the trips I've already made along the 3 flights. It's going to be close to impossible to pull this off. How quiet can you ask a 3-year-old to be? How much time a day can she be left alone while I work? The hours might not be so bad for the first couple of weeks while we're readying the resort for the grand opening, but once the visitors get here, what then? I'll just have to come up with a backup plan. Fast. I hurry across the kitchen, my stomach growling as I spot the fresh fruit lined along the back counter. It's been days since I've eaten enough. It's the only way I've been able to make the money stretch. My mouth waters as I imagine biting into one of the mangoes, the way Alice's face would light up if I presented her with a peach. But I can't risk taking anything that might be noticed. If there's one thing that life has taught me, it's that those who have the most tend to be the ones who share the least. Not always, but in general, it seems as if the rich think the best way to stay that way is to keep everything they can for themselves. And maybe that's true. It's not like I'd know. But what I do know is that whoever owns this place is loaded. I almost feel guilty just for walking across the gleaming tiles with my worn old shoes. I hurry, trying to limit my exposure. The night seems to have grown darker as I slip out the front and dash across the gravel drive. Sliding behind the wheel, I pull the car around the side of the building and tuck it into a space in the far back corner of the lot. It'll make it that much harder for me to lug our belongings inside, but it also makes the vehicle impossible to spot without traveling all the way down to the very end of the parking area, where, from a distance, it looks like only a thick wall of greenery exists. Still, as I climb out of the ancient Honda, I take a moment to look around, making sure that I'm alone before walking to the rear of the auto. I wince as the trunk creaks open, the noise so loud that the frogs momentarily cease their song. Slinging the strap of my duffel bag across my body, I heave the suitcase out and lock the vehicle. I'm in a full-on sweat by the time I make it back to the front porch, my damp clothes sticking to my skin as I struggle up the steps with my heavy load. Setting the bag down, I pause to catch my breath. My skin prickles. A shiver runs down my spine as I find myself overcome by the sensation of being watched. Slowly I turn, trying to appear nonchalant as I check behind me, squinting into the void beyond the glow cast by the lantern-style lights that flank the doors. I see nothing. It's probably just my imagination. There's no denying that my nerves have had me on high alert lately, jumping at every little noise, fearing things that aren't there. My sigh of relief is only half exhaled when I spot the faint orange glow from the shadows to my left. It flares bright, bringing the face behind the cigarette briefly into relief. The man watches me with eyes that appear empty and black beneath the brim of his ball cap. I gasp, stumbling back a step with the startle. But I'm being silly. I've been too on edge lately. This guy's just a resort employee like me, that's all. I force a smile as I prepare to meet one of my new coworkers, but he doesn't step in my direction, doesn't acknowledge that he's been seen. He does nothing but continue to stare at me. My muscles twitch under flesh that's drawn too tight over my bones as I debate what to do, knowing that I should probably make the first move and introduce myself, but unable to force myself to take action. I flinch as he moves, flicking his cigarette butt into the night. His gaze never leaves me. His blank expression never changes. Instead of stepping forward, I inch away. The doorknob jabs me in the back of my hip. Fumbling behind me, I give it a blind twist. Grabbing the suitcase, I drag it inside. My heart's pounding harder than my feet as I race across the lobby, down the hall and into the kitchen. I pause a moment, staring out the long bank of windows that stretch along an entire wall of the room over expensive-looking stone countertops. I can't see anything in the pitch blackness outside, but I suspect that anyone out there could see me. The thought alone is enough to propel me up the steep stairs. I don't feel safe here. I don't know why I thought I would, why I expected this place to be any different, because I don't feel safe anywhere. And the truth is, I probably shouldn't. Chapter 5. The next morning, my alarm goes off painfully early after a sleepless night, my thoughts filled with spider-webbed rooms, creepy men watching from the shadows, and worse things. I hurry to wash up, eager to grab some breakfast from the kitchen and return to Alice so we can eat together before I start work for the day. I'm nervous about leaving her. A quick examination of the room last night didn't reveal any major safety concerns, but it's not really the room I'm worried about. Alice is a smart girl. I can trust her not to run a bath by herself, and she'd be hard-pressed to even reach the taps and climb inside the tub if I couldn't. It's just that she's so young. The TV in the room is ancient. The image is poor, and it only receives a few channels. There's no remote, so I had to move it to the floor so she could reach the buttons. And one of the speakers appears blown, playing nothing but fuzzy static, so whatever she watches, it'll have to be without sound. How long can I expect the faulty device to hold her attention? I need to find more things to entertain her. What if she gets bored and decides to explore? Or if she gets scared and decides to come find me? Or worse, what if someone else gets curious and finds her? A memory of the smoker from last night sends a shudder through me. Maybe I should tell her to lock the door while I'm gone. I wish things didn't have to be this way. I hate that we're in this situation, and I realize that I'm to blame. But there's nothing that can be done differently now. All I can do is my best. Sadly, that doesn't seem to be nearly enough. Entering the dark, narrow stairwell, I keep my eyes on my feet, fighting a sense of claustrophobia. Do my best not to wonder how many people before me felt the crush of these peeling plaster walls, if any of them were as desperate as I am. Hurrying down the steps, I hear voices carrying up from the kitchen. A pang of apprehension ripples through me, and I have to fight the urge to turn around and retreat. I'd been hoping to avoid meeting my new coworkers for as long as possible, though I suppose I should have known I wouldn't be able to put it off forever. Steeling myself, I step into the brightly lit room. Sunlight floods through the windows that had seemed so sinister last night, bouncing off pristine white cabinets, white walls, and white wood-look plank tiles. Everything gleams, creating a dazzling effect, further driving home the point of how much a person like me does not belong here. A TV drones from a mount in the corner. This one is a flat screen with a perfect, crisp picture. The station playing isn't one we get upstairs, so obviously it receives more channels. I feel a momentary pang of longing, wishing I could get it for Alice. But she has greater needs to be met, starting with breakfast. Relieved that someone has chosen to watch reruns of an old sitcom instead of the news, I tear my attention away and turn it toward the man in black and white checkered pants, standing in front of a cooktop, expertly attending to the half-dozen pots and pans before him. Despite what seems like an overwhelming amount of cooking for one person, the kitchen appears immaculate. I can't boil water without making a mess, but even the stainless steel appliances are smudge-free. He doesn't bother looking up as I gingerly approach, simply nods his head and says,
"I'm Keith. Help yourself."
I follow the gesture toward the buffet stretched out along the length of the countertop beneath the windows. Heaping stacks of pancakes, a large pan of scrambled eggs, another of bacon, a tower of freshly baked muffins. My mouth waters at the sight. I wonder how much would be too much to take, wishing I could bring it all to Alice. Glancing around nervously, I check who else is here. A pretty girl, close to my own age, early 20s, with gorgeous glossy brown hair, sits on a stool at the counter. She doesn't bother looking up from her phone as I approach and grab a dish from the stack beside her. Cody, the landscaper I've already met, gives me a friendly smile from her other side. I feel like I should say something to soften the rough edges of my behavior last night. I'd hate for there to be any awkwardness between us. "Thank you for your help last night." His smile vanishes. His lips purse, brow lowering in a frown. Maybe I shouldn't have reminded him. I hurry to apologize. "Sorry if I came off as rude or anything. I was just tired from being on the road all day." Now he just looks confused. I should really learn to keep my mouth shut.
"Psst, dude, we got a jet. Nancy's in beast mode."
I look toward the doorway and do a double take. There's a Cody 5 feet away from me, jumping up from his stool and rushing to put his coffee cup in the sink. There's also a Cody leaning in from the hall.
"Oh, hey,"
the Cody in the hall says, noticing me.
"How was your first night?"
"Great." I look between the two, understanding my mistake. "Thanks." The Cody in the kitchen hurries to join his double, who gives me a hang 10 as he backs from the room.
"Awesome. Catch you later." "They're twins,"
Keith calls over his shoulder.
"Cody and Brody."
I can hear the eye roll in his voice as he adds,
"You'd think they'd figure out that when someone's talking about a conversation they don't remember, it was probably with the other one, but they get confused."
"Every single time," the brunette comments, eyes still glued to her phone as she scrolls. "Oh." I'm not sure what to say, so I start piling food on my plate instead. I feel guilty about the amount I'm taking, greedy as I grab a second muffin, but since no one's paying attention, I don't let that stop me. I'm hurrying to make my escape when a petite girl with bouncy blonde curls, who looks as if she could still be a teenager, bounds into the room. "Good morning," she sings cheerfully. "What's so good about it?" the brunette mutters under her breath. The ballet-slippered foot of her crossed leg twitches in the air like an irritated cat's tail. Ignoring her, the girl grabs a muffin and takes a huge bite. Keith," she moans. "I think I love you. And you better love me back, because your cooking has ruined me for all other men." Keith snorts. "Don't think I don't know your evil plan," she continues. "You're trying to fatten me up on purpose." She plants a noisy kiss on his cheek and whispers loudly,
Don't stop.
Hopping up on the back counter, she gives me a friendly wave.
Hi, I'm Molly.
Charlotte.
What are you going to do here?
Housekeeper?
Hey, me too. Wow, you must be really hungry.
I feel my cheeks warm and know I must be blushing. Carrying my plate towards the stairs, I say, I skipped dinner last night.
Oh, no wonder. I hate skipping meals. Where are you going?
Probably trying to escape you, the brunette snipes. The jubilant smile on Molly's face collapses. Keith mutters, Harsh, Brooke. Was that necessary? I pause my retreat. I'm not at all, I assure the girl. I just thought I'd eat while I was unpacking in my room.
You thought wrong.
The voice makes my spine go rigid and my muscles tense, like when you wander upon a strange dog and know it's going to bite you. I turn to find Evelyn scowling behind me.
Food isn't allowed in the rooms, she says. That does nothing but encourage insect activity.
But won't the guests be allowed to order room service?
Molly asks. Evelyn silences her with a withering look.
The guests may do what they like. The staff will abide by the rules. Off the counter.
Once Molly's obeyed, the soles of her tiny white Adidas with black stripes hitting the floor, Evelyn turns her gaze to me. I backtrack from the stairwell and sink onto one of the stools, suddenly feeling a bit lightheaded. If I can't bring food to my room, how am I going to feed Alice? Still the subject of Evelyn's focus, I pick up a fork and take a big bite of pancakes. Satisfied, she turns to a tall woman who's just entered the kitchen behind her.
Nancy, have you seen the news this morning?
The sweet taste of maple syrup turns rancid in my mouth.
No, what's up?
She asks.
There's a storm developing in the Atlantic.
The relaxed expression on the woman's face falters. She runs a hand through her short gray hair, giving it a tug.
Close? Close enough that we may have to delay the grand opening.
If it's that much of a threat, then I better start moving everything that hasn't already been planted inside.
That's not happening,
Evelyn says, her tone implying the other woman has suggested something offensive.
Besides, aren't you supposed to be finishing up the landscaping this week?
Not if there's a storm coming.
I don't see what difference that makes.
They might get injured or die out there. They need to come in until the threat is over.
They're plants.
The two women have edged closer to each other during the exchange and now stand toe to toe, the pointed tips of a pair of sensible heels mere inches from the scuffed leather of dirty work boots. I hold my breath as the taller one, Nancy, gives Evelyn a look that could melt plastic. Her voice drips with disdain as she says,
I would choose their survival over some people's.
They glare at each other for a long moment. Tension crackles between them like heat lightning. Finally, Nancy sneers and turns on her heels, stomping away without answering.
How dare she?
Evelyn mutters. Turning toward the rest of the room, she scans us with a searing gaze as she says,
And that, ladies, is a prime example of how to behave if you want to lose your job.
She stares at each of us until we meet her eyes, issuing a challenge before stalking out of the room. Molly tiptoes to the doorway and peeks around the corner, making sure they're gone.
Whew, glad that's over. For some reason, I feel like there should be a theme song that plays every time before Evelyn enters a room. Like the one from The Wizard of Oz. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Keith snorts again. Brooke rolls her eyes and tosses her hair as she pushes her stool back loudly from the counter. Once she's left, Molly whispers,
Glad she's gone too.
She points to my plate and the stairs, and gives me an exaggerated wink before holding a hand to the side of her face to block me from her vision.
Better hurry.
I don't have to be told twice. Jumping up, I hustle back to my room with the food, somewhat shocked by Molly's willingness to put herself on the line for me. It was nice of her, but whatever she hoped to accomplish, it isn't going to happen. I'm not here to make friends. They're usually more trouble than they're worth. I've learned my lesson in the past about that. The hard way. Chapter 6. I sit on the edge of the musty bed, watching Alice, sprawled on her stomach on the floor, a coloring book in front of her. She frowns at the page as she concentrates, the tip of her tongue sticking out of the corner of her mouth. Despite her best efforts, the pink crayon she's using extends beyond the thick black lines of the image. I need to leave. It's time to report to work. But every time I start for the door, it feels like my heart is going to jump out of my chest. There are just so many ways this could go wrong. But I can't put it off any longer. You're going to be fine, honey, I say, mostly for my own benefit. Alice looks up from the picture of the fuchsia kangaroo she's coloring.
You're going?
She asks, looking surprised even though we've talked about it at least a dozen times. Oh, baby, I'll be back as soon as I can, and I'll check on you every chance I get, I promise.
I know,
she says, but her eyes get a little rounder, and her bottom lip trembles. I lower myself to the floor beside her and give her a mischievous look. Walk my fingers over to her tiny, perfect little foot. Alice giggles, anticipating my next action, squirms with glee, laughing as I stroke it down the center in its ticklish spot. Maybe I should take one of these toes with me for good luck. What do you think? Her smile is wide as she shakes her head. Then her face goes serious as she holds out the pink crayon she'd been using.
No, this.
Are you sure? I ask, struggling not to cry as she gives me her favorite crayon. She nods solemnly. But you might want to use it while I'm gone. Alice shrugs and gives me a shy smile. Thank you. I promise I'll take good care of it. I give it a kiss before tucking it into my apron pocket. Then, faking a bravery I don't feel, I make my voice perky. You ready? Alice nods and climbs to her feet. She might be, but I'm not. I lead the way to the door, telling myself that this must be what the first day of school feels like. Or daycare if I could afford it. Not that I could ever imagine choosing not to spend every second I could with this sweet little girl. But in this case, I don't have a choice. Nerves sour my stomach as I prepare myself to leave. We practiced over and over after breakfast this morning, making sure she could consistently unlock it every time. I give her a kiss on the forehead, then step out into the main attic, where abandoned cardboard boxes and dust bunnies lie scattered among the shadows. My eyes fill with tears as I wait for the sound of the bolt. My chest tightens as it clicks. A sob catches in my narrowing throat. I draw several deep breaths, fighting against the worry curling around me, telling myself that she'll be all right, that there's nothing else I can do, that there won't be a time in the future when she's older and looks back on this day as one of the many times that I failed her. But does anyone make it to adulthood without a memory like that? Nobody's perfect. All parents inflict some tiny bit of damage on their children, no matter how much they try not to. Drying my eyes with my fists, I pull myself together, tuck a stray strand of hair back into my braid, then force myself to turn away and run down the stairs.
I still have a few minutes to spare by the time I get to the lobby, but judging from the look Evelyn gives me, she considers that late. It wouldn't be a big deal. I already know she doesn't like me. But there's a ridiculously attractive man standing beside her, staring at me curiously, with eyes the same striking shade of aqua as the water that surrounds the island. I'm not sure if it's nerves or the way he's looking at me, but I feel myself start to sweat. I quickly drop my gaze to the floor and hurry to join the line formed in front of them, taking a spot on the end beside Molly. On her other side, Brooke and 2 Hispanic women I haven't met yet stare straight ahead. I follow suit, straightening my posture and giving Evelyn my full attention.
"Thank you for joining us,"
Evelyn says. There's a finally at the end of the sentence that she doesn't say, but that we all hear just the same.
"Now that we're all in attendance, I'd like to start by introducing our new manager, who just arrived this morning, Leo LeBlanc. Mr. LeBlanc will be in charge of customer relations while I'll be overseeing the staff. He does, however, have full managerial authority. If he tells you to do something, you do it. I expect he'll be treated with the respect he deserves."
He raises a hand in greeting, looking solely at me as he gives a lopsided smile. "With that said, please call me Leo." Evelyn makes a sound of disapproval. I drop my eyes to the floor as a rush of heat spreads up my chest into my neck and face. He seems awfully young to be a manager of a resort like this. He doesn't appear much older than me, probably still in his 20s. I sneak a peek to confirm my first impression, only to find him still staring at me. My cheeks blaze as I direct my focus on Evelyn, trying not to notice the strong arms crossed over Leo's broad chest, but it's hard, and I don't think I'm the only one who's distracted. Beside me, Molly's practically drooling, and Brooke can't seem to stop fussing with her hair. I feel almost tipsy, like I've been drinking. Something about the subtle scent of his cologne in the air is impossible to ignore. It could almost be mistaken for a warm island breeze, other than the fact that we're inside, and there's something slightly spicy about it. Evelyn clears her throat, drawing back my attention.
"Here at Sundown Key, we have certain expectations. The rooms will be spotless. Your personal appearance will always be neat and tidy, and you will never fail to go above and beyond to make sure that each and every guest's stay is the absolute best that it can be. Is that clear?"
I join my companions in nodding. Evelyn eyeballs me, in particular, as if disappointed with my response. I muster out a weak, "Yes, ma'am, absolutely." Satisfied, she moves on, clasping her hands behind her back and pacing before us.
"There are 16 buildings here on Sundown Key, the most notable of which is the main house, which was built in the early 1920s. Later additions included the bunkhouse, the pool house, and the boathouse. Most recently, 12 private tiki huts have been erected around the property."
Like a proud tour guide, she continues.
"Besides staff lodging, the main house has 3 luxury suites and 26 guest rooms, 13 doubles, 13 singles. Of course, once the guests arrive, we'll have a handful of locals coming to provide additional help, but for now, it's up to you 5 to prepare us for our grand opening in 2 weeks.
I hear Molly gulp beside me.
"Brooke, Consuela, and Lupe, I'd like for you to be in charge of the outbuildings and the tiki huts. Molly and Charlotte, you'll be tasked with preparing the guest accommodations and the common areas in the main house. I trust that this won't be a problem?"
Evelyn burns each of our faces in turn with that searing gaze of hers.
"Very well. You may get started."
Molly, would you mind giving Charlotte a quick tour of the island first? She didn't manage to join the one I led yesterday that the rest of you attended. I'd like for her to know her way around so she can be punctual.
Molly turns to me and smiles, ignoring Evelyn's jab.
Sure, come on.
Even though I have over half a foot on the other girl, I have to jog to keep up as she leads the way across the lobby and through the double doors, out into the oppressive summer day. I pause, taking a quick glance around, searching the shadows cast by the palm trees and lush tropical plants, making sure we're alone before leaving the shelter of the porch and hurrying to catch up with her.
Ugh.
She fans herself but doesn't slow down.
I keep telling myself I'll get used to this heat, but nope. Every single time I step outside, it's a surprise. Did you know it was almost 90 degrees at midnight last night? 90!
You're not from around here? I ask.
Gosh, no. I'm from this tiny little town in Wisconsin that no one's ever heard of before. Dairy Falls. Have you heard of it?
I can't say that I have.
See? Told you. Where are you from?
I stare out at the aqua waters that surround us and feel a wave of nausea wash over me. Squinting, I try to gauge the distance from where we are to the mainland. It's far. I wonder how deep the ocean is here. Not that it matters. There's no way I'm going in. 6 feet or 60 doesn't make a difference when you can't swim. Here and there, I say evasively.
An army brat?
Molly asks. I smile in response, letting her believe that I am.
Lucky? I never got to go anywhere when I was a kid. I was literally trapped. Soon as I turned 18, though, I managed to escape. Took off and started making up for lost time. Look at me now. Almost 2,000 miles from home and no regrets.
None? I ask, genuinely curious.
Well,
she gives me a guilty grin.
If I can't remember their names in the morning, they don't count, right?
Bumping her shoulder against mine, she adds,
and don't think I don't hate you just a little bit for Leo.
What do you mean?
Please? Are you really going to try and tell me you didn't notice him checking you out? He could barely take his eyes off you. Lucky witch. That's one mistake I wouldn't mind making. Doubt I'd want to forget it either. You should definitely go for it.
I laugh nervously. He was just being polite, wasn't he?
If that look he was giving you is polite, I wish he'd use some of those manners on me. I'm pretty sure Brooke feels the same. Did you see the way she was batting her eyes at him? Totally obvious. But he didn't even give her a glance, so at least there's that.
I tug at my collar, swallowing hard.
Nope, that man's got a bad case of Charlotte fever.
Recalling the way his shirt stretched across the muscles of his broad chest sends a rush of heat through me. There's no arguing that he's good-looking, and it would be a lie to say I didn't find him attractive. But it's out of the question. Things are complicated enough as it is. Trying to change the subject, I say, I swear he's just being extra nice to me because it's clear Evelyn hates me.
Don't take it personally. Evelyn hates everyone. She can't help it. It's a side effect from all those years spent working at a women's prison.
I feel my jaw drop. Really?
No. I mean, possibly. I don't actually know what she did before this. She's certainly got the attitude down, though. And it would explain a lot, right?
I can't help chuckling in agreement, then check self-consciously over my shoulder to make sure we're still alone. I can't chance irritating Evelyn even more than I already have. Noticing that we're already out of sight of the main house, I say, by the way, where are we going?
Oh, yeah, okay, well, you can see the pool house from the main building, so there's no need to show you that. And this path we're on, basically makes a big loop around the island. If you head to the right from the main house, you'll find the gardening shed, which is Nancy's territory and totally off limits. Seriously, she's basically just Evelyn with a shovel and pruning shears, so no thanks, it's not worth the risk.
I think of the tall woman Evelyn faced off with in the kitchen this morning. Duly noted, I say.
And then a little farther down is the bunkhouse, which is where I'm staying. Hey, why aren't you in there with us?
Oh, I wish I could, but I'm a really light sleeper. Any noise at all wakes me up.
Bummer, but you should definitely come hang out with us. You know Evelyn's rules for any employees lodging in the main house are super strict, right?
I try to think of a response, but luckily Molly carries on and I don't have to.
Okay, so on the far side of the island from the main house is the boathouse, and there's a path that zigzags through the center of the loop where the guest tiki huts are. But right now, I'm taking you to the most important part of the whole entire place.
She skips ahead, then ducks behind a cluster of palms. After peering around one of the trunks, she waves me over. Pulling me next to her behind the stand of trees, she whispers,
"Score, we're in time."
Molly guides me until I can see what she's looking at. A long stretch of pristine white sand leads to the crystal clear waters of the ocean. A cluster of palm trees arches gracefully through the cloudless blue sky. A warm breeze caresses my cheek with salted air. It's a private beach, one that looks straight off a calendar or a postcard. As we watch, two tanned, shirtless forms splash as they race each other through the water back to shore. It's the twins, Cody and Brody.
I heard them talking in the bunkhouse this morning that they were going to sneak in a swim. I was hoping to find a way to catch a glimpse.
She wiggles her eyebrows and smiles widely before taking me by the hand and pulling me away.
Come on, before they see us.
I follow along as Molly leads me to one of the trails that cut across the island. The landscaping makes me feel like I'm in the jungle. Lush greenery creates a canopy overhead, shielding us from the sun. Bright splashes of color, tropical flowers in shades of vermilion and magenta, tangerine and peach, are woven throughout along the path. The foliage is so dense, each secluded tiki hut we come across is an unexpected surprise. I think I might understand why people would pay a ton of money to stay here. It feels like paradise. Besides the heat. And the bugs. And the reptiles. I skitter to catch up as a lizard darts out of the brush onto the path. Molly sighs beside me.
I suppose if you get Leo, I'll just have to be satisfied with marrying one of the twins.
Which one? I ask.
I don't think it matters.
She gives me a goofy grin that sends us both into giggles. There's something about being around this girl that relaxes me. I can't remember the last time I breathed so easily. So I'm taken completely off guard when she grabs me by the arm a moment later and pulls me around the corner of a tiki hut, shushing me. Her eyes have grown wide and serious. She holds a finger to her lips, then peers out around the side of the building. "What is it?" I whisper, afraid that Evelyn was following and had overheard us. Or even worse, Leo.
"It's the maintenance man," she whispers back. "Harvey."
Standing on my tiptoes, I lean over her, her blonde curls tickling my chin as I crane my head to get a look. The man who was watching me from the shadows last night is coming up the path toward us. He's wearing the same ball cap, a sweaty t-shirt, a ripped pair of plaid shorts. A cigarette dangles from between his lips. I duck back around before I'm spotted. Pressed up against the wall next to me, Molly says,
"There's something off about him. He just puts out this vibe, you know?"
He was watching me last night, when I was getting my bags out of my car. Didn't say a word to me, just stared.
Total creeper, Molly confirms. Makes me glad that we're not the ones who have to do all the cleaning outside the main house.
Do you think the others will be safe?
With Brooke's Medusa stare, probably. And Lupe looks like she could kick some serious butt. Consuela's pretty small, but I bet she's really fast. And Harvey's a smoker. He'd never be able to keep up with her if she ran. Hey, let's make a pact. If either of us ever has to come out here, we stick together. Deal?
Deal. I agree. Her pinky hooks around mine. I stare down at our joined digits until tears make the sight blur. I had a friend once, a girl who looped her finger with mine just like this. And now, that girl is dead, and it's all my fault. Chapter 7. 6 years ago. The blow catches her off guard, the palm striking against her cheek so hard she's knocked off her feet and into the wall. She raises a hand to soothe her stinging flesh, swallows hard, trying and failing to clear the ringing in her ears, but she doesn't dare do more than that. Blinking the tears from her eyes, she bites the inside of her cheek, refusing to make a sound as she struggles to her feet in case more is coming. Because the slap is nothing. It's a gentle rain on a summer's day compared to what it can be, what it will be if the fists and the feet and the blunt objects are brought into play. She blanks her expression, having learned long ago that the more she reacts, the more thrill they get out of it. The more thrill, the longer it goes on. One day, she's going to escape this life. Once she's free, she'll never look back. She'll leave the house, her belongings, her old self behind. Until then, she'll do whatever she has to survive. Whether that's lie or cheat or steal or play punching bag to someone who's supposed to love her. Because this isn't love. She may not know much, but she knows that. On the outside, she straightens her spine, lifts her head, but keeps her eyes lowered. On the inside, she curls up as small as she can and wedges herself deep into that place within herself that she found as a young child, the only place where they can't reach her. Chapter 8. The sun has barely crested the horizon when I wake up the next morning. My eyes feel gritty and dry, my body heavy, my brain craving more sleep, but my efforts are worth it. When I tiptoe down the stairs and reach the kitchen, only Keith is there. He never even turns to look at me, simply lifts a hand holding a spatula in greeting as I approach the buffet. Noticing the remote on the counter, I glance over to make sure he's not paying attention, slide the cover off, and flip one of the batteries the wrong direction so it won't work if someone tries to change the channel. I doubt I have to worry about the local news, but I don't dare risk it. Too much is at stake. I load up my plate and spend a few minutes fidgeting at the counter, pretending to eat, but I'm worried that the longer I wait, the greater the chances are that someone else will come join us, so I quickly make my escape while I still can. Last night, Evelyn insisted on the staff eating dinner together at a big table in the dining room. I was able to bring Alice only the scraps I managed to slip into my napkin: a roll, a slice of chicken, a couple of tiny roasted potatoes. Not enough for a growing girl. I need to find a way to make sure her meals are more well-rounded, with the vegetables and nutrients she needs. As I watch her eat her pancakes, she doesn't seem overly hungry, but still. Her health and safety are my responsibility. I need to do a better job taking care of her.
"Are you leaving again today?"
she asks, as I clean the sticky syrup off her face and hands. I'm sorry, sweetie, I have to. But I promise I'll come visit you every chance I get.
What do you do when you're gone?
I clean things.
Like me?
She holds her hand in front of her face, then licks a spot I missed. I wish. Mostly bedrooms right now.
Is it fun?
Not at all. I'd much rather be here with you.
Then why go?
Because the work I'm doing is how we get the food we eat and the bed we sleep in. She glances at the bed, as if to say it's not a very impressive deal.
Can I come? I could help.
I know you could, but we talked about this, honey. No one can know you're here. Alice sighs deeply and turns away. I want to scoop her up for a cuddle, but I'm afraid that if I do, I won't be able to force myself to put her down and leave. I watch as she settles on the floor in the corner and starts playing quietly. Another wave of guilt crashes over me, threatening to suck me down in its undertow. We don't have much. We weren't able to bring any of her things with us. The Happy Meal prizes she's dancing around on the floor are pitiful. She needs proper toys, ones that will stimulate her mind, not cheap pieces of plastic that smell like French fry grease. I glance guiltily at the flickering screen in the corner of the room, knowing it's not any better. I'd always told myself that I wouldn't be one of those parents who used television to distract their child, yet the only time the thing's been off since we got here is when we're sleeping. Alice needs books and daylight. She deserves better. I slip my hand into my apron pocket, feeling for the pamphlet I'd stolen from a holder in the lobby yesterday. Using the small pair of scissors from my makeup kit, I cut the glossy paper into random shapes. I have a special challenge for you, I say, grinning, as she looks up at me with blue eyes filled with curiosity. I hold the pieces out to her like they're a present. I made you a puzzle. It's really hard, but I bet you could put it together by lunch if you tried. Alice gets up and eagerly takes the deconstructed pamphlet from me. Her lips purse with concentration as she starts laying the scraps out on the bed. Glancing up, she catches me watching her and smiles happily. Still, the weight on my shoulders feels impossibly heavy as I kiss her goodbye and wait to hear the click of the door locking behind me. Then I hurry downstairs, running late despite my early start. By the time I get to the storage room, Brooke's, Lupe's, and Consuela's cleaning carts are already gone, and Molly has pulled hers out into the hall. Her face is scrunched into a pout as she stares at the duty sheet hanging on the inside of the door. Hearing my approach, she turns toward me and sighs dramatically.
We're supposed to work on prepping the guest rooms today, including the beds. I did the math. There's 39 of them, not including the luxury suites. Who knows how many we'll find in those? Ugh.
She rolls her eyes and sighs again.
I hate making beds, don't you?
I shrug. There are worse things, I say, grunting as I struggle to pull my cart free. I can show you a trick to make it easier if you want.
Hey!
Molly's face brightens, her bed-making woes of a moment ago seeming to have vanished.
Instead of splitting the rooms, do you want to team up? I'll clean the bathrooms if you make the beds. Not just now, but once the guests get here, too.
I stare at her a moment to see if she's joking. She doesn't appear to be. That doesn't seem like a very fair deal to you.
Please, you have no idea how many I've cleaned in my life. I used to get toilet duty all the time. And I have 4 siblings, all brothers, 2 older, 2 younger, not to mention a half-dozen nieces and nephews. There's nothing I haven't seen already. No need for us both to try surviving that kind of trauma. And I really hate making beds.
She grins at me and gives my cart an experimental tug.
Come on, we'll give it a try, and if you don't like it or you change your mind, we'll go back to splitting the rooms. No hard feelings.
I think about the hours of solitude, alone with my thoughts that lie ahead, and find myself agreeing before I can stop myself.
Yes! You won't regret it, I promise.
She practically skips as she pushes her cart down the hallway. I grab my own and follow behind her, wondering what I've gotten myself into. I'm not here to make friends. If anything, it'll only serve to make things harder on me. But as I listen to her happy chatter, I can't help but find myself smiling. It must be nice to be so carefree, to be able to live your life on your own terms and not be weighed down by responsibilities. I love Alice. I'd do anything for her. But there's no denying that my life was simpler before she came along, although it's because of her that I can't call that night a complete mistake. And it's not like I'm the first woman in history to have made a bad decision that got herself in a difficult situation. It's just that maybe I wasn't ready yet for that last step toward adulthood I was forced to take when I first realized there was an innocent, helpless creature whose fate rested solely in my hands. Bringing myself back to the present, I find that I'm lagging behind. Molly is already on the other side of the lobby. I quicken my steps, not wanting to get separated, and push my cart into the expansive space. The back of my neck prickles, and a current of tension ripples through my body like an electric shock. I try to shake it off, telling myself that I'm just spooking myself with bad memories, but that doesn't stop me from looking around, searching for danger. My gaze skims the freshly painted walls, the neatly laid tile, prints of seascapes gleaming under spotless glass in pristine frames. The only thing to fear here is catching a case of expensive taste that I can't afford to have. I start laughing to myself, but the smile freezes on my lips. My face turns cold and bloodless. Realizing he's been spotted, Harvey takes a step back, deeper into the shadows under the main staircase. But he doesn't leave, and he doesn't stop staring. Turning away, my pulse races, cart clattering as I hurry to catch up with Molly, suddenly overcome with relief that we'll be cleaning the rooms together. The world is a dangerous place for a woman on her own. It's a lesson I know all too well. Chapter 9. Working together, Molly and I managed to get 5 of the guest rooms spotlessly clean, which puts us ahead of schedule. And if I had maybe had a smidgen of concern that a girl who would rather clean bathrooms than make beds wouldn't do her fair share, it's since been put to rest. Molly's a hard worker. She scrubbed tirelessly to help erase the last signs of construction debris left from the renovations, cleaning up leftover grout and polishing tiles until they gleamed. She even put her own tasks on hold to come help when she heard me grumbling over some spectacularly stubborn sawdust that was caked in a corner. And the day went by quickly with her by my side. Now that I'm back in my room for the night, I find that I miss her constant chatter. It's too quiet. The only noise the sound of the brush as I run it through Alice's silky hair. "Did you have a good day today?" I ask, trying to fill the void. She raises one shoulder, then lets it drop. "You did an amazing job on that puzzle. I'm very impressed."
Hmm?
"Did you get some drawing done?"
Yeah.
She releases the word on a giant sigh, one much too large for her tiny body to contain. I study her reflection in the mirror before us, the sad downturn of her mouth, her gaze lowered, focused on her hands in her lap.
Did you make friends with any alligators? Her eyes lift, meeting mine in the mirror, her pale features, baby blue eyes, corn silk hair, and peaches and cream skin, such a stark contrast to my own. I bite my lip, racking my brain for a way to lift her spirits while I tuck a strand back into my braid. I heard one talking downstairs about a nice little girl that he met. He said she let him nibble on one of her fingers. Was that you? No. A smile plays on her lips as she shakes her head. It wasn't? Are you sure? Let me check your hands. She lifts them so I can see. They look awfully tasty, I say, catching them in my own.
Oh no, I can't resist. Must nibble tasty girl fingers.
She giggles and buries her head against my chest as I pretend to snack on her delicate little pinky.
Thank you. That was delicious. Now I'll have another.
She squeals, and we both freeze. Her eyes grow big and round. She watches me closely, expecting to be in trouble. Softening my expression, I stroke her cheek, and the breath caught in her chest releases. I realize sadly that I'm not the only one living in a constant state of fear, and it breaks my heart. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I've got to fix this. I need to find us a better situation, one where she's free to laugh and scream and play, to make all the noise a child should be free to make. But it's not going to happen tonight.
Can I have pancakes again tomorrow?
She asks meekly. Of course you can.
With extra syrup?
We'll see. She eyes me a second with her rosebud lips pursed, then breaks into a grin. It's infectious, my own mouth spreading into a wide smile as I kiss her on the cheek. Ready for bed? I ask.
Okay.
She slips down from the chair, her tiny feet padding softly against the floor as she crosses the room and climbs into bed. I wait until she's settled, then tuck her in and kiss her goodnight before getting in on my own side. Clicking off the light, I lie still, listening to the sound of her breathing. Once it falls into the gentle rhythm of sleep, I squeeze my eyes shut and allow the tears collecting in them to burn down my cheeks. It doesn't matter how hard I've tried. I've failed. Alice is an intelligent child. I was trying to protect her from the truth, but I should have known that she realized we were in danger. I just wish that I could believe with any degree of confidence that everything we've been through was worth it, that we're safe now. But I'm not so sure that we are. Once again, Evelyn had insisted that the staff share a table for dinner tonight. I quickly dropped into one of the high-backed chairs, claiming a spot at the end of the table, feeling a rush of relief when Molly took the seat beside me. And as Brooke settled across from me, attention on the phone in her hand, it seemed like I could relax. But I was wrong. As I sat picking at my food, worried about Alice all alone and hungry in our room, I was overcome by the unsettled feeling that I was being watched.
Don't look,
Molly whispered, leaning her head close to mine.
But I think you have an admirer.
I stared down at my plate. A second ago, my biggest concern was how I was going to sneak a couple of meatballs into the napkin on my lap so I could bring them upstairs. But now? Who? I asked softly, feeling the pulse at the base of my throat trembling like a fly caught in a spider web.
Who do you think?
I rubbed my hands along the sides of my thighs, my palms suddenly damp. My first two furtive peeks failed to rise above my lap. Finally, I managed to force myself to glance down to the other end of the table. A gasp strangled in my chest as I found myself looking straight into Harvey's cold black eyes instead of the ones I'd been hoping to see, Leo's warm blue ones. The man held my gaze, failing to blink as he fixed me with a stare that seemed to claw its way deep into my very soul. I wondered what it was that he found there as I sat frozen, unable to break away. Molly saved me as she leaned an elbow on the table and rested her head on it, allowing her champagne-colored curls to fall in a curtain for me to hide behind.
"What's his problem?" she asked. "Doesn't he realize how stalkerish he's being? Maybe you should talk to Evelyn about him."
I shook my head, unable to trust my voice. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but that I couldn't. Making a fuss was the best way to draw attention to yourself.
"I can do it for you if you want."
I wish my biggest problem was that I was too shy to speak for myself. I forced a grateful smile. "Thanks, but it's okay. I'm fine."
"Are you sure?"
I nodded, even though I wasn't. Her doubtful look told me that she knew it. But I needed to remain off the radar. I couldn't have Molly putting me even further on Evelyn's, even if she was well-intentioned. "Guys like that are just trying to get a rise out of you," I said, with a confidence I didn't feel and a wisdom I don't really possess. "If you let them know it bothers you, they win." Her mouth opened to reply, and I knew exactly what it was she was going to say. The exact same thing I'd tell her if our roles were reversed. But she never got the chance. A chair scraped back noisily from the table, causing the individual conversations in the room to cease. My head jerked with the rest. At the opposite end of the room, Harvey wobbled on his feet. His gaze, fortunately, was focused on the floor, but as he bent forward and spoke into Evelyn's ear, it found me again. A lump grew in my throat, expanding until I was afraid it was my heart trying to escape. Evelyn gave a curt nod, ignoring everyone's attention as she dabbed her mouth with her napkin before laying it neatly beside her plate. Wordlessly, she rose from her seat and followed Harvey from the room. There'd been a moment of tension rippling around the table before it was broken by a nervous laugh. Seconds later, the low murmur of voices resumed like nothing had happened. But something had. And the way that Harvey had kept his gaze locked on mine while whispering to Evelyn made me fear that it had something to do with me. But that would be crazy. Surely I was just being paranoid. I'd done nothing wrong. At least, not that they knew of. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was brewing. I forced myself to act normal, to pretend like everything was okay, and as dinner progressed, I found it getting easier until I convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. I returned my attention to finding a way to sneak food for Alice back to my room. Spearing a meatball with my fork, I waited until Molly cracked a joke that left us both laughing to drop my hand to my lap. When I raised it again, the utensil was empty. Molly never noticed. But as I glanced around the table, checking to make sure I was in the clear, I found another set of eyes on mine. This time, instead of making me cold, the attention made a flood of warmth creep up my neck into my cheeks. Leo's expression was unreadable, but I'm fairly certain he'd seen what I'd done. I'd feigned exhaustion and made a hasty retreat soon afterward, but as I hurried from the room, the food tucked safely in the front pocket of my uniform apron, I could still feel the heat of his gaze. And as I lie here now in the dark, my heart thundering under the thin blanket drawn across my chest, I realize that I'm not sure which man I should fear the most. Chapter 10. I wake to Alice's face close to mine, peering down at me with concern. The crease between her brows softens as I give her a smile. It reappears as she registers my panic. "Oh no!" She scoots back to her side of the bed as I bolt up. "How long has the alarm been going off?"
"I don't know."
She gives me a wry look as she shrugs, as if to say, "I'm 3. I can't tell time yet." I scramble out of bed. I'd spent most of the night wide awake, tossing and turning. I would have sworn that I'd never find sleep, but I must have. And then remained so deeply under that I slept through the alarm. I hurry to the bathroom, talking to Alice while I wash up, assuring her that everything is all right, promising that I'd be back in a jiffy with some breakfast, but if I'm going to pull it off, I'm going to have to move fast. Jogging down the stairs, I arrive to find the kitchen full of my fellow employees. Several smile and nod as I join them. Molly gives me a toothy grin.
"Rough night?"
she asks as I grab a muffin.
Couldn't sleep,
I say, stifling a yawn as I rack my exhausted brain for an excuse to return to my room without being too rude.
"Were you worried about the storm?"
What storm? She gestures to where several people have clustered in front of the TV in the corner. It appears as if someone figured out my trick with the remote batteries. Even worse, the channel's been changed. Instead of a sitcom featuring a group of teenagers sitting around a basement, a platinum-haired newscaster stares somberly into the camera. In a clipped voice, she reports that Tropical Storm Lilith has now reached sustained winds of 74 miles an hour, elevating it to hurricane status. I step closer as she adds that the storm is expected to intensify before it makes landfall somewhere along the east coast of Florida, stopping dead in my tracks as Brooke turns toward me with a look of panic on her face. But it's not me that she speaks to. "Is this as serious as it sounds?" she asks Leo, her voice trembling. "What does this mean for us? I mean, we're on a freaking island."
Don't get yourself too worked up about it just yet,
Leo says.
It's too early for them to tell exactly where it's gonna hit. Could miss us entirely.
"But what if it doesn't?" she persists.
If it looks like it's gonna hit us, the resort has a comprehensive evacuation plan,
Keith interrupts.
A skeleton crew will stay here at the resort to keep an eye on things, but most of you will be shuttled to the mainland on the vans we use to ferry guests.
His answer seems to appease Brooke, but it does little to quell the knot of anxiety that's formed in my stomach. I bolt from the room and race up the stairs, not even trying to conceal the muffin now slightly squished in my hand. As soon as Alice has unlocked the door, I hand it to her and rush across the room, yanking open the top dresser drawer and grabbing the prepaid cell phone I stashed there. I couldn't afford to put much money on the phone. I'd been hoping to use the resort's Wi-Fi when we got here, but Evelyn's purposely kept it off to keep us on task. The data used to access the internet will eat away at what's left, but I don't let that stop me as I turn it on and type in the name of the local news channel.
"Where are my pancakes?"
Alice asks, the pout clear in the petulant tone of her voice. "I'm sorry, honey, they were all out," I lie. "But tomorrow, I promise." The site loads and I scan its feed with my breath held. Release it once I realize the page is inundated by coverage of the storm. But my moment of relief is short-lived as I scroll past picture after picture of the havoc previous hurricanes have wreaked on the state, the devastation, the destruction, the flooding. It's the last of these that makes my legs go weak. Because here I am, stuck on this stupid island and I don't even know how to swim. How could I possibly have thought that coming here was a good idea? The answer is that I didn't think. I didn't have any other option. I was out of money. No money meant no food and shelter. I'd been desperate, but that pales in comparison to how I feel now. If the storm does come, I have to make sure that I'm on one of the vans heading to the mainland. There's just no other choice. Only, I turn with dread, heart heavy as I stare at Alice, watching me with a serious expression as she finishes the last of the muffin. The warmth leaves my body as I realize that unless I come into a sudden windfall or find another position that provides room and board, I can't evacuate. Until I get paid, I won't even have enough money to buy the gas it would take to drive us away from here. Even if I somehow managed to sneak Alice onto the van, I wouldn't be able to keep her presence a secret for the length of the trip. There's no way Evelyn won't fire me if she finds out about her. I can't let that happen. And with all eyes turned to the news for storm updates, I can't risk letting anyone see her on the off chance there's a report that shows her picture. How did I get us into such a big mess? We have no place to go. I have no way to provide for Alice without this job, at least not until I manage to save a few paychecks. A shelter is out of the question. It's too big a risk. If the hurricane comes, I'll have no choice but to volunteer to be part of the crew that stays behind and ride out the storm. But is that safe? It's not my welfare that's the priority here. Hopefully, I'm just getting ahead of myself, worrying about nothing. The experts won't have a better idea of the storm's trajectory for another few days. Maybe it'll hit somewhere else. I draw a deep, calming breath, holding on to the thought. I can't afford to get worked up about this right now. I have to get to work. Replacing the phone in the drawer, I turn to Alice, wrap my arms around her, and give her a squeeze, bury my nose in the top of her soft blonde hair and inhale. I'm relishing the way her thin arms feel around me when a muffled thump in the hall makes both our bodies go rigid and still. I lean back until we can see each other's faces, then hold a finger to my lips, gesturing for her to be silent. Creeping to the door, I press my ear against it and listen. I can faintly make out the sound of retreating footsteps, the creak of the stair at the top of the second-floor landing. Someone was just right outside my room. But why? I wave Alice into the bathroom, waiting until she's gone from view before inching the door open and sticking my head through the gap. No one's there. Whoever it was is gone, but they left evidence of their visit behind. Crouching, I peer at the bowl left at the threshold, reach a timid hand toward the napkin covering it, gathering my nerve as I prepare to snatch it away as if it's concealing something dangerous, like a venomous cobra. But it's not a snake that I find underneath. It's muffins, a half-dozen of them, still warm from the oven. My mouth waters as I stare again at the steps where my secret benefactor disappeared, but it's not just the baked goods that I'm hungry for. The unexpected kindness has taken me by surprise. It's made me feel something I haven't felt in a very long time. Hope. I sniff hard, tears gathering in my eyes, my nose starting to run. And there it is. Underneath the aroma of sugared blueberries, there's another scent. Something spicier that calls to mind hot summer days and warm island nights. Leo. Chapter 11. I grab a fresh sheet off my cart and shake it out over the bed, then start running the edge through my hands, looking for the corner. I've never minded making beds before. It was one of the many tasks I had to perform as a child, making sure the blanket was tight and smooth, the corners tucked with military precision. Normally it's a job I can knock out in record time, but today it seems to be taking forever. My attention wanders, gaze drifting toward the window.
That's a top sheet.
I jump, startled, look down at the linen in my hands, then flash Molly a guilty smile. She's right. The reason I couldn't find a fitted corner was because there wasn't one.
Man, you're really moving today,
she says, gathering an armload of the resort's complimentary toiletries.
You've already dusted and vacuumed, and I've only finished cleaning the shower.
Only I haven't done either of those things. I haven't accomplished anything in this guest room yet. I've been too distracted. Every time I try to focus, I find myself looking outside instead, hoping to catch a glimpse of Leo. As if she can read my mind, Molly gives me a knowing grin.
Girl, you've got it bad.
Got what? I ask, pretending I don't know what she's saying. She shakes her head, chuckling to herself as she returns to the bathroom. Her muffled voice carries out to me.
You know I'm gonna want details.
Ignoring her, I shove the sheet back onto my cart and grab my duster. Climbing up on the bed, I run it over the top of the ornate fan blades, designed to look like palm fronds.
I blame the uniforms. They're too cute to do actual work in, like the Halloween version of what housekeepers wear.
I step back onto the floor, running a hand self-consciously along my skirt, smoothing it back down where it's ridden up. She isn't wrong.
They'll realize that once the guests get here. Bet you anything there'll be some skeezy old guys wanting to be cleaned, but they better not ask me.
I quickly run the duster over the top of the TV, dressers, lamps, and nightstands, the slats on the louvered closet doors, the molding, but I find myself approaching the window as if drawn by an invisible string.
Nope, no ma'am. The only service they can expect from me is a turn-down service. In both senses of the word. I'll fold back their sheets for them, but that's it.
Opening the sash, I lean out and look around, checking the island, but I don't see anyone. I rest my arms on the sill and gaze dreamily at the hazy sun glimmering over the water.
Of course, if it were a sexy manager asking, that would be different.
I can't help rolling my eyes, but she's got a valid point. There is something about him, isn't there?
Yeah, he's gorgeous.
I think about the muffins he'd left outside my room. It was really sweet of him, and obviously he wasn't expecting anything in return, or else he wouldn't have left them anonymously. I mean, besides that. But even as I say it, I know I need to squash whatever it is I think I'm feeling, fast. Because as flattered as I am, there's something dangerous about how closely he's paying attention to me. And it's not just because of the 30-pound secret with the sweet smile and sweeter tooth that I'm trying to keep hidden in the attic. True, anyone paying me too much notice would be dangerous, but his attention seems especially risky. Because I can't help wondering why. Why me? Brooke's prettier, with her impossibly glossy dark hair and flawless skin. Molly is more outgoing and funnier, not to mention super cute. I'm just me. Plain, boring Charlotte. I'm no one's first choice. Not if they have other options, which he definitely does. So if he's interested in anyone, why is it me? And why do I have to care? Even worse, why am I interested back? If I'm being honest with myself, that's what really has me distracted. Because sometimes it's the bad boys that are so good at playing nice, and I've never been good at spotting their games. Besides, I can't afford to get distracted. Alice is my priority, and she always will be. I need to stop daydreaming and take my break to check on her.
You mean other than his dreamy eyes? Molly calls from the bathroom. Or his massive biceps?
I'm trying not to imagine his arms wrapped tight around me when something brushes softly against my hand. I look down absently, then shriek involuntarily, jumping backward. I stumble, rolling an ankle, my tailbone striking hard against the carpeted floor as I land in a crumpled heap against the side of the bed.
What?
Molly appears around the edge of the bathroom doorway, brandishing a toilet brush out in front of her like a sword. Her face is pale, her voice high-pitched and nervous as she asks,
"What is it?"
Unable to catch my breath, I lift a trembling hand and point. An enormous, bright green lizard takes a languid step farther onto the windowsill. It stares at me with emotionless black eyes, its pink tongue flicking out of its hard-lipped mouth.
"Wow, that's a big one,"
she says. The toilet brush drops to her side as she takes a few steps forward, head tilted to the side as she looks at the lizard.
"What is it?" "An iguana. Luckily they're harmless, 'cause they're all over the island. Cody had to evict one from the bunkhouse last night. You okay?"
"Yeah." I push myself up from the floor, feeling foolish. Keep an eye on the oversized reptile as I gingerly test some weight on my ankle. "You're sure they're harmless?"
"Yep. One of my brothers had one growing up. Of course, his never got nearly that big. If they whip you with their tail, it hurts a little, but they're not poisonous or anything. Keith said if he finds one big enough, he'll cook it for dinner so we can try it."
She sticks the toilet brush back on her cart and pulls her gloves off.
"What?"
she asks, noticing the look of disgust I'm giving her.
"He says they're an invasive species down here, and that they taste like chicken. Aren't you curious?"
Not at all. Shrugging, she grabs a stack of towels and carries it to the bathroom.
"Anyway,"
she calls,
"I've always thought that they look like that British character, Mr. Bean. Do you remember him?"
I barely register what Molly's saying as I creep toward the window. Keeping my eyes fixed on the giant lizard, I reach my arm as far as it can stretch and slide the sash closed. Immediately I feel safer. And a little ashamed. I know better than to allow myself to get sidetracked by some guy, especially when I have much more important things to focus on. In a way, it's a good thing that I got scared half to death by a neon reptile that supposedly tastes like chicken. It was a mild punishment, yet enough to make me get my head back on straight before anything worse could happen. Unable to reach the lock, I step closer. The lizard darts its tongue out again, and I realize that's probably what touched my hand. The shudder that runs through me as I debate the best way to disinfect my skin is only half dramatic. But as I spot movement in the shade of a palm tree below, and realize that the face watching me from the shadows belongs to Harvey, I shudder again. And this time it's 100% real. Chapter 12. 5 years, 8 months ago. She wakes with a gasp as the blanket she was wrapped in is snatched away. The overhead light is too bright for her sleep-swaddled eyes, making the face that looms over her a thumb of black against the blinding white. But she doesn't need to see to know who it is. Who was he? "Who?" she asks, genuinely confused. "You know who." "But I don't, honestly." Liar. The blow catches her in the mouth. The acrid taste of blood is immediate. Her lower lip feels like it's vibrating as it swells. Her feet kick out against the mattress, struggling for purchase as she tries to back away. "Get up." An angry fist knots itself in her hair, stopping her escape. Even amid the chaos, she can hear the snap as some breaks, the sharp sting on her scalp where other strands rip free by the roots as she's jerked roughly from the bed and thrown to the floor. You think you can just lie here in the home that I pay for while you go whoring around? The kick catches her in the stomach, stealing her ability to speak. She curls into a ball, arms wrapped around her abdomen, struggling to catch her breath. You're nothing but an ungrateful little slut. After everything I've done for you, you think he loves you? No. It comes out on a gasp, is as much of a plea as a declaration. That's right. No. Because no one is ever going to love you besides me. You know that, don't you? She nods, then digs deep and pushes out a strangled yes, knowing there'll be hell to pay if she doesn't verbally answer. There'll be hell to pay even if she does, but maybe, if she's lucky, that hell can come another day. She feels the fury of the soulless eyes staring down at her. Blinking back tears, she makes herself look up, straight into the face knotted with hatred and rage. She forces herself to smile. Thank you, she whispers, feeling one of the last remaining pieces of herself shatter as she does so. I love you too. Uh-huh. I do. I'm sorry I don't do a better job of showing it. She squeezes her eyes shut as the shadow lurches forward, looming over her. Then the feet are on her other side, heading for the door. Clean this place up. It's disgusting. She swallows hard, forcing a mix of blood and phlegm down past the lump in her throat so she can answer. But the door slams shut before she can. The split in her lip throbs as her mouth contorts into a silent sob. She pants with the effort of not screaming. Then, slowly, she pulls herself together, lifting her head from the floor, her body following inch by inch until she's gathered her feet beneath her. She balances against the wall until the dizziness has passed, and then she starts cleaning. Chapter 13. I maneuver my cart into the storage closet, shoving it between Molly's and Lupe's, then give it a kick for good measure. It's been the longest day. My lower back still aches from the fall I took earlier, and my ankle is throbbing. All I want to do is go upstairs to my room and lie down for a bit before I have to join the others for dinner. More importantly, I need to spend some time with Alice. When I went to visit her during my last break, she was sullen and quiet. She didn't even acknowledge me, her eyes never leaving the flickering TV. I hate that she's glued to the screen so much that I've been forced to allow that box to be her babysitter. And she's spending way too much time by herself. It's a lot to ask of a little girl. Hopefully, the cookie I've saved for her will help brighten her mood a bit. I come to a sudden halt, my ankle complaining at the jerky movement. The cookie. I left it on my cart. I turn to look over my shoulder, debating. On the one hand, I really don't feel like backtracking across the lobby and wrestling my cart out of the storage room, but on the other, Alice deserves a treat. And I don't want to chance Evelyn finding it. She's already made it clear how she feels about food leaving the dining areas, and the last thing I need is her keeping an even closer eye on me. I don't know what reason she'd have for looking through my cleaning cart, but I can't take the risk. As I reluctantly start back, I yawn, mouth stretching so hard it makes my jaw ache. I'm exhausted. Even the soft tap my shoes make as I retrace my steps across the lobby floor sounds tired. Making my way down the hall, I open the door to the storage room and stare at my cart, wishing I hadn't wedged it in the middle. It was such a pain getting it in. Maybe there's some way I can reach the cookie without pulling it entirely out. Using my good foot, I step on the front bar that the tires are mounted to and test its strength. Once I'm sure it will hold, I climb up and drape my body over the top, stretching to reach the basket on the far side. My fingers just barely brush against it. Shoot, I've got to find a way to make this work. I pull back. Then with a grunt, I hoist myself up, feet kicking the air behind me as I worm my way across the stack of no longer neatly folded sheets until my hand finds the napkin-wrapped cookie. Ahem. I feel the illicit baked cookie crumble as my hand clenches into a fist around it. My neck is hot. My face burns. Even my ears are on fire as I scoot backward until my feet touch the ground. Hesitantly, I turn to face Evelyn. If she found it strange that I was crawling across my cart after work, she doesn't show it. Instead, she gives me a tight-lipped smile.
Charlotte, there you are.
I gulp as I wonder if she'd gone up to my room looking for me, if she tried the door, if it struck her as weird that it was locked, even though I don't have a key. Listen, I need you to do me a favor. I need someone to run to the boathouse and see if the weather radio is out there. I feel myself relax as I realize that it wasn't me in particular she was looking for. I was just the one unfortunate enough to be found first. It's on my lips to tell her that I wouldn't recognize the weather radio even if I saw it, and it might be better if someone else went. If I walk all the way to the far end of the island, I won't have time to check on Alice before I'm expected at dinner. But it's not like I can share that with my boss. What's it look like? I ask.
It's black, rectangular, has an antenna.
I nod, resolving myself to the task even though I should be spending time with Alice instead.
Great. If you find it, just go ahead and bring it with you to dinner.
Her heels click across the tiles as she hurries away. Sighing deeply, I head for the front doors instead of my room, waiting until I'm outside in the sweltering heat before unfurling my hand. Carefully, I pull the layers of napkin away. The cookie inside is demolished, no crumb bigger than a pencil eraser. Wrapping it back up, I shove it into my apron pocket, racking my brain for something special that I can do for Alice. An iguana, much smaller than the one I saw before, bobs its head at me from beside the walkway. I stare at it briefly, suspecting that Alice would love to have it as a pet, but no way. I can't imagine making myself touch the thing, much less sleeping in the same room as it. I'll just have to find something else. But first, I pause at the edge of the shadow cast by the house, taking a moment to look around. Squinting at the narrow lane that leads to the mainland, my gaze tracks its length to the road. Empty. Craning my head, I check the parking lot. Once I'm satisfied no one is watching, I continue on. And yet I can't help feeling exposed. I tell myself I'm being ridiculous, as a bead of sweat trickles from my hairline down the side of my face. I wipe it away, then swipe at my damp upper lip. My uniform sticks to the small of my back as I walk, and the roots of my hair have grown wet. I've changed my mind about this place. It's not paradise. It's overpriced real estate on the outskirts of hell, the beauty of it just enough to trick you into making a mistake. That's the only way to explain it. It makes me wonder about the type of guests we'll get here, the kind of people who would pay top dollar to willingly deal with this heat and humidity. I'm not going to lie, I have my concerns, but hopefully they're the sort who are too wrapped up in themselves to notice anyone else, especially the staff. The sound of laughter carries up from the shore on a warm, salty breeze as I pass by the beach. No wonder I was the only one Evelyn found to assign this little task to. I feel a brief stab of jealousy knife through me. I can't help wondering what it would feel like to have nothing to do other than relax after work. But I'll never know. I'll never get to be one of those people. Keeping secrets is a full-time job, one that I can't risk failing at. Ditto being a parent. I hurry along the path, past the cluster of palms, until the only noises I hear are my own. Spotting my destination up ahead, I quicken my steps, wanting to get this over with as soon as possible. I really need to get back in time to check on Alice before dinner. Suddenly, I find myself overwhelmed with the desire to hold her in my arms. I grab the wooden handle and pull on the door, rusty hinges creaking as I swing it open wide. I stand there a moment, swallowing hard as I stare inside. Despite the blazing sun behind me, the interior of the room is in shadows. A cobweb on the ceiling catches my eye as it blows in the breeze. It reminds me of a movie I watched once that involved a boathouse. A scary movie. Why didn't I remember the film before I agreed to come out here? I guess it's not something you really think about until you're faced with a spooky boathouse of your own. But it's too late to back out now. Taking a deep breath, I roll my head on my neck, push my shoulders back, and step inside. If I had hoped it would be any cooler in here, out of the sun, I was mistaken. It's like being inside a steam box. The thick air is stale and briny with a hint of dead fish. Wooden floorboards creak beneath my feet, and I just know the dark corners are full of insects. Yet I force myself onward, intent on limiting my exposure to this place and getting my task done quickly. Now, if I were a weather radio, where would I be? I look around, searching for a rectangular black box, quickly averting my eyes from the missing floor, where the water laps gently against the sides of two small boats moored in separate slips. Not there. It's an electronic, so probably as far as possible from there, which suits me just fine. And sure enough, I see it, on top of a small desk pushed against the opposite wall. I hurry across the room and unplug the device. I'm wrapping the cord neatly around the box when the door creaks behind me, shutting with a bang. I fumble the radio, dropping it. With the door closed, it's too dark to see. Eager to get out of here, I run my hands over the gritty floor, wincing when one palm finds a crunchy bug carapace. But my efforts are rewarded as my fingers brush against the smooth plastic. They curl eagerly around the radio, drawing it into my grasp, just as I hear a noise behind me that sounds suspiciously like a shoe scuffing against the floorboards. I don't think I'm alone in here. I spin, praying I'm mistaken as I search the shadows. I can't see anyone. Maybe I was wrong. But as my eyes acclimate to the dark, the faint outline of a man emerges against the door. Gasping, I hold the radio to my chest as if it's a shield. Harvey takes a step toward me. I take a step away. "Stay back," I say, holding a hand out in front of me like that's enough to stop him. He ignores it, shuffling forward. "I'm serious, don't come any closer." I hate the way my voice shakes as I say the words. I glance anxiously behind me, looking for a way out. The sound of the water sloshing against the boats grows louder. Anyway, but that. But as Harvey keeps closing the distance between us, I find myself wondering how deep the water is, and wishing that I could swim. "There's a storm coming," Harvey says, getting closer. His black eyes bore into mine as he stops a mere arm's length away.
gonna be a bad one.
He raises a hand, reaching toward me.
Girl could get hurt.
I can't help myself. I scream as his fingers close around my wrist, his skin rough and calloused and burning hot.
Hey, who's in there?
Someone's coming. I brace my legs, refusing to let them buckle beneath me. I just have to hold on a few more moments. Light floods the room as the door swings open. Leo stands in the gap, limned by the setting sun.
Harvey,
He says brusquely,
what's going on?
I don't wait to see if Harvey answers. Jerking my wrist free from his grasp, I race from the room, tears mingling with sweat as I brush by Leo and run the whole way back to the house, not stopping until I reach the front porch. Doubling over, I brace my free hand on my knee, keeping a tight grip on the weather radio in my sweaty palm as I struggle to catch my breath. I don't want to think about why Harvey followed me. I don't want to think about what might have happened if Leo hadn't found us. I don't want to think at all. Chapter 14. It takes every ounce of willpower I have to clean myself up in the ladies' room, off the lobby, and force myself to join the others for dinner. If it were just me, I wouldn't bother. My appetite is gone, replaced by a hard knot of anxiety deep in the pit of my stomach. But Alice needs to eat. Besides, as much as I want to run up to our room and hide, wrap her in my arms and do my best to forget the outside world and the dangers it holds, I can't let her see me like this. I don't want her to worry. My legs tremble as I enter the dining room. But as we all take our seats, I can't help noticing that Harvey is absent from the table. The rush of relief is so overwhelming that I feel lightheaded. But it's short-lived, the relief being replaced by something else, something that makes my skin feel itchy and tight as I become aware of Leo's attention on me. I keep my head down, eyes trained on my plate, refusing to meet his questioning stare. But as hard as I work to ignore him, it seems like he works even harder not to let me.
Are you okay?
Molly asks.
Uh-huh. Are you sure? You look a little frazzled.
Giving her a tight-lipped smile, I nod.
Or is it hot and bothered?
She whispers, giving me an exaggerated wink and flicking her eyes in Leo's direction.
Romeo over there hasn't taken his eyes off you for a second. Did I miss something?
No.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you? It's obvious something happened. Come on, dish.
There's nothing to tell. Molly shrugs and turns her attention to her meal, but there's still a gaze searing my skin. I feel my cheeks growing hotter with each passing second, anger mixing with frustration and shame. I wish he'd stop looking at me. Unable to take it anymore, I push my chair back from the table, excusing myself. As soon as I've reached the kitchen, I wish I could take the move back. What am I going to do? All of the food is in the dining room, and I can't let Alice go hungry because I'm too cowardly to sit through one meal being stared at. There's nothing edible out on any of the counters. My eyes blur with tears as I think of the little girl waiting for me upstairs, the one with the empty belly. With a heavy heart, I grab the railing and climb the first step.
Charlotte? Wait.
Leo's already halfway across the room. I try to jog up the stairs, but my injured ankle betrays me. I wince as it gives, rolling painfully.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Listen, about earlier.
I don't want to talk about it. I've got to get out of here. I can't hold it together much longer. The sharp burn of tears threatens to choke me. I can't let him see me cry. His hand gently settles on my wrist.
Did Harvey hurt you?
I snatch my arm free. What do you care? He looks hurt. I bite the inside of my cheek, reminding myself of all the reasons that men shouldn't be trusted, of all the reasons I've been given, specifically, not to trust them, as he says softly,
I care.
I snort a laugh. Not the most attractive noise I've ever made. Well, don't. But a part of me longs for him to prove it. Because the truth is, I'm tired of being strong. I want someone to care for me, to take care of me. I've been on my own for so long, even when I wasn't.
Just wait a second, please.
I stop, but don't look at him. He moves away for a moment, then quickly returns.
Here.
Despite myself, my head turns. I blink at the small cooler that he's holding out to me, confused. What's this?
I asked Keith to pack it for me. Told him I've been waking up in the middle of the night starving, needing a snack, but really it's for you. I want you to take it.
My heart knocks erratically inside my chest. I don't dare meet his eyes. This is probably the sweetest thing that anyone has ever done for me in my entire life. There's no way it comes without a cost. I lick my lips, debating, pretending like I have a choice. But I don't, do I? Because there's a little girl upstairs that I would do absolutely anything for. Already have done things that I'd never in a million years have imagined myself capable of doing. And as my fingers close around the handle and I take the food from Leo, I realize that includes finding a way to pay any price. Chapter 15. Alice sits on the edge of the bed watching me as I get ready for work. I can tell by the way the little girl is kicking her heels aggressively against the side of the mattress that she's cranky and restless. I know I need to find a way to get her out of this room for a bit. She needs to run around and make noise. But this island is small, and there are eyes everywhere. I don't dare risk it. Things were better last night, thanks to Leo. Or, more likely, thanks to the giant slice of chocolate cake that Keith had packed in the cooler for him. And that wasn't all that was in there. There was enough food for Alice to have several meals, including an apple, an orange, a banana, a roast beef sandwich, some cheese and crackers, a couple of pouches of tuna, and some cookies to go along with the giant slice of cake. This was more than just a midnight snack. It was enough for an entire camping trip. I wonder what Leo told Keith to explain the need for so much food. More importantly, why does Leo think I need it? It makes me nervous, what he might suspect, but there's no denying how grateful I feel to have a bit of the pressure to provide enough food for Alice lifted. I look up at the little girl, who's watching me so intently the frown bends her pretty little face, cross my eyes, and stick out my tongue. It's always good for a smile, but not this time.
I don't want you to go. I want you to stay here and play with me.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I really wish I could. She makes a noise that lets me know she's tired of hearing me make the same empty apologies. Her frown deepens and is joined by the dreaded crossing of the arms. This escalated fast. Alice is such a sweet, good-natured child, but when she blows, watch out. And when she crosses her arms, it usually means she's gearing up for a meltdown. With everyone downstairs gathered for breakfast, there's no way someone won't hear. My pulse races as I try to think of a way to distract her. I have to stop this fit before it happens. I lower myself to my knees in front of her, put my hands on her arms, and say, "You've been such a very good girl, sweetheart. Better than any other girl in the whole entire world. And I appreciate it so much. I really, really do. You want to know how much?" She doesn't react, not interested in whatever it is I'm trying to pull. Her breathing comes quicker, harder. Her face has flushed and is growing pinker with each passing second. I feel my throat tightening with panic. Everything that will happen if Evelyn discovers I have a child hidden in my bedroom races through my mind. Being fired, thrown out. She could call the cops or Child Protective Services. I can't let any of that happen. Forcing a cheerfulness I don't feel into my voice, I play the only card I have at my disposal. Bribery. So much that I think you should be allowed to finish the chocolate cake for breakfast. Her eyes go wide. The pout vanishes as her rosebud mouth drops open. She searches my face eagerly to see if I'm serious. Giving her my biggest smile, I nod. The glistening in her eyes turns from tears to glee as I pull the cake from the cooler and offer it to her. She snatches it before I have a chance to change my mind and runs her tongue over the top of the frosting, then gives me a challenging look. I laugh, as much with relief at having averted another crisis as at her impish behavior. Wait as she takes a huge bite before following me to the door. I drop a kiss on the top of her head, and she gives me a chocolate-covered grin, cake crumbs stuck to her tiny little teeth. A second later, the lock clicks behind me, and I'm on my way down the stairs. I'm sure all that sugar is going to make her hyper enough to run across the ceiling, but what choice do I have? I'll just have to hope that she runs quietly. And even though I know that this morning's hiccup is only a small hurdle in the road that lies ahead, I'm feeling slightly victorious by the time I reach the kitchen. For the first time, I actually believe that I can do this. But as I join the others and see the image on the news, I realize it was all just an illusion. Because there's a lot more at play here than my ability to keep Alice fed and happy and quiet. Like keeping her safe, too. The storm on the TV screen seems to have doubled in size from the day before. Is that normal? Should I be concerned?
"I don't think we need to worry,"
Molly says, as if reading my thoughts.
"We had a cow on the farm named Lilith when I was growing up, and she was the sweetest thing."
Keith snorts and turns to look at her with one eyebrow arched high on his forehead.
My ex-wife is a Lilith. She seemed sweet at first, too. I wonder if we're talking about the same cow.
Molly's mouth rounds into an O at the joke, but like a grade schooler when the teacher curses, her delight is evident.
"You're bad."
She swats him on the arm. I can't help noticing the way her hand lingers on his sleeve, the way his crooked grin hitches a little higher as he threatens to cut her bacon rations for the week. Are they flirting? I feel the knots in my shoulders relax as they continue their banter, and realize they are. Surely that means they think there's nothing to worry about. But that's them. Me? Besides all the millions of things that I have to fear other than the storm, I have to find a way to keep the news off the TV before it's too late. Chapter 16. I inch closer to the window, stretch my neck as I struggle to peer outside without getting too close. Watch the world beyond for a moment, scanning for any signs of movement. Once I'm satisfied no one's out there, I grab my spray and rag and start cleaning the glass. I tell myself that I don't know why I'm being so paranoid, but how can I not? I can't remember the last time I felt safe, if ever. And after being cornered in the boathouse by Harvey yesterday, my pulse increases at the memory. Part of me feels ashamed that I've let the man have so much control over me. It's not right. I shouldn't be the one forced to make accommodations when he's the one with the problem. And yet that's part of being a woman, isn't it? Check your surroundings, look out for danger, be on guard, or be a statistic. It doesn't seem fair. It isn't fair. Glaring at a splotch of something sticky, I scrub harder. Life is like this unidentifiable goo. I didn't make the mess, but I'm the one who has to deal with it. My breath fogs the window as I move my hand faster and faster. I apply more pressure, and finally, just as I'm about to give up, whatever it is finally goes away. I know I should probably be learning some kind of lesson from this, like persevere and don't surrender, but there's no time, because who knows what the next window will bring. I step to the side and spritz the following pane. The glass squeaks as I wipe it clean. And wouldn't you know it, when I'm done, there's still something there. Sighing, I scratch at it with my thumbnail, only this time whatever it is isn't on the inside. Unlatching the locks, I lift the sash. Kneeling, I reach through the gap. Just as my rag makes contact, I hear the sound of gravel crunching underfoot. Snatching my arm back, I duck beneath the sill. I feel myself growing hot, until even the tips of my ears are burning. This is ridiculous. Here I am, cowering on the floor, and why? Because it might be Harvey? So what if it is? What's he going to do from down there, stare at me? Yet, despite the bravado of my thoughts, I have to work up my nerve before I manage the courage to straighten up and peek outside. When I do, I see one of the surfer twins shuffling down the path toward the main house. Body relaxing, I look around for my discarded rag so I can get back to work.
Mr. Farley?
It's spoken loud and sharp, like a gunshot. In an instant, my muscles twist back into knots. I press my back against the wall, grateful to be out of sight as Evelyn continues.
Was it you who I saw down at the beach this morning when you should have been working?
Cody, or Brody, replies,
No, ma'am.
Then it was your brother?
No.
Then I will be forced to dock both of your wages.
But that isn't fair.
No, Mr. Farley. What isn't fair is expecting your employer to pay for work that has not been done.
But I work late to...
Consider yourself and your brother on notice, she interrupts. Next time there won't be a warning.
Miss Evelyn, please. Our dad is sick. We need...
Perhaps you should have thought about that before you decided to skip out on your duties.
Evelyn's voice is so cold that the chill of it sends a shiver up my spine despite the heat.
Now, if I were you, I'd stop arguing and consider myself lucky to still have a job. For now.
There's a long pause before a reluctant,
Yes, ma'am.
I swallow hard, a lump rising in my throat. It's not that I don't get where she's coming from, because I do, but I also don't think she had to be quite so harsh about it. And I've seen the twins work late to make up for the time they goof off during the day, so it hardly seems fair. Evelyn's heels tap loudly across the porch. The door to the main house opens and shuts. A moment later, it sounds like all hell is breaking loose below. I raise my eyes above the sill, watching as whichever surfer twin Evelyn just chewed out
attacks the trunk of a palm tree, using a pair of hedge clippers as a baseball bat until his rage is spent. Then he shuffles back the way he'd come, disappearing into the landscaped jungle, leaving a scarred path of bark in his wake. Wow, he was really upset. Perhaps he's the wronged twin being punished for his siblings' actions. I was an only child. I can't imagine what it would be like, having to pay for someone else's transgressions. I've already spent a lifetime paying for my own. I flinch at a noise behind me, turning to see Molly emerge from the bathroom. If she thinks it's strange that I'm huddling on the floor under the window, she doesn't let on. She gives me a friendly smile, and gathering the bottom of her apron in one hand, she uses it to hold a collection of miniature toiletries from her cart to stock the bathroom she just finished cleaning. Pausing, she holds one of the tiny containers up to her nose and inhales deeply. Turning her head away, she grimaces and shudders. I feel my own expression bunch up as I watch, like I was the one who smelled something unpleasant. That bad? I ask. Huh? Oh, not really. Kind of smells like flowers. Gardenias, maybe? Then why the face? She gives me a silly grin. I had a teacher once who smelled the exact same. It's like she took a bath in a huge vat of perfume or something. One of my older brothers used to say she was a witch and that the scent was part of a spell she cast to cover up what she really smelled like. It kind of became a game for us to try and gross each other out by naming what that might be. I was just thinking of some of the worst suggestions. We were horrible. Molly shakes her head as if appalled by her own story, and I imagine the poor teacher might have been quite horrified if she'd ever caught on to what they were saying. But I'm not sure how I feel about it. Because Molly's just made me see the other side of the spectrum. What it would be like to have a sibling to laugh and have fun and get in trouble with, not for. And I have a feeling, judging from the warmth in Molly's voice, that even taking the blame for something someone else did might be worth it just to have that bond. I have no clue what I've missed out on, but I suspect it might be something special. It saddens me that Alice may never know either. On the way back to the bathroom, Molly peers out the window. Gesturing outside, she says, "Looks like he's enjoying himself." Joining her, I glance out to see one of the twins bouncing down the path on an ATV, pulling a cart full of plant debris. I wonder which of them it is, the one who just faced Evelyn's wrath, or the one who's about to, if she sees the way he's driving that thing. "Looks dangerous," I say, as the vehicle hits a rut and briefly catches air. She turns toward me, lips pursed and one eyebrow arched. "Oh, it is. Or at least it can be, but that's part of the fun." I don't comment, because my definition of entertainment fails to include the possibility of injury. But I suppose if I hadn't suffered so many, maybe I'd feel differently. It makes me think again about Molly's past, and how much it must have differed from my own. "Did you have one when you were growing up?" I ask. "I wish. My mom refused to let my dad buy one. She was worried one of us kids would break our neck. We had to use the tractor to get around if it was too far to walk. But one of my brothers got one for his kids." I can tell by her expression that there's more to the story. "And?" "Well, my nephew didn't break his neck, but he did break his arm when he hit the handbrake too hard and went flying over the handlebars." "Ouch." "Yeah." Molly's expression suddenly goes distant and wistful. "The only thing I regret about being so far from home is that I miss my nieces and nephews so much. I love those kids." She sighs and gives me a sad smile. "Sometimes I used to pretend that I was their mother. Anytime one of them was ill, I'd always volunteer to take care of them. My brothers and their wives always let me, too, because they didn't want the rest of the kids getting sick. I even thought about becoming a doctor.
Why didn't you? A funny expression clouds her face. It seems obvious I've struck a nerve. But just as I'm getting ready to apologize, she shakes her head, and whatever darkness I thought I saw vanishes, replaced by a silly grin.
I didn't have the grades for it. Spent too much time goofing off. But I really think I could have given it a good try. At least have become a nurse or something. Sometimes I even think about going back to school.
I think that you'd make a wonderful doctor or nurse. You should totally look into taking some classes. Molly's face lights up. She takes me by the hand and gives it a squeeze.
You're such a good friend. Like the sister I always wanted. I'd trade any of my brothers for you.
I look down at my fingers in hers, not sure how to feel. I'd always wanted a sister, too. But if Molly knew who I really was, I push the thought away. She can never find out the truth about me. No one can. Chapter 17. I give the sheet a crisp snap, watching as it floats down over the bed before me. Once it settles, I stretch one of the corners and tuck it under the edge of the mattress. Run my hand across the surface, smoothing out any wrinkles as I pull the next corner taut and tuck again.
I've been thinking.
Molly appears in the bathroom doorway. Leaning against the frame, she crosses her arms and looks at me. I glance up and give her a smile as I wait for her to continue. Over the last few days, I've learned that many Mollyisms begin with the phrase, "I've been thinking."
I've been thinking. Juice is kind of like a fruit's blood, isn't it? So if you drink juice, you're basically a vampire, right? I've been thinking, if the zombie apocalypse ever happened, would zombies go after smarter people first? Like, if someone was in the hospital brain dead, would that be enough to keep them safe? Or is it more of a preference about the type of meat thing, like people who eat chicken but not beef? I've been thinking, do you think it's true what they say that sometimes good people do bad things? Or do you think it's really that sometimes bad people mistakenly think that they're good? Like Miss Piggy, she's horrible and she doesn't even realize it. She's so bad, I bet she wouldn't even taste good as bacon, and I love bacon.
I never know what's going to come out of her mouth next. It's certainly made the work more enjoyable, even if I'll never be able to eat a slice of my favorite breakfast meat again without thinking about what she said. The fastest passing hours of my day are the ones I spend with her. But instead of the outlandish comments I've come to expect, what she says next takes me by complete surprise.
Once I get a few paychecks under my belt, I want to find a place to rent. Nothing fancy, and hopefully somewhere close enough to walk or ride a bike from. What do you think?
I sit on the unmade side of the bed, tracing a finger over the stitching in the mattress beside me. I know I should be happy for Molly, but a part of me feels, disappointed, I guess. I hadn't realized how much I'd come to rely on her to brighten my day. If she were to live off the island, she'd probably make new friends, ones much more fun and interesting than me. But I'm being selfish. Digging deep, I find a smile and say, "That's a great idea. I'm sure you'll find someplace great." Molly makes an exasperated noise and rolls her eyes at me.
No, you goof. I was asking if you might want to find a place with me and be my roommate. This is all contingent on the resort surviving the hurricane, of course, but, this place is pretty old, right? At least the main house is. Who knows how many storms it's withstood in the past. So I'm making plans for the future, full speed ahead.
She crosses the room until she's right in front of me.
"Darling Charlotte,"
she says in a dramatic voice. Dropping to one knee like she's proposing, she asks,
will you do me the honor of being my roommate?
I think about Alice upstairs, of finding a place where she didn't have to hide, somewhere she could have a little room of her own, maybe even a yard to play in when I was home. Molly totally isn't the type to watch the news, and kids Alice's age change so quickly as they grow. In a year, she might be completely unrecognizable from the girl she is today. If we could really put down some roots, stay in one place instead of bouncing around on the run, it seems almost too much to hope for. But would Molly really want to live with a little kid? She's so young, not even 20 yet. People that age want to party and live it up, right? I mean, normal people. People with options. People unlike me. I study her face, her earnest expression. She really wants to do this, be roommates. And maybe I'm deluding myself, but I think she'd be cool with the added responsibility that comes from having a child in the house. She's always talking about her nieces and nephews, how much she loves them, how cute they are, how she wants to have a ton of her own kids one day. Besides, by the time we both have enough saved up, it's possible I could afford a place of my own if she wasn't. I can't tell her about Alice until then, but I need this. The exhilaration of something to look forward to, of working with someone toward a common goal, the promise of a better future. Taking her hand, I dramatically swoon and say, "I do."
"Great, then,"
she says, sitting back on her haunches. Giving me her silliest grin, she adds,
"You can make all the beds there, too."
I snort a laugh.
"Seriously, but it'll be worth your while. Just wait and see. I can't cook, but I love to bake. Cookies, cupcakes, bread, you name it. If it has sugar in it, I'll make it for you, promise."
The idea conjures an image of Alice this morning, of the fit she was working herself up to throw before I bribed her with the chocolate cake for breakfast. I give Molly a smile, but suddenly my heart isn't in it. I barely register her chatter as she gets up from the floor and returns to work. I try to do the math in my head, but numbers have never been my strong suit. Even so, I know that based on what we get paid, even with pooling our money, it's going to take a long while before Molly and I can afford a place. What if I don't have the time it will take? If Evelyn discovers that I'm hiding a child in my room, she'll fire me for sure, and then that paycheck I'm counting on will be nothing but a memory. I've got to find a way to keep Alice happy. I've got to keep her quiet. And I've got to keep her unseen and safe. I just wish achieving those things didn't feel so impossible. Chapter 18. Molly and I have grown accustomed to keeping the door of the room we're working in closed and locked. Though we've never discussed the exact reason why, we both know it's because of Harvey. After I told her how he cornered me in the boathouse, we've both been on high alert. Just the possibility of the strange man wandering into the same space where I am, possibly catching me unaware, is enough to make my heart beat faster. But I've become lax, the locked door providing me with a false sense of security, which becomes obvious as soon as I unlock it and wheel my cart out into the hall, almost ramming it into Leo. "Oh!" I jump back, gasping, surprised by his presence here outside the room I'm working in, but equally shocked by the realization that it could have just as easily been Harvey. I really need to start looking through the peephole before opening the door. "I'm so sorry."
"No, it was my fault."
I give him a sidelong glance as I straighten my cart. What's he doing here anyway? Was he waiting for me? Giving him a tight smile, I set off toward the next room.
"Here, let me."
Leo falls into step beside me, his hand brushing mine as he grabs the handle and takes over steering, Instantly, a surge of heat flares beneath my skin. I feel a flood of annoyance as my cheeks burn, as much with myself as with him. Why do I have to blush so easily? It's embarrassing, and my embarrassment makes me want to run him off quickly before it has a chance to get any worse. But I can't. He gave me that cooler of food, and he's just trying to be helpful right now. Plus, he's my boss. I have to be nice. I sneak another peek at him. It's hard to tell without looking at him directly, but his cheeks might be as red as mine. That can't be right, though. What does he have to blush about? Leo's knuckles curl tighter on the handle as he stares straight ahead, mouth set in a grim line. I reach out gingerly and stop the cart. He turns to face me, his expression unreadable. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of how close we're standing, of the warmth radiating from his body, the rise and fall of his chest as he breathes, the way his gaze seems to be flitting between my eyes and my lips. This is me. I mean, this room, it's where I'm going. I have to clean in here next.
Oh.
He takes a half step backward, something like disappointment on his face, as I use my key to open the door and take the cart from him, wheeling it inside.
Hey, listen.
The words run into each other, like he's in a rush to get them out.
I want to apologize.
I freeze, literally. It feels like my bones have turned to ice as worst-case scenarios start running through my head, chief among them that he's here to fire me. For what? I stammer.
For yesterday. I feel like I overstepped. I did overstep, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I interrupt, relief defrosting my limbs. It's fine. I was rude. Last night, I lay awake thinking about what I might say, what I should say if the opportunity arose, but I honestly hadn't thought he'd want to talk to me after the way I blew him off. I'm the one who should be sorry. I was just embarrassed. He frowns, a deep crease appearing between his eyebrows.
As far as I can tell, you didn't do anything wrong.
I shrug, thinking about how incorrect that statement is.
The thing about Harvey is, he means well, but he has boundary issues.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I've told him to leave you alone. He shouldn't bother you again, but let me know if he doesn't keep his distance, okay? And...
He licks his lips. Even though I know I shouldn't, I can't help noticing how full they are, how soft they look. And what? I ask, breathlessly.
Here.
His eyes don't meet mine as he holds out a cooler I hadn't noticed him holding in his free hand. Oh, thank you, but I can't. You've done enough already.
Please, take it. I insist.
I laugh nervously as he passes it to me, wondering once again why he thinks I need the food. What's his angle? Placing the cooler on my cart, I say, "It's like you're trying to fatten me up for slaughter." A horrified look washes over his face. I'm kidding, I assure him. But seriously, thank you. His eyes are on my mouth again. His head lowers almost imperceptibly toward mine. Should I let him kiss me? Yes. I close my eyes, preparing for contact. But it doesn't happen. Instead, his fingers lightly graze my cheek as he tucks a stray strand of hair back into my braid. A shiver races down my spine and back up it, my skin tingling where he touched me. The shy smile on his face makes my toes curl inside my shoes, but then his hand drops and he turns away. I bite my tongue and swallow down my emotions, telling myself that it's for the best. Relationships, men, just complicate things, and the situation I'm in is difficult enough already as it is. I know I should be relieved he didn't kiss me, but as I watch him walk away, I find that I'm disappointed instead. Chapter 19. 5 years, 4 months ago. She lay on the floor, back already against the wall, helpless to escape, and watched as the decision was made. Their eyes turned dark, and an evil smile appeared just seconds before the well-aimed heel broke her arm in two. There was a moment of silence, following the sharp crack of the bone. Several seconds when she thought maybe she'd been mistaken about the severity of the injury, before the numbness receded and an overwhelming pain descended. This was different from what she'd experienced before. This was no pinch or slap or punch. It wasn't the bruising or the swelling or the bleeding she'd come to expect. Not the ringing of an ear or the throbbing of a nose. Not the sting of a split lip or the breathlessness of a kick to the gut. It was like being struck by lightning, an electric jolt that sent fire through her. Sweat slicked her skin as a throbbing agony overtook every cell of her body, matching her pulse beat for beat. Nausea twisted her stomach, threatening to make her ill. There was no question of tears. They were involuntary, coursing down her cheeks as she cradled the broken limb to her chest, fighting for breath against the shock and the hurt as a new feeling grasped her, overriding any physical sensation she was experiencing. Terror. Because a line had been crossed, one from which there was no recovering. She knew that from this point on, each strike would be a gamble for her life, and it was clear she wasn't the only one to understand. Afterward, they cleared their throat and shuffled back a step. For a second, she thought they might be as surprised by what had happened as she was. But the voice that followed was just as hard and cold as it had always been. "Make me a new slice of toast. I'll take you to the doctor when I'm done eating. And next time be more careful. You might not be so lucky if you fall down the stairs again." The meaning was clear. They'll kill her one day, of that she's certain. All this time she's been hiding, cowering behind a carefully constructed wall where she spends every day tiptoeing with the utmost caution. Afraid to speak, afraid to act, afraid to be. And if that isn't enough to keep her safe, nothing is. Chapter 20. I've spent the entire afternoon lost in a daze, going through the motions of dusting and vacuuming and making beds on autopilot, cleaning windows without actually looking at the glass, moving my cart from one room to another with no memory of doing so. I know I need to get my head out of the clouds, but I can't stop thinking about Leo. The way he looked at me, the way he made me feel. It's not something I'm used to. I can barely remember the last time a man took notice of me like that. Or, more accurately, that I took notice of a man. For the last several years, I've been so wrapped up in other, more important things. Safety, security, survival. I haven't had the luxury of letting myself become wrapped up in the normal experiences that other women my age get to have. Stumbling on the stairs, I catch myself before I go tumbling down. I lower myself carefully onto the riser and sit, taking a moment to collect myself. I can't even walk right, it's ridiculous. Romance is a hazard. It's a risk I can't take. I know this, but still, it doesn't keep me from wanting it any less. but it's not something I can allow myself to have. I owe Alice all of me, my full attention. It's a promise I made to us both, and I'm not about to break it. Besides, it's painfully obvious that I'm not equipped to deal with something like this. Grabbing the railing, I pull myself back to my feet. I've made up my mind. Leo is a friend, nothing more. No, not even that. He's an acquaintance, an employer, and that's all he can ever be. Alice needs me, he doesn't. I march up the remaining stairs, resolute in my decision, eager to wrap my arms around the little girl and give her a cuddle, to shower her with the attention and affection I've been forced to withhold all day. Alice is enough for me. She's all I need. Reaching the landing, I turn left toward my room and draw to a sudden halt. Someone's there in front of me. A man, standing in the shadows in front of my door. I glance around desperately, but we're alone. Of course we are. I'm the only one at the resort who has a reason to come up here. There's only a handful of cardboard boxes, not even the old furniture and junk gathering dust that you'd expect in an attic. There's nothing but my room, and inside it, behind a hopefully locked door, Alice. My heart pounds against the walls of my chest, like it's trying to escape. I have to do something. "What are you doing here?" I bark. His head jerks sharply in my direction. In the dim light filtering from the stairwell, I can just make out the black of his eyes under the brim of his hat. Harvey's hand drops from the doorknob back to his side. Gaze dropping to the floor, he takes a step back.
I was just checking on you.
I need to get him out of here, fast. No, you weren't. I move toward him aggressively, faking courage I don't really feel. I work until 5 downstairs. You know that. He shuffles farther away from me, away from the door, into a dark corner.
I wasn't doing anything wrong.
Remembering what Leo told me, I say, "You've been told to leave me alone, haven't you?" Still staring at the floor, Harvey removes his hat. He knots it between his fists, shoulders hunched, breathing heavy. "You need to go, now." I point toward the stairs like I'm ordering a dog off the couch. He inches forward, his back against the wall, keeping as much space between us as possible as he squeezes by me. I watch as he slinks down the steps, listening until the sound of his footfall has faded far below. Tears sting my eyes. My throat is painfully tight. My limbs feel poisoned by the fear that's spread beneath my skin. I'm trembling. I draw several deep breaths, trying to calm myself. After a few minutes, my pulse slows. My tears dry. The shaking stops. It isn't until I've fully regained my composure that I approach the door and do the secret knock that Alice is supposed to wait to hear before unlatching the deadbolt. 2 quick taps, 3 slow, another 2 quick. Almost instantly, the lock clicks. The little girl stands before me, eyes impossibly wide, obviously spooked. I make myself smile, then gather her in my arms, scooping her up from the floor. Relocking the door, I carry her to the bed, the springs squeaking as I sit heavily. I hold Alice on my lap, her head tucked under my chin, resting on my chest. I rock her gently, keeping up a constant whisper, telling her what a good girl she is, assuring her that everything is all right. Her muscles twitch as the tension slowly leaves her body. The poor thing must have been terrified. Closing my eyes, I focus on the way she feels in my arms, the weight of her tiny body against mine, her silky hair tickling my nose as I draw in a deep lungful of her scent. I'm supposed to be going down to dinner soon, but there's no way that I can leave her. Not now. Possibly not ever. How can I when I'm no longer sure she'll be safe? My mind races as I replay the scene over and over inside my head. Harvey's shadowed figure standing in front of the door, his hand curled around the knob. The guilty way he'd retreated, unable to meet my eyes. What was he doing? What would have happened if I hadn't shown up? The lock is old and brittle. It wouldn't stop anyone who really wanted to get in. I hold Alice until she goes slack in my arms, her stillness, the steady rhythm of her breathing, letting me know she's asleep. Even though the heat generated by the little engine of her body makes me uncomfortably hot, I find that I can't let her go. Everything I do is for her. Everything. There isn't anything I won't do to keep her safe. Chapter 21. The blinding Florida sun fills the kitchen with bright morning light, making last night almost seem like a distant memory. Almost, but not quite. I pause for a moment, letting my eyes adjust before leaving the cave-like stairwell. The room is silent, the TV in the corner of the room off. If there's one positive thing to come from my sleepless night, it's that. While everyone else was in their beds, I came downstairs and loosened every connection. It's tiny, but still one less thing to worry about right now. Only Keith and Leo are here. The hour's still too early for most of my coworkers to have come for breakfast. Half of them probably aren't even awake yet. Lucky them. I've yet to be asleep, too filled with worry and a newfound determination to take action to shut my eyes for long. Besides, there'll be time for that later, after I've accomplished what I need to do. Leo looks up as I enter, the smile slipping off his face when he sees me. I know how bad I look, my skin sallow, the dark circles under my bloodshot eyes. I pretend not to notice his attention, crossing the room to the coffee maker. But I can't help watching his reflection in the window as he gives Keith a clap on the shoulder before hurrying over to where I am.
Is everything okay?
He asks, lower lip jutting out in a frown. I ignore his question as I pour myself a cup of steaming caffeine and instead ask one of my own. Where's Evelyn?
I haven't seen her yet today.
I stare outside, refusing to look at him, and keep my voice low. I need to speak with her. Following my lead, his reply is barely audible.
Has something happened?
Tightening my jaw, I search for the strength I spent all night conjuring up, the confidence and determination that I'd managed to muster. But I feel so tired and worn down. It doesn't seem fair that I should have to deal with a creep like Harvey on top of everything else. And this is just going to make me seem like a complainer. Evelyn already thinks I'm difficult. I'll be lucky if she doesn't use this as an excuse to get rid of me. But I don't have a choice. I need to make sure that Harvey stops sniffing around. I have to keep Alice safe. Jutting my chin out, I repeat, I need to speak with Evelyn.
Charlotte.
I shake my head, blinking back the tears threatening to flood my eyes.
Is it me? Have I done something wrong?
I dart a glance at Keith, worried he's listening. Leo follows my gaze, then cups a hand gently along the back of my arm, using it to guide me into the pantry.
If I've done something to upset you, if that's why you didn't come to dinner last night.
I swallow hard, afraid to speak, worried that my voice will betray me. The words on a box of crackers on the shelf before me blurs. This is hard enough. I wish he'd just leave me alone.
Please, talk to me. Tell me what I can do.
Nothing, okay? I hiss. You've already tried to fix this. It didn't work. His eyes widen, then narrow as understanding dawns on his face. Nostrils flaring, he growls,
Was it Harvey? Did he do something to you?
Where is he?
He went to the mainland this morning. He said he needed to pick up some supplies. Why?
The first tear breaches the dam, slipping over my eyelid and trailing down my cheek. I stare down at my shoes and wipe it away.
Charlotte.
Leo's touch is feather light as he hooks a finger under the bottom of my chin. He lifts my face until I'm looking at him.
Please, you can trust me, I promise.
His expression is tense as he awaits my answer, obviously worried about what I might say. I'm fine, I whisper. He didn't actually do anything. He was upstairs in front of my door when I got off work last night. It scared me.
Leo curses. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault.
It is,
he says.
I told you I'd taken care of it, that he'd leave you alone.
Leo turns and glares out of one of the windows as if searching for Harvey. His neck pops as he stretches it to the side. He speaks through clenched teeth.
It won't happen again. I'll make sure of it.
But he can't. It's impossible to control another person's actions, no matter how badly you might want to. I've learned that lesson the hard way, repeatedly. As long as Harvey is out there, he's a risk. How? I ask.
You let me worry about that.
Protecting me isn't your job. Leo's expression softens as he looks at me. Despite my determination not to cry, another tear escapes. He gently brushes it away, keeps his palm cupped against my cheek as he looks into my eyes.
I won't let anything bad happen to you, I promise.
I want to believe him. I want to be that girl, the one in the books who gets rescued by her Prince Charming, the one who gets her happily ever after. Don't I deserve that? It feels like all I've ever done is struggle, and I'm just so worn out. Life would be so much easier if I didn't have to do everything on my own. And if Leo took care of Harvey for me, then Evelyn wouldn't have a chance to think that I was the problem. My job would be safe. And Alice. I don't realize it's happening until his lips are pressed against mine. The kiss is soft and sweet. It tastes of the cinnamon bun he ate for breakfast. And it's over much too quickly. My breath comes quick and shallow as he pulls away. I stare at his mouth, wanting it back against mine, craving the way he managed to silence my brain for a precious few seconds. But instead, he withdraws, retreating until he's almost left the pantry. He gazes at his feet, like he can't bring himself to look at me now. Did I do something wrong? Did he not feel the same jolt of electricity that I did? I take a step toward him, then stop when I see the stormy expression that's descended on his face.
Don't worry about Harvey,
he says, jaw tight, tone tense.
I promise you he'll never bother you again. I'll make sure of it.
As I watch him go, I realize I believe him. But for some reason, I'm not sure that makes me feel any better or safer. Chapter 22. 5 years, 4 months ago. Her leg jiggles nervously as she sits in the waiting room at the doctor's office, worming a finger under the edge of her cast, trying to get to an itch. But it's impossible. She can't reach. She needs something longer, thinner, something that won't break. She shivers as she looks around her, scanning the room for something that will work. It's too cold in here, both the temperature and the stark, impersonal decor. Prints of dried floral arrangements painted in shades of beige are hung on walls the same color, over chairs just several shades darker, the carpet a few shades darker than that. A scattering of magazines that appear as if they've never even been opened are artfully arranged on a shiny wood table that looks like it's never seen the condensation of a glass or the bottom of a shoe. A pamphlet holder, smudge-free, the folded papers it holds, all with neatly aligned, sharp edges. It looks more like a model display of a waiting room than a space where actual patients spend time. Then again, who's to say that any do? She's the only one here. Maybe it's a setup, some kind of social experiment designed to see how long she'll wait or if she'll make a mess. She cranes her head, trying to look through the glass partition where the receptionist had signed her in, wondering if the lady is still sitting in the rolling chair behind the desk. But the counter's too high. She'd have to stand to see, and she doesn't think she should do that. The air pressure in the room changes as the door opens, and she sits back quickly, not wanting to appear impatient or nosy, but it's not the one leading to the back. Another patient enters, one who looks much like herself, similar age, similar wary expression, similar cast. She averts her gaze, pretending not to watch as the girl crosses the room and checks in for her appointment. Tries to hear the conversation that passes between her and the receptionist, but she can't. Studies her hands in her lap as the girl turns from the counter to face the room. She can feel the girl's gaze as it lands on her, the heat of a curiosity as intense as her own. She fidgets, fighting the urge to look up, refusing to acknowledge that she's no longer alone, despite the soft sounds of the girl's steps on the carpet growing louder as she approaches. Her body tenses as the girl drops into the chair beside her. What the heck? Every single other seat in the room is empty. Hasn't she ever heard of boundaries? Strangers in an elevator pretending they occupy the space alone? That's a thing, right? Basic manners. But obviously this girl isn't concerned with things like that. She shifts uncomfortably, positive that the girl is staring at her. Squirms as she jabs a finger deep into her cast again, still unable to reach the itch. Finally, when she can't possibly take it anymore, she lifts her eyes. The girl's gaze travels over her face. She turns away again, knowing what she's seeing. The bruises, the swelling, the cast. What she's thinking. Awkward, clumsy, a klutz. The corners of the girl's mouth rise and fall so swiftly the smile could have been missed in a blink. Her nose twitches. Her voice is huskier than expected when she says, "I hope it was worth it." Her own voice cracks and breaks with disuse as she replies, "Hope what was worth it?" The girl gestures toward her injuries. "Whatever it was that you did to deserve that." She looks at the girl, really looks, taking in the split lip and the puffy eye, so like her own, before turning to face front again. I fell down the stairs. The tips of her ears burn with the lie. The girl beside her sniffs. The familiarity in her tone, that little something that had implied that maybe they were two of a kind, that they were sharing a secret, is gone as she says, "Yeah, me too." Several seconds pass before she clears her throat and adds, "Second time this year." Her head swivels sharply, but this time it's the girl who stares straight ahead. She watches as her throat stretches with a hard swallow. The air conditioner hums loudly, the only sound in the room. Then, so softly she can barely hear it, the girl asks, "Do your stares, do they tell you they love you afterward?" She recoils as if smacked. Something in her reaction must give her away. "Mine don't," the girl says sadly. "But I've heard that some do. A girl I met here last year told me that hers always did, that every time she found herself in here, things were real good for a while after." She licks her lips, wanting desperately to reply, to say the words she doesn't dare speak. The girl says them for her. "Things are never good for me." Her heart flutters in her chest. She's never met anyone like herself before. It's strangely comforting, knowing that she's not the only one, that there are others out there surviving the same that she's going through, that it can be done. They're worse for her, though. She's dead now. A million questions run through her mind, but she can't bring herself to speak. She can't trust that there won't be a betrayal, can't risk that it won't somehow backfire. The girl leans forward and shuffles her hand through the pristine magazines on the table before them. She grabs one, and a pen that had been hidden beneath the stack. She frowns down at her lap as she scribbles on the cover before ripping the corner off. "This is me." She slides the scrap of paper shyly across the arms of their chairs. "You can call if you want, but only if you're going to talk. None of that losing your nerve and hanging up crap, and only during the days and times I've listed. That's landed me in here once already." She flinches as the door opens and a nurse appears, calling her back for her examination. The girl stares blankly ahead, refusing to acknowledge her or the conversation that just took place. Her pulse races with the importance of the decisions she's faced with. Sliding her hand over the piece of paper, she palms it as she pushes herself to her feet. It burns hot against her skin as she shuffles across the room toward the nurse. Glancing back as the door shuts behind her, their eyes meet, and she knows nothing will ever quite be the same after this. Chapter 23. I touch my mouth for the 100th time today, remembering the feel of Leo's lips against mine, the way my skin tingled, how much I wanted to fall into his arms and forget all my troubles, the way he'd taken off only seconds later. I'm so confused. Does he like me? Does it matter? I know it shouldn't, that I should do my best to forget it ever happened, to move forward without looking back, to focus on the little girl upstairs who needs me. Nothing good can come from this. And yet, sighing, I sink to the edge of the bed and brush my fingers against my lips again. I'm suddenly aware of the silence as the sound of scrubbing from inside the bathroom ceases. I jump up, cheeks burning as I grab my duster and get back to work, knowing that at any second Molly will appear in the doorway. While I welcome the distraction my new friend will provide, the truth is, I'm conflicted. There's no denying that I've quickly formed an attachment to the younger woman, one that grows every day, and a part of me is dying to confess what happened. I envision what telling her might be like, excited whispers and giggles, the kind of rapport I can only imagine, a bit of normalcy gleaned from what I've seen on TV. But the other part of me, the part that's been beaten down by over 2 decades of reality and has come to expect the worst, doesn't dare. There are just too many ways that trusting someone could backfire. As much as it saddens me, I know that I'll keep this secret to myself, just like the rest of what I'm hiding. A second later, Molly enters the room. She leans against the wall, giving me that infectious grin of hers like she knows exactly what it is I'm not saying. I can't help smiling back. I might not be ready to completely trust her yet, but if there's one thing I can count on, it's Molly's ability to brighten my mood. Besides Alice, there hasn't been much good in my life, but it's already gotten to the point where I almost can't imagine my future without Molly in it. Which is probably why, as much as I long to tell her everything, I can't. I'm not sure I can trust even myself anymore. After all, it's not just me that I'd put at risk with the truth.
I was thinking, she says, and I know she's about to spring another hypothetical about our future apartment. We've already discussed color schemes, which she thinks need to be either muted and understated or big and bold. Her abhorrence of patterned furniture, unless we can find, like, a leopard print couch, which would be awesome, 'cause then I could get a matching pair of pajamas and blend right in. And her desire to have a potted plant, specifically one of those cacti with, like, the huge spikes. We could name him Zohan and keep him right next to the front door as kind of our home security system. That way, if anyone tried to get inside, we'd just pick him up and swing him at them and be all like, "You don't mess with the Zohan."
This time it's,
I think we should get a puppy, because it's nice caring for someone, you know? Plus, it would help keep us out of trouble, 'cause we'd be all like, "Oh, wait, I can't drive to Vegas tonight to go to that all-night rave, 'cause I've got to go home and feed Zohan."
I thought Zohan was the cactus.
Well, we won't know for sure which one will look like more of a Zohan until we meet them. But I'm sure that one of them will totally look like a Zohan. So, yeah, we'll definitely need both the cactus and a puppy. And maybe a kitten.
The opportunity is so perfect I can't let it pass. Or a kid, I suggest. Immediately, I bite the inside of my cheek, shocked by my own audacity. I shouldn't have said it. I should have thought before I opened my mouth. But still, I watch Molly's face closely, trying to gauge her reaction.
"Oh my gosh, yes!" she exclaims. "Do you think they'd let us have one?"
I feel a rush of relief as Molly chatters happily about the prospect of having a child live with us. And though she seems genuinely distressed about the idea that we may not be allowed to adopt one, I don't tell her about the little girl quietly waiting in a room over our heads for our fictional apartment to become a reality. For now, it's enough just to know that she's open to the idea. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that plans change. And while I may see Molly as having a definite place in my future today, there's no telling what will come tomorrow. All I know for sure is that for now, the best way to keep Alice safe is to keep her hidden. Chapter 24. I hurry down the stairs, rolling an ankle painfully in my haste. My foot shoots off the step, and I slide down several risers before managing to grab onto the railing to stop my fall. My heart spasms in my chest, the steep decline in front of me wavering as a rush of vertigo sweeps over me. Tightening my grip, I take a moment, panting as I struggle to catch my breath. Once my vision has fully returned and I'm sure my footing is sound, I continue my descent, this time slower. I'm already late for dinner. What's another couple of minutes if it means arriving in one piece? Rounding the landing from the second floor, the sound of voices carries up into the stairwell from the kitchen below. I feel a surge of relief that I'm not the last one to the table, that I won't be the only one facing Evelyn's wrath. But something about their tones makes my muscles tense. What if they heard Alice upstairs throwing a fit? I press myself against the wall, debating. And though I know I should stay where I am, safely concealed beyond the reach of light, I can't. If they're aware that I have Alice hidden in my room, if they're discussing what to do, I need to find out. I creep forward until the garbled conversation clears into distinct words.
I can't do that.
Keith hisses.
I won't.
You can, and you will.
Evelyn replies icily.
It's my reputation on the line. If guests discover that I'm pulling a bait-and-switch, not to mention it's illegal. No, the menus say Wagyu. Either change them, or that's what I'm going to serve.
Evelyn huffs a laugh, as if he's a child who's amused her.
If we don't have the budget for the more expensive cut, where do you think we're going to get the money to print new menus?
That's not my problem.
Oh, but it is.
Their shadows dance on the wall before me. Evelyn's stalking forward, closer to Keith's, like a demon cornering its prey.
You'll serve what I tell you to serve if you want to keep this job. Cross me, and I'll make sure you never work as an executive chef anywhere else ever again. By the time I'm through with you, you won't even be able to find a job flipping fast food burgers.
You wouldn't.
Try me.
It's so quiet that the sound of the air pushing through the AC vents sounds thunderous. I cup a hand over my nose and mouth, sure I'm being too loud. That the two people standing in absolute silence below will hear me, will know that I've heard them. I'm afraid to even swallow as the standoff continues. Finally, the larger shadow slumps in defeat.
Whatever.
That's what I thought.
I watch Evelyn's shadow retreat until it disappears, yet still I'm hesitant to move. But the clock is ticking. The longer I wait, the later I am. I creep down the last few steps and peer around the corner. Keith has his back to me, muttering under his breath in the kitchen. There's the hiss of metal as he draws a large, dangerous-looking knife from a wooden block. He stares at it for a long moment, then pulls a sharpener from the drawer, the blade rasping loudly as he draws it across, honing it as he continues grumbling to himself. There's no way I can go down there now. Not while he's still so angry. I tiptoe back up to the second-floor landing, hurrying down the hallway and descending the main stairs at a jog. Slipping into the dining room, I keep to the edge along the wall as I slink to my chair, doing my best to remain unnoticed, but no such luck. Brooke, looking like she just sucked on a lemon, tracks my progress, being purposefully obvious about it until she's drawn Evelyn's attention to me as well. I drop my head and lower my gaze to the floor at the sharp look she gives me, mumbling an apology as I drop into my seat.
Perhaps I've been unclear in the past when I've said that dinner is at 6:30,
she says in a cold voice.
Perhaps a better way to put it would be to say that in the future those who want to eat will do the rest of us the courtesy of being punctual. And if they can't be bothered with that, the rest of us won't be bothered if they go hungry.
I apologize again, staring down at my plate, feeling helpless, knowing that it's not my fault, not her mood or my late arrival, but it's not like I can confess to what kept me. I wish that the grand opening would hurry up and come, making our employee dinners a thing of the past. Molly gives me a sympathetic smile as she passes me a dish of roasted carrots. I put a scoop on my plate, even though my appetite has vanished. Taking a dinner roll from the basket, I busy myself with tearing it into tiny pieces, straining my ears for sounds coming from above. Blessedly, it's silent. Though Alice had worn herself out completely with her fit and fallen asleep before I left, who knows how she'd respond if she woke before I returned to the room. My throat tightens at the thought of the little girl's face, purple and screwed up in anger as tears streamed down her cheeks, tiny feet and fists striking out as she flailed on the bed, refusing to be calmed or consoled. The fear I'd felt, not so much that she'd hurt me, but that she'd be overheard. Sound travels strangely in this old building. Luckily for now, it seems the crisis has been averted. But what about next time? It's getting harder and harder to keep her entertained, let alone happy, while I'm gone all day. I think again of trying to find a way to get her a change of scenery, to sneak her out for a bit of fresh air, but it's too risky. I can't afford to slip up. There are people here who would like to see me gone. As if to prove my point, Brooke's satin ballet-slippered foot strikes my shin under the table. My head lifts involuntarily, and I find her looking right at me, watching for my reaction. "Oh, was that you? Oh, sorry." But the smirk on her face tells me that she's not sorry at all. It seems a ridiculously juvenile move, as is her next, which is to hold my gaze as she leans across the empty seat beside her to wrap a hand around Leo's bicep, pulling him toward her as she whispers into his ear. It's obvious the kick was just to draw my attention and ensure I was watching the real transgression. I tell myself to look away, but I can't. My throat grows even tighter as Leo smiles. Is it a polite smile or an interested one? I can't quite tell. My hands curl into fists beneath the table, wishing I could push Brooke's pretty face into the mashed potatoes on her plate.
"Sit up straight and keep your hands to yourself,"
Evelyn barks. Brooke's skin pinkens as she bolts upright, back into her own space.
"It's called having a bit of class, dear."
The term of endearment does nothing to disguise the disgust in Evelyn's voice.
"You should try it. Haven't you heard that no one's interested in buying the cow when they can get the milk for free?"
Brooke looks mortified as she stares down at her lap, cheeks blazing, tears gathering in her eyes. I glance away quickly, not wanting to make her humiliation any worse. There's no denying that she isn't my favorite person, but my heart goes out to her. Evelyn's punishment was too harsh for the crime. But the sound of her heavy breathing draws my attention back. Brooke's eyes have narrowed into slits. Her jaw is tense and slung forward, lips pressed so tightly together they've blanched white as she glares at Evelyn with pure hatred.
"Where is Harvey, anyway?"
the woman asks, gesturing toward the empty chair between Leo and Brooke, where he usually sits, oblivious to the loathing aimed at her. Leo clears his throat.
"He hasn't returned from the supply run yet."
His eyes dart to mine to see if I heard. I feel a strange chill take hold of me as I look at him. Evelyn makes a grunting noise as she frowns.
"Shouldn't he be back by now?"
Leo shrugs.
"It's possible he ran into some traffic."
"Did he call to say he'd be late?"
"Not that I'm aware of."
Her frown deepens.
"That's not like him. Usually Harvey can be counted on to do what he's supposed to."
I'm assuming the implication is that the rest of us can't. But the insult is inconsequential, sliding off me like rain down a window. Honestly, it would be ideal if Harvey never returned. I can't pretend that it wouldn't. But I also can't help but remember Leo swearing that he'd make sure that Harvey would never bother me again. And a dark little part of me wonders if Harvey's absence means that he's kept his promise. Chapter 25. 5 years, 3 months ago. The phone is slick from the sweat on her palm, feels hot from being in her grasp for so long while she works up her nerve. She watches it suspiciously, as if it might ring, as if somehow they might sense what she's up to from wherever they are. She knows they wouldn't approve. Which is why this is such a reckless decision. But she can't let that stop her, because she's lived by every rule. Scratch that, she hasn't actually been living. She's just been waiting for the next instruction, the next task, the next time she fails to obey or messes up, or they're simply having a bad day and the punishment comes. But she's not alone. And now that she knows that, she needs to know more. Drawing a deep breath, she allows herself to finally lift the portable phone from its base and carry it over to the front window so she can keep watch. If she's going to do this, she needs to make sure she doesn't get caught. She takes the slip of paper, creased and worn and slightly dampish from being handled so much, from her pocket, swallows down a large lump of nerves, and dials. Immediately, she regrets the decision. She should hang up. Then she remembers what the girl had said. Only call if you're going to talk. None of that losing your nerve and hanging up crap. And only during the days and times on there. That's landed me in here once already. She's not entirely sure which day it is. Has no idea if it's one that will get the girl in trouble. But better a virtual stranger than herself, right? Her finger hovers over the disconnect button just as the call is answered. She sucks in a startled gasp at the sound of the familiar voice, one that sounds as timid as she imagines her own would if she could find the nerve to use it. "Hello," the girl repeats. Silence for a heartbeat. 2, 3, then a whisper. Is this the girl from the waiting room? She still can't bring herself to answer. She doesn't know what she hoped to accomplish, but whatever it was, all it will do is get her in trouble. She needs to hang up immediately, pretend this never happened, only she can't bring herself to do it. Oh no. Her own pulse picks up speed at the sound of fear in the other girl's voice. I've got to go, but listen. I go to the grocery store on Green Street every Thursday at 10 a.m. Meet me there if you want to talk. The call ends suddenly. She stares at the phone in her hand as if it will allow her to see what's happening at that other house, where another girl, one like herself, might be paying the price this very moment for taking a risk for her. And she knows she has to do it. She has to find a way to meet the girl. She needs someone in this world to see her, to know her, before she leaves it. Chapter 26. I stifle a yawn as I lumber down the stairs, my limbs heavy, my head swaddled in the fog of another restless night. The bit of sleep I did get was plagued by bad dreams, nightmares in which Alice and I were running from shadowy figures without faces. I'd woken sweating and gasping, heart thundering from the terror. I can still feel the fear weighing me down like a hangover, leaving me groggy and wary. The remnants of the emotion are a toxin in my system, infecting me with a feeling of impending doom that I can't shake. I pause on the bottom step, reluctant to join my co-workers. the last thing I want to do is be social. Even the thought of facing Leo or Molly right now seems too much to bear. I know the nightmares weren't real, but obviously my subconscious is trying to work something out, and until it does, I feel reluctant to trust anyone, including myself. It's not as if my judgment hasn't failed me before in the past. Entering the kitchen, I head straight for the coffee pot in the corner. I glance at the TV as I pour a cup, seeing that once again someone has gotten it working. I shouldn't have just loosened the wires. I should have taken care of the problem once and for all and cut the power cord. But that would have been too obvious. My stomach clenches, dreading what's drawn everyone's attention so completely to the screen. I tiptoe closer so I can see, ready to bolt from the room, but it's not what I feared. But that doesn't make it any less sickening. As I stare in horror at the huge mass the weather forecaster is pointing to, it's obvious that I need to reprioritize the threats I have to worry about. My grip weakens and wobbles, sloshing steaming liquid onto my hand. I hiss, setting the mug down, blowing absently on the burn as I try to make sense of what I'm seeing, because that thing on the screen can't possibly be the hurricane, can it? Vicious shades of red and orange surround the almost black center of a swirling maelstrom that seems to have absorbed the entire equatorial portion of the Atlantic. It looks like a demonic eye. You can practically feel the violence of it. If I thought my dreams last night were something to fear, I was mistaken, because this is true terror. The meteorologist, a petite woman with a blonde bob and button nose, changes the display. The storm fades into shades of gray as a series of colored lines appear. All of them, every single one, lead to the lower half of Florida's east coast. My hearing goes fuzzy. The sounds of my coworkers as they curse and trade comments fading into a distant murmur that fails to compete with the sound of my rushing pulse. I feel simultaneously too hot and too cold, my skin numb and tingly. The picture changes, this time showing past video footage from a storm of similar intensity. I can't tear my eyes away from the screen, not even as Evelyn enters the kitchen. I barely notice the sudden stop she comes to when she sees the hurricane model on the TV. Her sharp intake of breath, the way the color seeps from her face. Not that I can blame her. My bladder spasms as I watch towering waves lash against a shore, chunks missing from buildings as they recede as if they had taken a bite. Whole trees join other jetsam, rushing down flooded streets. The draggled survivors sort through the wreckage of homes that have been annihilated. I need to get out of here. Not just this room, but this place. I need to take Alice and run, find somewhere safe. But I don't even have enough money to afford the gas to get us back to the mainland. Maybe we should take our chances anyway. See how far we can get. Shelter in my car. As I watch vehicles get tossed about like toys in a bathtub on the TV, I realize that's not an option.
Are you okay?
Leo asks, his fingers touching lightly against my forearm. I stare at them for a moment in confusion. I hadn't heard his approach, hadn't even registered the presence of another body so close to mine, which is so not like me. Taking my silence as shock, he says,
"Hey, everything's gonna be okay, I promise. We'll start evacuating you guys in another day or two. I'll take you to the mainland myself."
That's right. When the hurricane first formed what was still just a distant threat and not a guarantee, Keith had said that they'd use the guest vans to take most of the staff to the mainland. Only a select few would stay behind to weather the storm.
I'll even make sure You're on the first trip I make.
He grimaces.
I'll have to make 2 if Harvey doesn't return with the other van.
He still hasn't come back? I ask. I remember my suspicions from last night, how I'd wondered if Leo was behind the other man's sudden disappearance. But as Leo says, no, his eyes never leaving mine, I realize that I don't believe he is. So then, where is Harvey? Why hasn't he returned? Do you think he left because of what happened? I whisper, casting a worried glance in Evelyn's direction. Luckily, her attention still seems to be glued to the TV. Leo runs a hand through his hair, his gaze dropping to his shoes.
It did cross my mind. He was probably worried you'd tell.
He looks back up at me.
Which was absolutely the right thing to do. This just confirms that he probably had bad intentions. Charlotte, if he does come back, I want you to promise that you'll come find me immediately.
I nod my agreeance.
At least we won't have to worry about him while you're on the mainland. He won't know where you are.
My stomach clenches, and as nausea claws its way up my throat, I'm thankful that I haven't eaten. Because as terrified as I am by the hurricane barreling toward us, I can't leave. Not without Alice. And even if I could find a way to get us both to the mainland, with everyone in the state paying such close attention to the news right now, it's a huge risk. I lick my lips, suddenly dry and chapped feeling. Are you staying here? I ask, hoping and praying that he'll be among the skeleton crew to remain.
Yeah, I kind of have to. I'll drive back after I finish getting everyone over to the mainland.
Then I'm staying too, I say, with a resolution I don't feel.
No, Charlotte, you don't have to.
He looks at the others, then angles his back toward the rest of the room, blocking them from my view. He lowers his forehead against mine, running his fingertips along my cheek. His thumb touches against my lips.
You should go with the others. I want you to. I need to know that you're safe.
Covering his hand with my own, I shake my head forcefully, trying to keep the tears I feel building from welling in my eyes. I'm staying. End of story. But the truth is, I don't have a choice. I don't have money for the gas it would take to get Alice away from here, much less to provide her with food or shelter. And if someone recognized her, the risk is just too great. As much as I want to, I can't run away this time. This is one monster I'll have to stay and face. Chapter 27. The sense of doom I woke with has failed to lift. Instead, it's stayed with me all day, seeming to grow with each tick of the clock. And though I suspect it has more to do with the threat of the hurricane than anything or anyone else, that knowledge does little to quell my nerves. Even my time spent with Molly, which normally does wonders for my mood, hasn't helped. The younger woman's usual joviality has vanished, replaced instead by a case of nerves almost as bad as my own. The two of us have barely managed to get any work done today. If Evelyn were to walk in on us right now, we'd be screwed, especially me. I've done nothing but sit on the edge of this bed for the last half hour. I need to go check on Alice, but I can't bring myself to do it. I'm afraid she'll take one look at me and know that something's wrong. I can't risk upsetting her until I've worked out what to do. But I can't just keep sitting here listening to Molly shuffle around the bathroom either. Molly? I call. Her face instantly appears in the doorway. Her eyes are wide, the whites showing, flashing like a spooked horse. She chews on her bottom lip, where a raw spot has already started to form. She's been such a good friend to me in the short time that I've known her. Such a comfort. The least I can do is return the favor. And who knows, maybe I'll even be able to say something that will make us both feel better. Come sit, I say, patting the bed next to me. She practically leaps across the room, dropping heavily beside me. She's close, much closer than she'd normally be, well within my personal space. I have to lean my torso back so I can turn to face her.
I'm freaking out, she says, stating the obvious. Like, seriously.
I offer her a weak smile. About the storm?
Yeah, about the storm. Are you kidding me? Did you see the size of that thing?
I nod, swallowing hard. She huffs a laugh, though it sounds more like a moan.
You know, I haven't been home to see my family since I took off almost 2 years ago. Now kind of seems like the perfect time to plan a visit, huh?
I'm sure they'd love to see you, I say.
Yeah.
Why don't you do it then? I bet Evelyn would give you a few days. Molly looks at me like I'm crazy.
I can't go back there.
Why not? Her gaze darts to the side, like the answer's hiding in the corner. After a long pause, she says,
Because if I go back, you know they'll never let me leave, right?
Well, I'm sure they'd...
No, seriously, you don't understand.
Her face turns pink as her eyes fill with tears. Her lower lip trembles. She opens and closes her mouth several times like there's something she wants to say but just can't bring herself to share it. Finally, swallowing hard, she says,
There's like something in the water. It's not even water, it's Kool-Aid.
She nods her head like she's agreeing with herself.
You turn on the tap and it just flows out, and if you take even one sip, you're stuck there wasting your life in that tiny little town where nothing ever changes and no one ever does anything besides have kids and pay taxes and die. And the thing I really don't get is that they're happy about that. Happy to do nothing with their lives but stagnate. I just can't do it.
She pushes to her feet and paces across the room, walks back and flops onto the bed again, stares at me with an uncomfortably intense look in her eyes.
I can't drink the Kool-Aid.
Then don't, I say, taking her hand, pulling it away from where she's digging at her cuticles. Though I don't want to pry, I suspect there's more to the story than what she's saying.
But I'm scared.
With those 3 words, her tone, her demeanor, even her expression are almost exact replicas of the 3-year-old girl I'm hiding upstairs. The one I should be with right now. Oh, Malls. Wrapping an arm around her shoulder, I draw her to me. We're all scared.
Not you.
Are you kidding me? I laugh. I'm scared every day. And not just about the hurricane either.
About what, then?
I'm glad her head is against me, that she can't see my face right now. You have nothing to worry about, okay? The storm is still days away. It could still turn and take another path. She exhales noisily.
Not likely. And look at this storm surge.
She grabs her phone from her apron pocket, jabs it on, and plays me a video. A giant wave of destruction rushes over the earth, destroying everything in its path. Palm trees, cars, even houses join the seething mess. My mouth goes dry, and I feel lightheaded.
And this.
She plays another video. This one showing an oceanfront condo, the sand beneath it eroded away. As we watch, a cloud of dust mushrooms as it tumbles, collapsing into ruin like a bomb has exploded. I cover the screen with my hand, pushing it down where neither of us can see it. That's not going to happen.
You can't know that for sure.
But I do. When the time comes,
Leo is going to drive you to the mainland, and you're going to check into a nice, safe hotel far away from the shore where the water can't reach you, and it'll be someone else's job to clean the bathrooms. Her cheek twitches against my shoulder. She raises her head and looks at me. Though her grin is a ghost of the one she usually wears, it's a start. And make the beds? With all the people evacuating, there'll be so many beds to make, and you won't have to do a single one, I promise. Her smile grows a little brighter. That does sound kind of nice, like a mini vacay. Thanks for talking me down. Not a problem. Guess I better get back to work. She stands, gives my shoulder a squeeze before heading back to the bathroom. But, oh. She stops in the doorway and turns toward me, though her face is lowered over her phone as she types. No more videos, but I'm going to text you this one article I found about safety measures you're supposed to know about. There. She looks up. Did you get it? I'll have to look for it later. I don't have my phone on me. Molly looks absolutely stricken, even worse than when she was making herself ill worrying about the hurricane. You don't have your phone on you? I wonder if she'd feel any less shocked if I told her it was a cheap pay-as-you-go with hardly any money left on it, but I can't. She might have questions. Instead, I shrug. I left it in my room, but it's fine, I'm sure I got it. I'll take a break in a few minutes and look at the link then, I promise. But she still appears horrified. I'd feel naked without my phone, worse than naked. The only problem I have with being nude is that there's no place to put my phone. I laugh as she backs away into the bathroom, shaking her head in disbelief. At least I've done one thing right today. Molly's back to normal. But the victory I feel is short-lived. Those videos she played me were terrifying, even worse than what they showed on the news earlier. I can't even imagine the footage being from real life instead of a film, much less experiencing it. Thinking about that huge wave swallowing everything in its path, I shudder. It would be a miracle to survive something like that, even if you could swim. A bolt of resentment strikes through me. I immediately feel ashamed of myself. It's not Alice's fault that I brought her here, that a giant storm is coming and we can't leave. I look up at the ceiling above my head, knowing that she's up there somewhere, and that if she weren't, everything would be different.
Chapter 28. Usually, the closer it gets to dinner, the more anxiety I feel. Sitting at a table with strangers, being forced to make polite conversation, leaving Alice alone yet again. It's not as blatantly menacing as the shadowy figures from my nightmares last night, but it's no less daunting. Tonight, though, something's different. Maybe it's the approaching storm, or my guilt, or maybe just that my boundaries are lowering as I develop a true affection for some of these people. Dare to hope that I might actually be able to potentially trust a couple of them. But for once, I'm looking forward to the companionship of my coworkers. I glance over at Alice, curled on her side on the bed, facing the wall. She's been like that since I came back after work. Even though I snagged her a cookie from the kitchen on my way up, she's hardly even looked at me. The aroma of melted chocolate and vanilla drifts from where the confection sits untouched on a napkin on the bedside table. I feel like she's trying to punish me for not checking on her enough today. I keep reminding myself how young she is, but she has to cut me some slack. I'm doing the best that I can. I feel completely overwhelmed, physically and emotionally drained. What more does she want from me? And if she thinks that pouting is going to accomplish anything, well, at least she's being quiet. I'd choose pouting any day over her throwing another tantrum. Still, it hurts my heart not to see a smile on her face. I saw another of those big iguanas today that I was telling you about, I say, watching the reflection of her narrow back in the mirror as I braid my hair. This one was running. It was so funny looking. Nothing. No reaction at all. I was thinking maybe if you want, I could try and catch one for you. You could keep it as a pet. Her shoulder twitches in a half-hearted shrug. I turn to stare at her, racking my brain for something I can do to cheer her up, but it's no use. She's in a funk. Only time will make this better. All right, then. I guess I'm going down. I'll be back in a bit. Will you come lock the door for me? She makes no effort to move, doesn't even acknowledge that she's heard me. I chew the inside of my cheek, debating. I really should have her lock the door, but with Harvey gone and everyone else downstairs at dinner, the risk of someone wandering in and finding her is minimal, whereas the chance of starting a battle if I insist on her obeying right now is almost guaranteed. I decide to let it slide. With any luck, she'll have sulked herself out by the time I get back. My palm slides over the banister as I jog down the steps, and for once I arrive at dinner with plenty of time to spare. So early, in fact, that I'm the first one there. Not wanting to wait by myself, I duck back into the kitchen to keep Keith company. It smells amazing in here. Need some help? I ask, leaning up against the counter behind him.
All set, thanks.
He glances in my direction, catches me in the act of reaching for a roll. I give him a guilty grin and hold my hands up. He smirks.
Go ahead and help yourself.
I grab one and tear off a piece, popping it into my mouth.
You've been here the longest, haven't you?
I ask, mouth half full. Keith shrugs.
Not here, like the resort, but I was born and raised in the Keys.
I shove another bite in my mouth, this one larger, forcing me to wait a moment before speaking, because I have a lot of questions and he might have the answers. The issue is, will I want to hear them? Possibly not, but I think that I need to. I need to know how much danger I'm exposing Alice to by keeping her here during the hurricane. So, everyone's going a bit crazy over this storm, huh? He snorts.
Just be glad you're only dealing with the people here. You say the word hurricane and it's like this magical spell that makes everyone lose their mind. Soccer moms and CEOs getting into fistfights over the last jug of water.
Does it really get that bad?
Oh yeah. It's like they're just waiting for an excuse to act like crazies.
But it'll be safe here, right? For those riding it out? For the first time ever, Keith turns toward me, giving me his full attention. He's silent a moment as he studies me, curiosity plain on his face.
You know you don't have to ride it out, right? The resort's paying for hotel rooms on the mainland for the staff who want to evacuate.
Yeah, I know.
You're not staying because Leo is, are you?
I feel a rush of heat flood my face and know that my cheeks must be bright red. I hadn't realized we'd been so obvious.
Don't worry, I don't think anyone else has noticed. Too wrapped up in their own stuff. But if you're asking my opinion, what I think you should do?
He draws a deep breath.
Normally, these things don't worry me. I've lost count of how many I've weathered. Never even thought about evacuating before, but Lilith? She's a monster. There's no telling how bad it'll be.
Keith looks around the room, a small smile on his lips, gives the hood range over his cooktop an affectionate stroke as he says,
Now this place, she's held her own over the last century. She's a sturdy girl.
In a flash, the smile vanishes. Locking his eyes on mine, he says,
But if you have even the slightest doubt about staying, you should go.
The piece of roll I'd been swallowing catches in my throat. My first cough dislodges the food, but I still feel like I'm choking. Tears gather in my eyes as Keith pats me on the back.
Charlotte?
My name sounds like a stern reprimand. I look up to find Evelyn standing in the doorway. Her head tilts a little as she stares at me, as if shocked to see me here. I suppose I am usually the last one to arrive, not the first.
Go ahead and make yourself a plate. You may take it to your room to eat.
I feel my eyes bulge. Am I in trouble? I try to think of something I might have done wrong, but can't come up with a thing. Not unless she knows about... Her cold eyes move from me to Keith.
Have everyone take their food with them tonight, yourself included. There'll be no staff dinner this evening.
Everything all right? Keith asks. His disbelief is clear in his tone. The woman who had previously forbidden us to bring food to our quarters is now ordering that we do so.
I have other things to do, more important things to concern myself with right now.
She flaps a hand at us dismissively, already halfway through the door.
Can I make a plate for you?
Keith calls after her.
No. Thank you. I'm afraid I don't have much of an appetite.
Once she's gone from view, Keith gives me a look, eyebrows raised.
See, told you. People hear a hurricane is coming and they lose their mind. Not even our fearless leader is impervious.
I take the plate he hands me from the stack on the counter and stare numbly at the food he gestures me toward. What just moments ago had seemed so tantalizing now has absolutely no appeal. Evelyn isn't the only one who's lost her appetite. Fear has a way of doing that to you. Chapter 29. I wake up, drenched in sweat. Groaning, I flip back the edge of the sheets to cool off and raise the back of my arm to my forehead. Almost immediately, I feel a chill from the draft of air pushing through the AC vent, and though my skin feels clammy, it isn't hot. Then, from the bed beside me, I hear an almost imperceptible sniff. "Alice?" I whisper, not wanting to risk waking her if she's still asleep. "Yeah?" Her tone is laced with unshed tears. "Are you all right?" She sniffs again. "My tummy hurts." I reach up and pull the cord dangling from the ceiling, switching on the light. The girl's face is bright red. Moisture coats her brow. I don't need to touch her to confirm, but I do anyway, pressing my lips to her damp forehead. "Sweetie, you're burning up. Why didn't you say something?" "Because you're mad at me." I open my mouth to respond, but words fail me. When she'd been so quiet earlier before dinner, I'd assumed she was pouting. I wasn't mad, but was I short-tempered with her? Probably. Should I have made more of an effort earlier to draw her out, to get to the root of what was wrong? Most definitely. I feel horrible. It doesn't matter how overwhelmed I've been, she's my priority. Once again, I've failed. "Oh, honey, I could never be mad at you." She eyes me like she doesn't believe me. A tear leaks onto her ruddy cheek. I brush her damp hair back from her face, wondering what I should do, what I can do. I have no idea where the nearest urgent care doctor is, and even if I did, I can't afford to take her. An emergency room would have to see her regardless of payment, but is it worth the risk of sneaking her out for what might just be a fever and a stomachache? And what if I'm not back by the time my shift starts tomorrow? I think about Molly, the sparkle in her eyes as she talked about caring for her nieces and nephews, especially when they were sick. Reluctantly, I open the drawer of the nightstand, chew on my lip as I stare at the phone. I hadn't planned on telling her about Alice yet. I wanted to wait until I had enough money to not be in a bad situation if, for some reason, she reacted poorly and told Evelyn. But I'm not sure I can handle this alone. I type a message, telling her I need her help, begging her to come to my room. My thumb hovers over the send button. Maybe I'm being too rash. I mean, it's not the first time she's been sick. Kids get ill all the time. Sometimes it's best to just wait and see while the bug runs its course. Alice rolls suddenly. I hear the splash hit the floor seconds before the stench of it burns my eyes. I hit the send button and drop the phone back in the drawer before going to comfort the child. Oh, baby. I rub her back while she gets sick again, wincing at the thought of the mess that awaits me. You want a bath? I ask when she's done. She shakes her head. How about some water? When she nods, I go to the bathroom and fill a cup from the tap, bringing back a couple of towels with me. Once she's done drinking, I clean her up the best that I can and press a damp cloth to her forehead to help cool her down. But her soft skin feels so hot. I've never been a good judge of these things. I'm worried that her fever is dangerously high. I need to find a thermometer and get some supplies to clean up the mess. Do you want me to see if I can find you a ginger ale? And maybe some crackers? Alice nods before turning away from me, curling onto her side the way she'd been earlier, and I feel a stab of panic at the thought that maybe she's in that position because it helps alleviate the pain. What if this is something serious like appendicitis? I jog down the stairs, moving as quickly as I can without waking up the rest of the building. My bare feet slap against the tile as I reach the kitchen. Moonlight spills through the windows, lighting the way as I race to the pantry. I remember seeing a box hanging on the wall when I was in here with Leo, a white one with a red cross on it. Please let it be a first aid kit. Snatching the box from the wall, I carry it to the countertop and flip it open, run my hand through the contents as I rummage for a thermometer or anything else that will help. All I find is gauze and bandages, medical tape, and a pair of dull scissors.
Charlotte.
I jump, gasping at the sound of my name. Spin to find Leo just a few feet behind me. Had I really not heard his approach, or had he purposely been silent?
What are you doing?
He asks. I'm grateful for the dark as I feel a blush heating my cheeks. He takes a step closer and looks behind me to see what I'd been doing. Frowns as he sees the open first aid kit.
Is everything okay? Are you injured?
I try to think of a good excuse for being in the kitchen during the middle of the night, but my brain fails me. I need a thermometer. I feel sick, I add, hurrying to wrap my arms around my stomach to hold myself. He reaches forward to touch me. I take a step back. I don't want to risk making you ill, I say. The moonlight casts half his face in a mask of shadow, making his expression unreadable.
I don't think there's a thermometer in there. That looks like it's mainly just for potential kitchen injuries, but there might be one in the kit in the front office. Would you like me to check?
Please. I smile when he doesn't move. Thank you. I'm just going to look for some crackers, see if maybe I can't scare up something with bubbles to help settle my stomach.
There's a bunch of soda that we haven't moved to the bar yet, in the walk-in cooler.
Thanks. I wait until the sound of his footsteps have disappeared before shoving everything back into the first aid kit and returning it to the pantry. I tuck a box of saltines under my arm and cross to the giant refrigerator. I grab the stainless steel handle and pull, leaning back hard before the suction gives and the door opens. Afraid of being shut in, I leave it ajar as I enter, running my hands over the wall until I find the light switch. The darkness shrinks back, revealing boxes of fresh produce, stacks of egg cartons, trays of meat. I wish I'd seen this before. There's no way anyone would be able to keep track of every ounce of it. No one would ever notice if a bit went missing. After struggling and stressing over hunger for so long, it feels like paradise. I stare in awe at the amount of food for a moment before I remember why I'm here. Quickly, I locate the boxes of soda, helping myself to a couple of ginger ales. I set the cans and the crackers on the countertop, then quickly spool off as many paper towels as I can shove into my pockets.
What are those for?
He's done it again. Managed to sneak up behind me without me hearing a thing. Or maybe I'm just that preoccupied. I stare at the floor. I need them to clean up a mess.
Oh.
Leo says softly, sounding confused. Then, as realization hits, a louder,
"Oh, you?"
I nod, unable to meet his eyes. Even the very tips of my ears are on fire now.
Here.
He holds a thermometer in my direction. Even though his arm is fully extended, I still have to step forward to take it. He thinks I'm disgusting now. He'll never want to kiss me again. Not that I should be at all concerned about that. I've been gone long enough. I need to hurry up and get back to Alice. Thank you. I should go.
Are you sure? I mean, if you need help.
I'm fine. I force myself to look up, meeting his gaze, and give him a small smile. Or at least I will be. I'm sure that by the time my shift starts tomorrow.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. Evelyn will understand.
I raise my eyebrows high. I can't help it. He laughs.
Okay, well, maybe not, but I'm sure she wouldn't want you to do anything to make yourself even sicker.
I'll be fine, seriously. I'll see you in the morning. Gathering my armload of supplies, I start the long journey back up 3 steep flights of stairs. I can feel Leo watching me until I've reached the first landing and am out of sight. I pause for a moment, drawing a deep breath before continuing, my adrenaline waning with each step. It isn't until I've reached my room that it occurs to me. I know why I was sneaking around the kitchen in the dark in the middle of the night, but I have no idea why Leo was. Chapter 30. Alice is still curled on her side when I get back to the room. I hold one of the cool cans of soda against her forehead until she's ready to sit. Propping her up against the pillows, I pop the top and hand it to her. She holds the can with both hands, watching me over the rim as she takes small, slurping sips. Are you feeling any better? I ask. She shrugs, which I take as a no. Well, you're looking a bit better, I fib. Not quite as green as before. Poor Kermit will be so disappointed. Nothing. Not even the smallest hint of a smile. What if she's seriously ill and I'm wasting precious time by waiting to take her to a doctor? I just don't have enough experience with sick kids to know the difference. I need someone who does. Checking my phone, I breathe a sigh of relief when I see that Molly's read the message. She's probably on her way right now. I should clean up before she gets here. Pulling the paper towels from my pocket, I frown down at the mess, wondering the best way to go about tackling it. Noticing that Alice is still watching me, I make myself smile. Good thing you skipped dinner, huh? She doesn't look amused. She doesn't look upset, either. She's simply staring, her eyes never leaving me as I grab the trash can and get to work. Every time I glance in her direction, she's still tracking my every move. As I finish scrubbing the floor, as I tie the trash bag in a loose knot, in case I have to add more later, as I wash my hands. I sit on the edge of the bed when I'm done, trying to think of something comforting to say to her, but I'm drawing a blank. It's almost as if she understands that I don't know what I'm doing. What do people do when kids reach that age? She's 3. I thought I'd have more time before it happened, but the truth is, I should have suspected it would come sooner rather than later. I'll be the first to admit that I've never had a clue, not about anything in life. I've simply been drifting this whole time. Until Alice came along, that is. This little girl is the one and only thing to ever make me feel like I have a purpose. A soft knock sounds against the door, and her eyes flare wide. Her hands tighten on the can, making it crumple. This time, my smile is genuine. It's okay, I assure her. I asked a friend to come help us. I'm so relieved that I cross the room in 2 steps and fling the door wide open. But it's not Molly who stands before me. I swallow hard, struck silent as I watch Leo's eyes leave my face and land somewhere over my shoulder. A strange expression spreads slowly over his features. I think it might be pity, but I sincerely hope not. Not unless that's the only thing that will make him keep quiet about what he's just seen. I felt bad, and I was worried about you, he says, still staring at Alice behind me. So I made you some tea. He holds the mug up so both Alice and I can see it. But I don't think I can give it to you anymore. His gaze flicks to my face briefly before returning to Alice. I'm sorry, Charlotte, I truly am. I grab onto the door frame, worried that my legs will fail to support me. This is it. This is what I've been fearing. He's going to tell Evelyn and I'll be fired. We'll be kicked out with nowhere to go, no money, and a hurricane just days away. They might even notify the authorities. I feel myself begin to tremble at the thought of what that would lead to. But Leo's grinning as he steps around me. I spin, confused, and watch as he stops at the foot of the bed. Hey, kiddo, don't worry. Uncle Leo's here to take care of you and make you feel better. Can I sit? He asks Alice. She nods, eyes still as wide as full moons. He leans toward her, blocks his mouth from my view, and in a loud stage whisper says, You see, I can only give the tea to the prettiest girl in the room, and that's you. Alice giggles shyly from behind her can. It's the special blend I always drink whenever I have a tummy ache. It's magic. Do you think you might want to try it? He asks. The little girl nods. It might need to cool for a minute. How about we take your temperature while it does? Okay. I watch, stunned, as Alice obediently hands her ginger ale over and sticks the thermometer under her tongue. When it beeps a moment later, Leo takes it from her mouth and reads the display. 100.9. Whew, that was a close one. Any warmer, you might have turned into a Dalmatian puppy. Alice laughs, the sound music to my ears. She stares at Leo adoringly as he adds some water from the bedside cup to the tea and hands it to her. After a tentative first sip, she swallows greedily. Leo gives me a reassuring smile, and I feel my blood pressure drop below the danger zone. I slump against the wall, unable to find the energy to move, watching as they whisper secrets about her favorite cartoon characters until her eyes start to droop and she releases a giant yawn. He touches his wrist to her forehead, then gets up carefully, making sure not to disturb her. His eyes stay glued to her now sleeping face as he backs away until he's joined me across the room.
I think her fever's broken,
he says softly. I press a palm against my heart and allow myself to draw a full breath for the first time since I realized Alice was ill. Thank you so much, really. I was so worried I had no idea what I should do.
I take it that Evelyn doesn't know that you've brought your daughter with you?
My gaze drops to the floor. I shake my head, feeling ashamed.
I won't say anything.
Thank you.
But you could have told me, you know.
I look up, surprised by the intensity I see in his expression. My heart races as he takes a step closer to me. His fingertips stroke my cheek as he brushes my hair back from my face, tucking it behind my ear.
I understand why you didn't, but I want you to know this doesn't change the way I feel about you.
I ache to ask him to elaborate, to define exactly how it is that he feels about me, but I can't make myself be so bold. Instead, I inch a little closer and say, "You're so good with her?"
Oh, it's easy. She seems like a great kid. I think she'll be fine now. You should probably get some sleep, but if you need me for anything, let me know.
My head tilts back. I stare at his lips, pursing my own a bit, hoping he'll take the hint. He leans forward and my eyes close in anticipation. But the kiss on my forehead is not what I was expecting.
I'll see you tomorrow,
he whispers against my skin. I keep my eyes squeezed shut until I hear the soft click of the door as it closes behind him, not wanting him to see my disappointment. But yeah, I'd been hoping for a bit more. Though given the situation, I probably shouldn't have. Just because he said he was all right with Alice doesn't mean that he doesn't need some time to adjust. Besides, there's no way around it. Leo knows my secret now. From here on out, we're connected. I just wish the hurricane was the only potential storm on the horizon. Chapter 31. Morning comes entirely too early. I rub the grit from my eyes and sit up, surprised to see that Alice is already awake beside me. But I'm even more surprised by the smile on her sweet face. "Hey, baby, feeling better?" Even though she nods, I press my cheek to her forehead. I love how soft and cool it feels. Leo was right. Her fever is gone. "What a night, huh? I bet you're hungry." "Yeah." "Then I'll hurry." I drag myself to the bathroom to get washed up, listening to the sounds of the bed coils squeak as she bounces in place. It's amazing how quickly kids recover. 1 minute you think they're dying, and the next they're swinging from the ceiling. She starts humming to herself as I brush my teeth. It's full-on singing by the time I've finished washing my face. I peek around the corner like I'm spying on her, then wiggle tickle fingers at her when she notices, and she bursts into a peal of giggles. "Wow, you really are feeling better." It's like Leo performed some kind of miracle. Or maybe he just has that effect on females, no matter their age. I kind of suspect the latter. There's no denying that there's a little extra pep in my step at the thought of seeing him, and I bet Alice feels the same way. But it's odd that Molly never showed. I check my phone for a response, but there's none. Maybe she fell asleep. I'm sure I'll find out soon enough. You want pancakes if they have them? I ask Alice, finishing up the buttons on my uniform.
Uh-huh, with sprinkles.
Sprinkles? I don't think sprinkles are a breakfast thing.
They could be.
Well, I'll ask.
Yay!
She bounces on the bed again.
And powdered sugar and whipped cream.
Powdered sugar and whipped cream? If she gets all that in her system, she'll be through the roof. I don't know, that seems like a good way to give yourself another tummy ache.
Nope, it's magic. Like Uncle Leo's tea.
I find myself wondering what exactly was in that cup he gave her last night, and if I might get a fraction of her energy if I had some. Braiding my hair, I watch her reflection in the mirror as I ask, "Do you like Leo?" Her face practically splits in two.
Yes. When can he come back to see me?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what, I'll ask him for you.
He'll want to see me,
she says gravely. Oh, I know he will, but he's very busy. He has a lot of work to do, so it might not be as soon as he would like. Her mouth knots up and she sighs. She eyes me like I'm competition, and I get a sudden image of her leaving the room on her own to try to find him. But I'll tell him that you're here waiting, and I'll show him the secret knock so he can come visit you the very second he gets the chance. She considers the offer for a second before deciding it's acceptable. Good girl. Now come lock the door behind me and I'll go get your pancakes.
With sprinkles.
I feel like I should prepare her for the disappointment of no sprinkles now, but one glance at her face and I don't dare. The way she's looking at me, I kind of hope that maybe Keith has some that he's willing to part with. I need to keep this little girl happy, especially now that someone else knows that she's here. I can't give Leo any reason to suspect this is anything more than what it seems. Chapter 32. I press a hand against my apron pocket as I descend the stairs, unaccustomed to the weight of the cell phone it contains, but strangely comforted by its presence. Because this one thing, as small as it may seem, makes me more like everyone else. It brings me closer to normal. And when Molly finally replies to the text I sent her last night, I want to be able to respond like all the other people my age would. Jogging down the last of the steps, I get déjà vu when I reach the kitchen. The tension is reminiscent of yesterday morning, when everyone first saw that the hurricane had not only strengthened, but also taken a turn directly toward us. But that's old news by now. Something else must have happened. My stomach tightens at the thought of what it might be. I've been so preoccupied I should have checked the news on the phone before I came down this morning. That's why I have it, not so I can get texts from Molly. And I should have disabled the TV when I was downstairs last night. I should have poured water into the back and fried the circuits. All I can hope is that the storm continues to overshadow all other news stories, but what if it doesn't? And now, I'm not the only one who knows that Alice is here, and what she looks like. Leo barely glances in my direction as I walk into the room, and I get a sickening sense of dread that whatever's going on, it has something to do with last night. Has he told about Alice? Is this all because of me? I feign nonchalance as I pour myself a cup of coffee and approach the others, taking a seat on the stool next to Brooke. Her lips twitch into a sneer as she notices, eyes flitting down, then up my body, her expression one of pure distaste. I pretend not to notice, but I can't pretend that I don't pick up on the odd vibe from the others any longer. "What's going on?" I ask. Keith points the spatula he's holding in my direction.
That's what I want to know.
My skin tightens. I turn my attention to Leo, waiting for an answer, praying that he hasn't betrayed me. He looks at me for a seemingly endless moment before saying,
"Evelyn's gone."
"What do you mean, gone?"
"What does gone usually mean?"
Brooke asks me. "She's left."
"Where?"
She scoffs, mouth hanging open as she looks at the others, as if to ask them if they can believe how stupid I am.
"We're not entirely sure,"
Leo says.
"I knocked on her door this morning to discuss the evacuation plans, but she wasn't there. Her room is empty. And her car isn't here."
Suddenly, I get what they're trying to say. Maybe I am as stupid as Brooke thinks. "You mean she packed up and left?" Ding, ding, ding.
"Brooke,"
Keith says.
"You aren't helping."
She huffs, crossing her arms across her chest like a petulant child, but at least she's keeping her mouth shut.
"I can't believe no one heard a thing,"
he continues.
"I mean, Leo, you're right across the hall from her, are you sure?"
Leo shakes his head, gaze dropping to the ground, and I know he's thinking the same thing I am. That he was in my room for part of the previous night. Evelyn could have made all the noise she wanted to during that time and he wouldn't have heard a thing. But we can't tell the others that. I feel like I should say something to change the subject. "Do you think that's why she wanted us to eat in our rooms?"
"Probably,"
Brooke says.
"But what I don't get is why she'd just take off in the middle of the night."
Though I don't say it, I was wondering the same thing. Evelyn didn't seem like the type to be timid about, well, anything. If she was going to leave, I could more easily imagine her ordering the rest of us to carry her bags than I could her sneaking out.
"At least she left a note,"
Leo says. "What note?" I ask, feeling lost. He passes me a crumpled slip of paper. My breath swells inside my chest, making it uncomfortably tight as I read the messily scrawled words.
"I quit. I've contacted the owner and my replacement will be on the way shortly. You're to carry on as normal if you want to keep your jobs. Evelyn."
Hard to believe, isn't it? Brooke asks. I mean, she sure seemed to like it here, or at least bossing the rest of us around enough. Do you think she found a different job? Keith shakes his head, as if suddenly sure he knows the answer to the mystery.
"It's the hurricane."
We all turn to him, giving him our undivided attention.
"I've seen it before dozens of times. Some people just can't deal with the waiting. Others, with not knowing exactly what's going to happen, whether it will hit or not, how bad it'll be, how long it'll take for power to be restored, supplies to be available. Then there are the ones just plain terrified that they're going to die, especially down here where we're so vulnerable, already being at sea level. One good storm surge and..."
He slaps one hand against the other, needlessly accentuating his point. No one says a thing for a long minute that stretches into 2, then 3, then 4. I can hear myself swallowing. A soft wheeze from my nose. My fear climbing up the scaffolding of my sanity with clawed hands, threatening to rip it apart. I wish that Evelyn had taken me with her. Leo finally breaks the silence.
"I called the owner and confirmed, first thing after finding the note. They've already contacted someone who's accepted the position and will be here as soon as she can. Until then, I'm in charge. We'll carry on today as usual, but tomorrow we'll be evacuating. And since it's now my decision, we're all gonna leave. No one is staying behind, so get yourselves packed up and ready tonight. We're leaving first thing in the morning."
He looks at me as he says it. I know he's trying to help, but he's just increased my anxiety tenfold. Hopefully, he has a plan for how we're going to get Alice out of here undetected, because I'm so tired and stressed that I can't think straight. I don't have a clue how I'm going to pull this off. Chapter 33. The beat of my heart matches each second that passes. The day is growing older, and yet, as I look around the group at my co-workers, everyone seems content to stay here, wasting time. But I need them to leave, and not just because the news is still playing. Patience wearing thin, I say, "Shall we get to work then?" Though more than one dirty look gets aimed in my direction, everyone starts moving. I swallow a twinge of guilt as I join them, avoiding their eyes. Because the truth is, I have no intention of working right now. I can't. I haven't fed Alice yet. But even though Leo is in charge, I still have to go through the motions. I can't risk behaving in a way that will draw attention from the others. I have to pretend that it's business as usual until I get the chance to slip away. I only hope that the opportunity comes quickly, because that poor little girl is hungry, and I hate to keep her waiting. As we all trail out of the kitchen, Leo says,
"We should focus on preparing the resort for the storm instead of your normal tasks today. I'd like you three to concentrate on securing the tiki huts."
He tells Lupe, Consuela, and Brooke,
"Make sure the windows are shut tight. Start fitting the storm shutters and lock them in place. I'll come check up on you in a bit, see if you need any help. Charlotte, may I talk to you for a moment?"
Lupe and Consuela leave to get started, but Brooke stands there for an uncomfortable moment before realizing she's been dismissed. A sneer tightens her face, masking her pretty features as she turns and stomps away. Leo watches her, making sure she's gone before stepping closer to me, brushing his fingers lightly along my arm as he asks,
"How's Alice this morning?"
"So much better. I don't know what was in that tea you gave her last night, but thank you. It really worked."
"I doubt it was the tea. These things just tend to run their course quickly in kids,"
he says, though it's clear he's pleased that I gave him credit. "Well, that might be so, but I wouldn't tell Alice that. You're all she could talk about this morning. Well, you and pancakes with sprinkles on them."
"So she ate breakfast all right?"
"She hasn't eaten yet," I say, hanging my head with shame. I slept too late to sneak down before everyone else made it to the kitchen. I haven't had a chance to bring her anything. She's still waiting.
"Between last night and this morning, it's understandable,"
he says, even though it's not. I appreciate him trying to absolve me of my guilt, but I appreciate his next words even more.
"Do you want me to bring her something?"
"Would you? I know she'd love that."
"Sure. Pancakes with sprinkles, right? How many?"
"She doesn't need the sprinkles," I say, smiling. "But bring her 3 pancakes drowning in syrup, and you'll have her heart forever."
"Good to know."
"Oh, and you'll have to know the secret knock. 2 quick taps, 3 slow, another 2 quick." I demonstrated on the wall.
"Got it."
"Leo?"
"Yeah?"
I check the hallway in both directions. We're alone, but I still take a step closer to him before whispering, "How are we going to get her off the island, to evacuate?"
"You mean without anyone else finding out about her?"
I nod.
"We have Evelyn to thank for that. With her gone, we can just about get everyone in the staff van if I get Keith to drive it. I'll bring you and Alice to the mainland in my truck."
I have to stop myself from weeping at his feet. I don't know what I did to get so lucky, how I could possibly deserve to have someone like him not only be interested in me, but also be willing to solve all my problems without even asking. It seems too good to be true.
There's only one catch,
he says, making a face. My toes go bloodless as they curl inside my shoes.
There's almost enough room in the van. We'll be 1 seat short, which means one member of the staff will have to come with us.
We could bring Molly, I offer. I barely register the face he makes, too distracted by the sudden realization that I still haven't seen her this morning. Grabbing my phone from my apron pocket, I check, but she hasn't replied to my message yet either. Hey, where is she anyway? Did you see her earlier before I came down? Leo shakes his head. I texted her last night and she never answered. And if she never showed up for breakfast this morning, she should be here by now. This isn't like her. Do you think she has the same stomach bug Alice caught?
Yeah, maybe.
But there's something about his tone. What? I ask.
Leo grimaces. Listen, I realize that you and Molly are friends, but there's something you should know about her.
My stomach tightens into a knot as I brace myself for what he's going to say. Molly was freaking out about the hurricane yesterday. She's probably quit and left too. Not that I would blame her. I'd do the same if it were a viable option. But still, the thought that she could so easily leave me behind without even saying goodbye, it hurts.
Molly, well.
Leo rubs the back of his neck, staring at the ground between us.
Molly has a violent criminal background.
She what? He meets my gaze reluctantly.
Evelyn showed me her HR file. I normally wouldn't say anything, but I care about you. And Alice. I want you to be careful, okay? I'm not sure that you should trust her.
Molly? I ask, unable to believe what he's saying. Our Molly, the one who works here? Leo nods. Violent?
Apparently she got in a fight with some girl when she was a teenager, and, well, the girl didn't survive. She spent 4 years in juvie for manslaughter. If she'd been charged as an adult.
I don't believe it.
You think I'm lying to you?
No, of course not. Wow, I never would have thought. I try to reconcile what I've just learned with the girl I thought I'd come to know, but can't. She's just so sweet. Sure, she's a little kooky at times, but a killer? No way. Whatever happened, it must have been an accident. A horrible, tragic accident. And don't I know enough about those myself? But she was just a kid, and everyone makes mistakes, right? I say, suddenly overwhelmed by the need to defend her. It wasn't like she intentionally murdered someone. Leo shrugs.
I have no clue. I just thought you should know, that's all. Especially now, considering.
He looks up at the ceiling, and I know he's thinking about the little girl in my room.
I'll tell you what,
he says.
Why don't you go to the staff quarters and check if Molly's there while I bring Alice her breakfast?
Thank you. You're amazing. That would be great. I give him a shy smile before standing on my toes to press a kiss to his cheek. The grin he gives me as he backs away is almost enough to settle my nerves, but not quite. Because something's wrong, I can feel it in my bones. What if I don't find Molly? What if she's gone, like Evelyn? Or like Harvey, for that matter? Criminal history or not, she's my friend. And I've lost enough of those already. Chapter 34. 5 years, 2 months, 3 weeks ago. She glances around nervously, trying to look like she belongs, like she's a normal girl getting groceries and not one doing something wrong. Because she's not. On some level, she knows that. But in the world she exists in, she is. And up until this point, that world is the only one she's concerned herself with. Today, everything changes. It's the mantra she repeats to herself over and over, the words she's using to forge a strength she doesn't yet feel. Each step she takes under the harsh fluorescent lights brings her one step closer to a future that might be, one she's barely even dared to dream about. She only hopes that she hasn't waited too long. It's been a month since she called the girl, 34 days to be exact, and she's spent just about every minute of each one of them preparing herself. The need to go to the store at this particular day and time, her cover story, should they get suspicious and follow her, catch her talking to a stranger. She licks her lips, pushing her cart hurriedly through the produce section, grabbing what's on her list as quickly as possible, which isn't quick at all. She has to make her selections carefully, ensure that every fruit makes it home bruise-free, every vegetable without a flaw. She fights the urge to rush the process, knowing what will happen if she does. She tries not to think about the consequences because as bad as they are, they'll be much worse if she gets caught for the connection she's here to make. She's not supposed to need anyone else. For the longest time, she thought that was so she wouldn't be tempted to confide about what happens behind closed doors. But as she's gotten older, she's come to realize that it's also about keeping her isolated and dependent. Friends provide support. Support can mean a way out. It's that thought that she clings to as she finally makes her way to the aisles, practically jogging as she finds what she needs while keeping an eye out for the girl, though she doesn't really expect to find her. Because the girl has become a mystical being to her, like a unicorn or a dragon, a legendary creature that surely doesn't actually exist in real life. She's half convinced herself that she imagined the whole thing. So when she spots the girl at the back of the store looking at the meat, she almost loses her nerve. Icy fingers of panic wrap around her and squeeze. She feels lightheaded, nauseous, shaky. She knows the smart thing to do would be to turn and walk away, but she can't move. And then, as if sensing her presence, the girl turns. A dark bruise encircles her right eye. Her mouth looks painfully swollen. And yet, when their gaze locks, the girl smiles. She tries to act casual as she steers her cart forward. The girl does the same. They meet in the middle, stopping in front of the raw pork. You came. The girl sounds happy to see her. Her throat constricts at the thought. No one is ever happy to see her. She stares at the pale slabs of flesh trapped under plastic beside them and tries not to cry. I'm glad. This place is my only escape. The girl laughs, a sound both sardonic and sad. Pretty pathetic, right? I'm scared to even be here. The whisper is out before she can take it back. She darts a glance, sees the other girl's lower lip tremble. Would yours actually do something inside the store? She shakes her head. No, but what would happen when we got home would be even worse since they had to wait. She can hear the girl swallow and knows that she's not alone. She's not sure if there's solace in it or not. If you could leave, would you? She nods, afraid to say it out loud. It would be seen as the ultimate betrayal. She knows it would never be allowed, not as long as she was breathing, and yet I'm going to find a way. Would you, maybe, want to come? It'll be easier if we're together. Suddenly, it's too real. The thought that one day she could be free. It's like a sick joke, a carrot dangled just out of reach, one she knows she'll never be able to get. And if she tries, it'll be that much worse not having it. She doesn't respond, instead turning away, hurrying toward the front of the store to check out without a backward glance. Chapter 35. Pulling the phone from my apron pocket as I walked down the hallway, I checked to see if Molly's sent me a response yet, but nothing. Just my last text, a plea for answers. Molly, please answer me. I just want to know that you're okay. The cell is almost out of the usage I paid for. I'm not even sure that there's enough left for me to receive her reply, but so far it appears as if she hasn't even read the last message. I quicken my steps, concerned. By Molly's own admission, she's never without her phone. Something must have happened. What if she's hurt? What if she was trying to come to my room last night and got injured on one of the paths that snake through the island? What if this is all my fault? I stride across the lobby, a woman on a mission. I've never been to the staff bunkhouse before. I haven't dared. I have Alice to take care of, but more than that, I knew that Evelyn wouldn't approve, that she'd have held it against me if she found out, used it as another reason to judge and dislike me. Now that she's gone, though, there's no denying that I feel emboldened by her absence. But even if she were right here this very moment glaring at me, I'd like to think that I'd have the courage to walk right past her. Because something is wrong, I know it. Maybe I should be more reluctant to continue my friendship with Molly after what Leo told me about her, but learning her secret has just made me more determined. Because she's not the only one hiding from what she's done in the past. If anything, it's made me feel closer to her in a way. But what if someone else on the island learned about what Molly had done? Someone who didn't empathize. Or worse, if someone from her past has followed her here. A lump forms in my throat, threatening to choke me. I'd tried to be careful, did my best to make sure I wasn't being tracked, but there's no denying that I haven't been able to shake the feeling of being watched since I got here. What if that's not just nerves? What if there are eyes on me, but they're intended for Molly, not me? By befriending her, have I put Alice at greater risk? A pulse of dread thrums under my skin as I near the double doors. Worst-case scenarios thread through my mind. I tell myself to stop thinking. Promise myself that everything will be all right. Imagine Molly's happy chatter, the giddy sound of her laugh when I tell her I was worried. Stepping outside the main house, I draw to a sudden stop, gasping. The heat has knocked me breathless. The air is still and heavy, thick with the threat of coming rain. Already my uniform sticks to the small of my back. My braid clings damply to my sweaty neck. Dark clouds gather in the distance, an angry bruise on the edge of an otherwise clear sky. Is it the hurricane, or a different storm I'm seeing? It feels like disaster is looming on the horizon in more ways than one. I peer around, looking for threats, though what they'd be I couldn't say. I don't even know if I'd recognize them. Everything feels dangerous now. Reluctantly, I force myself down the porch steps, eager to get this over with. Gravel shifts under the thin soles of my worn shoes as I push myself to move faster. The plants lining each side press in, crowding the path, making it feel too narrow and claustrophobic. The sea of green creates a wall, penning me in, blocking my view of what awaits around every bend and curve. Shadows flicker in the depths. Paranoia makes my flesh crawl. There's no way that anyone could know who I really am, and yet I can't fight the sensation that someone does, and that someone knows what I've done. I promise myself that I'm not being watched. Tell myself the movements I catch from the corners of my eyes are made by small things, lizards, birds, bugs. But the truth is, anything or anyone could be hiding in this verdant maze. My skin crawls as I hurry on. Finally, the bunkhouse appears ahead, the image hazy and ethereal, like a ship through fog. I break into a run, eager to close the distance. But the closer I get, the more apprehensive I feel. I'm not sure I can make myself go in there. There's something ominous about the hut, a long, low, dark stain smeared against the landscape. It looks like the kind of place where secrets are kept, or worse, revealed. My steps slow. It feels like I'm creeping up on a sleeping beast as I urge myself forward. Molly might be in there. She might need my help. But Alice needs me too. This was a mistake. I never should have come. I should be inside right now, feeding Alice breakfast instead of searching for some girl I barely know, one who might be dangerous. Because as much as I hope that Molly is like me, not everyone who's killed regrets what they've done. I'm so preoccupied by the thoughts warring inside my head that I don't see the side trail or the person approaching on it until it's too late. I jump away from the stumbling form, landing in the bushes. Palmettos saw against my exposed flesh as I gape at the woman in front of me. Her face is streaked with dirt and tears. A twig sticks out from a snarl of hair. The purple bathrobe loosely knotted over her t-shirt and gym shorts has a tear in it, and her once white Adidas are now caked with mud. Molly? Charlotte! She throws herself at me, both of us sagging to the ground as I wrap her trembling body in my arms. She's babbling, her words coming so fast and garbled that I can't understand what she's saying. Her voice is pitched high enough to shatter glass. Shh, it's okay now, I tell her. But it occurs to me that it's not. I stare at the trail she emerged from warily, watching for signs of danger. Pick the debris from her hair and stroke her head, trying to soothe her. Molly, slow down, I can't understand you. What happened? She draws in a deep, gasping lungful of air. She hiccups as she struggles to catch her breath. Oh, Charlotte, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I pull away, a tightening sensation in my chest. About what? Evelyn. She fired me. Something cold and hard lodges inside my stomach, like an ice bullet to the gut. She what? Molly nods. She caught me last night sneaking into the main house. Because I texted you? She nods again. Oh, Molly, I'm so sorry. I tried to explain, but she didn't want to hear it. She told me to pack my things and be ready to leave first thing this morning. I take in her disheveled appearance, frowning. Is Evelyn looking for me? She whispers. Evelyn's gone, I say. Molly stares at me like she doesn't understand. She's gone? She packed up in the middle of the night and left. She quit? According to the note she left behind, yes. So, I'm not fired? I guess not. And I don't have to leave and go back home and drink the Kool-Aid? I can stay? Now that I know the truth about her past, I wonder about the real reason she's so reluctant to go home. But it's not my place to ask. Not just now, anyway. Instead, I confirm. You can stay.
I can stay!
Molly claps her hands like a pleased child, but there's something strange about her reaction. It doesn't feel genuine, it feels like a distraction. She pushes to her feet.
I should go clean up.
Molly. I stare up at her, not trusting my legs to support me yet.
Yeah?
She asks, voice timid and cautious. Where were you? I gesture toward the trail she came from, though I don't mention the way she looks. Just now. Did you spend the night outside? Her gaze drops as she nods. Why?
I was hiding.
When she doesn't elaborate, I ask, From Evelyn? So she couldn't make you leave? My heart races with the hope that I'm right. Molly shakes her head, and the throbbing inside my chest increases. She leans forward, eyes wide, breath stale against my cheek as she whispers,
I thought I saw someone.
My throat tightens like a hand has wrapped around it and clenched it shut. Do you know who it was? I choke out. Molly shrugs, whispers,
I'm not sure. I couldn't see.
But you hid. Her voice is barely audible as she agrees.
I hid.
I search her face. She can't meet my eyes. Something about her story doesn't quite make sense. I'm not sure she's telling the truth. It feels like she's hiding something. But why would she lie to me? And what if she's not? What if someone really was creeping around the island last night? Were they looking for someone? Were they searching for her? Or me? Before this moment, I'd have thought that Molly wasn't the type to be scared by something like this. But judging by the girl who stands before me now, she's just as terrified as I am. The big question is, of what? Chapter 36. A sickly, yellowish-green light filters through the kitchen window. There's a charge in the air that I haven't noticed before, something that makes it feel almost dangerous, electric. I watch as Molly eats, shoveling new bites of food into her mouth as fast as she can chew and swallow. For the most part, she seems back to her normal, happy self. But there's something about her eyes, the way she keeps scanning her surroundings like she expects something to jump out at her. She seems spooked, and to be honest, so am I. Leo appears in the doorway, his face collapsing with relief when he spots me. I feel a jolt of guilt, wondering how long he's been looking. I give Molly a smile. I'll be right back. She looks over her shoulder and sees Leo. Instead of the usual naughty grin and wink she might give me, she turns back to her food and grunts. I'm worried about her. Hopefully she's just tired, but still. I pause just to the side of the threshold so I can keep an eye on her. Leo's hand brushes against mine.
I see you found her.
Yeah, I want to tell him about how she came stumbling out of the brush like a hunted animal, how she thought she saw someone sneaking around the island and got so scared that she hid until morning. But I clamp my jaw shut before I can. Because what if whoever it was is here for me? I did. How's Alice? I ask, hurrying to change the subject. He grins.
You sure have your hands full with that one, don't you?
Oh no, what'd she do?
Let's just say that the price of my escape will be paid for with 2 cookies, both due before the end of the day.
I'm sorry, I should have warned you.
No, she's great. I'm actually looking forward to seeing her again. Later. Tonight.
He leans in closer toward me. The look he's giving me makes my skin warm and my pulse gallop. There's a promise in his eyes that I'm aching to accept. I feel myself drawn toward him, unable to stop myself from stepping closer, closing the distance between us.
Don't let me interrupt.
One of the surfer twins gives us a knowing smirk as he brushes by us, taking a large bite out of an apple.
Pretend I'm not even here.
But it's too late. The spell is broken. We shouldn't be doing this, especially not now, especially not here. I'm getting careless. Come on, I say, not waiting for a response before leading the way into the kitchen. Molly's still sitting at the counter, staring blankly at the TV, the bowl before her now empty. She flinches as the twin sets his plate beside her with a clatter. Is it my imagination, or did she shift away from him when he sat? I think a snarky comment about how she must have decided against marrying one of them, but it's not funny. The more I watch her, the more apparent it becomes that something really did happen to her last night, and I'm worried that maybe she didn't tell me the whole truth. Brooke brushes by me, her elbow just barely grazing my ribs as I step aside. She ignores the look I give her as she sidles up to Keith and makes a show of pursuing the lunch options. Her nose wrinkles. She stares at him with a look like he kicked her puppy until he gives her his attention.
What?
Is this it?
Hot dogs and pasta salad, he says. Not your first choice?
Hardly.
Is there something else I can make you then?
Sushi? She suggests. Keith snorts.
Okay, princess, I'll get right on that.
Brooke rolls her eyes and spoons some pasta into a bowl. Slumps onto a stool, her glossy hair falling forward as she buries her face in her phone.
But seriously,
Keith says, turning to face the rest of us.
Now that Evelyn's gone, it's possible I might be able to get a little more creative with the menu.
You mean you didn't want to feed us prison food? Molly asks.
Honestly, no. That woman was all over me about food costs. I don't know where all the money in the budget went. Probably into her pocket. That's probably the real reason why she left.
I think about the argument I overheard between Keith and Evelyn. He hadn't mentioned any missing money then. I wonder why.
I don't care why she's gone, just as long as she stays that way,
the second surfer twin says as he enters the kitchen. Nabbing a hot dog from his brother's plate, he crams half of it into his mouth at once. Crumbs spray from between his lips as he mumbles,
thinking she could get away with whatever she wanted just because she was the boss.
His sibling nods enthusiastically.
Yeah, that cranky old witch was evil. She was on our case non-stop.
And you didn't deserve it? Brooke asks Riley. She sets her phone down and looks at them for an answer. Both grin sheepishly. Because I didn't deserve the way she treated me. It's not my fault she looked like a shriveled-up prune. Just her personality shining through, if you ask me. Molly and I exchange glances, both of us struggling to keep a straight face. Seriously, one day someone's going to teach that old hag a lesson, and if you ask me, whoever it is should get a medal.
Hey there.
I'm not the only one whose head jerks toward the woman lingering in the doorway. The stranger stands there with a friendly smile on her face, and though I could not for the life of me tell you why, something about her arrival makes me nervous. Chapter 37. 5 years, 1 month, 2 weeks ago. Every Thursday, she watches the clock, wondering, as 10 a.m. comes around, if the girl is there at the grocery store like she said she'd be. It's been months since she went, since they met, since the girl propositioned her, since she turned her back and walked away at the very idea of escape. She wants it. More than anything, she wants to be free, and since that meeting, it's become a desire that burns within her like nothing else ever has before. It keeps her up at night, imagining the life she might have. One where she wouldn't have to walk on eggshells, where if she broke a glass, she could simply throw it away and not wonder if the accident would be her final mistake. Mornings that wouldn't start with washing away the crusted blood that had seeped from her wounds, the ache of limbs that had stiffened overnight from bruising, brushing all of her teeth, not just those that didn't feel sore and loose. And yet, during those months that had passed, there had been no second meeting. She avoided the store every Thursday, never went at 10 a.m. any other day of the week. She was a coward, is a coward. Only now, she's too scared not to go. She leans heavily on her cart, using it to support her weight, careful not to put too much pressure on the ribs on her left side, at least one of which she suspects is broken. She shuffles slowly down the aisles, making her selections, knowing that it's too much to hope for. But she's prepared, just in case. The slip of paper burns her thigh through the pocket of her jeans. She still can't believe what she wrote on it. Her name, the number to the landline, since she doesn't have a cell phone, the days and times when it was safe to call. It seems horribly reckless now that she's made her way through almost the entire store. She wonders how she's going to dispose of it properly. Opening a door in the freezer aisle, she considers tearing it into shreds and leaving it strewn about like a trail of breadcrumbs as she grabs the final items on her list. A frigid blast of air chills her as she reaches for a frozen lasagna. The draft weakens as the next panel opens. It's been a while. Everything okay? She flinches in surprise, gasps at the sharp stab of pain in her ribs. I guess maybe not. I've been worried about you. The girl's hand reaches tentatively. She watches as it moves in slow motion, settling softly on hers and giving a gentle squeeze. Are you still planning to leave? She almost can't believe she dared to ask it. Yes, but it's taking longer than I thought it would to make all the arrangements. I have to be sure that I never come back, that I can't be found. She pulls her fingers away until just their pinkies touch. She loops hers around the other girl's, hooking them together. I'm in. Releasing her hold, she slips the paper from her pocket and sets it on a box of frozen enchiladas in front of the girl. Then she closes the door, grabs her cart, and shuffles away. It's one of the hardest things she's ever had to do. Chapter 38. Hey there. The woman takes a hesitant step into the kitchen, as if unsure whether or not she should wait to be invited. I'm Jackie, the new GM. There's a moment of awkward silence. I'm sure we're all wondering how much of our bad-mouthing of Evelyn she's overheard, and if she'll be holding it against us.
That was fast,
Leo mutters under his breath. Somehow, though the words were so low they were barely audible, the woman hears him. I suppose it was, wasn't it? Jackie gives a friendly laugh, as if she's just made a joke. Actually, when I received the call this morning, I couldn't believe my luck. When they first offered me the position, I really wanted to take it, but I had a scheduling conflict with the start date. It nearly broke my heart, but your daughter only gets married once, you know? At least, I hope that's the case. She laughs again, looking at each of us in turn as she joins us at the counter. I have to say, this second chance certainly feels like a stroke of serendipity, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know you better and working with y'all. I'm sure there will be plenty of time for that later, but in the meantime, we've got this pesky little storm heading our way to deal with first. My co-workers and I exchange glances. Even Brooke's eyes, when they meet mine, hold more amusement than spite. I can only imagine what kind of an optimist one would have to be to consider what was, at last check, just shy of a Category 3 hurricane as a pesky little storm. Jackie certainly seems a far cry from her predecessor in every way. Whereas Evelyn was petite and withered, Jackie is tall and broad, sturdy-looking. And while the former general manager was brusque and short-tempered, the new one seems like she might actually treat us with kindness and courtesy. I can't remember ever having seen Evelyn smile, but Jackie hasn't stopped. I have to say, working for Jackie seems like it will be much more enjoyable than working for Evelyn was. So maybe she's right. Maybe the hurricane really is only a tiny little hurdle we have to get past. How about we get to work and seal this place up so we can get out of here, huh? It sounds like a pretty fantastic plan to me. I feel my hope growing as she starts listing off assignments, much more confident about taking charge than Leo. I wonder if he minds. I sneak a glance at him, and I'm surprised to find that he's staring at me with an odd expression on his face. What does it mean? Did I do something wrong? Is he worried that this new GM will threaten his job? Is he upset he's not in charge anymore? Then it hits me. The van only seats 7. Jackie's presence means that our plan to get Alice off the island when we evacuate is no longer possible. Not unless we trust someone else to ride with us. I'd been nervous enough about asking Molly. Who else among my co-workers could I dare to trust with a secret so big? Definitely not Brooke. Possibly Keith, but then who will drive the van? The Surfer twins are out, and though I don't think Lupe or Consuela would tell, I don't think either of them would be willing to shoulder the risk keeping my secret might pose to their own jobs. That leaves Nancy. Of all my co-workers, she's the one I've spent the least amount of time with. I don't feel like I know her at all. But even if the gardener would agree to keep quiet about Alice, what do we do when we reach the hotel? How would we manage to get her into the room unseen? And she has to remain unseen. Alice's sweet face is much too memorable. I can't risk someone recognizing her, either now or later. Not for the first time, I wonder what I was thinking, believing that I could pull this off. If I hadn't been so desperate, but I was, and the truth is I still am. And now, I can't help wondering if I might possibly always be. There's no denying that I've made a series of poor decisions, and as guilty as I feel for even thinking it, life would be so much easier if Alice hadn't been one of them. There's no denying it. No matter how good I might be at lying to others, I've always been horrible at lying to myself. I glance up with a start, noticing that the room around me has fallen silent. It takes me a moment to realize that everyone is looking at me. Jackie, in particular, is watching me closely, like she's waiting for a response. I'm sorry, I stammer, cheeks flaming with embarrassment. Could you repeat that? A spark of irritation flashes across Jackie's face, but then the smile is back, just as big and bright as before, so maybe I was imagining it. She reaches out and touches my shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze.
"It's okay, dear,"
she says in a soothing tone.
"I imagine we're all a bit preoccupied right now. I asked what your name is."
"Oh." My humiliation is complete and overwhelming. I purposely keep my eyes forward, doing my best to ignore Brooke and her snickering. Jackie is looking at me with such kindness right now, even though I don't deserve it. "Charlotte?" I say.
"Well, Charlotte, it's lovely to meet you. Would you mind doing me a huge favor?"
"No, ma'am, not at all."
"Could you go find the rest of your co-workers and ask them to join me here in the kitchen? I'd like to speak with them, make sure we're all on the same page about storm preparations and the evacuation."
I nod, feeling fortunate to be let off the hook so easily. A little fresh air will do me some good, will help me keep my head straight, because for a moment there I felt like confessing. But for which crime? I couldn't quite say. Chapter 39. 3 years, 11 months ago. She knows that she shouldn't be doing this. If she gets caught, well, she doesn't want to think about that. Sneaking out is bad enough, but if it was discovered that it was to meet the guy who works behind the deli counter at the grocery store, the tall one who always gives her a cute grin that shows off his dimples as he slices more meat and cheese to add to the package after he's weighed it. But she feels emboldened. She and the girl have been planning for the better part of the last year. Everything is almost ready. They'll be leaving soon. So why not? She knows why not. Her arm aches with the thought, as it always does when she thinks about doing something truly rebellious. It's a constant reminder of what had happened when she'd once accidentally burned a piece of toast. Of all her injuries, the aches and pains that have become a part of her daily existence, this one bothers her the most, because it was the first to make her aware of how fragile her life really is. Which is why she has to do this, as stupid and reckless as it may be. It's her way of taking her free will back, of claiming the courage she's going to need to leave them and this house behind once and for all. And if she fails, if the plan goes south, or she gets caught, or they find her and bring her back, well, then at least she did something she wanted to before she died. It's this last thought that spurs her into motion, pushing the window up, slipping her leg over the sill, feeling around until her foot meets the ground and her balance is secure before pulling the rest of herself outside. The air fills her lungs with a pure crispness that it's never had before, as she slinks from shadow to shadow, making her way down the street. She brushes against a bush, the heady scent of a night-blooming flower taking her by surprise. It's a stark reminder of what she's missed out on for so many years, of what she has to look forward to. She wishes the girl was here with her now, that they were enjoying this together, though she knows the girl wouldn't approve. They've both been taking every precaution possible, trying to keep their injuries to a minimum and their bodies as sound as possible for their escape. And it's worked. It's the first time she's seen her body not covered in bruises in longer than she can remember. Now she wants someone else to see it, too. She thinks of the guy who works behind the deli counter and her steps quicken. She'd been shocked when he'd asked her out, even more so when she accepted. She'd had to think quick for an excuse as to why he couldn't pick her up at her house. She'd be getting off a babysitting job just down the street from the store, and why she couldn't give him her cell number. It's broken right now. She's waiting for them to fix the screen, but it's taking forever. She's even thought of some answers to questions he might ask her tonight in advance, like She's sometimes covered in bruises and has broken bones because she plays roller derby. But she's more interested in him than telling lies about herself. She's never seen him outside of work before. She wonders what he'll be wearing, how he smells, what kind of food he likes, and the TV shows he watches, and the music he listens to. She wants to learn everything she can about him, research that she can apply to other guys she meets once she's out of here and far, far away. Tonight will be a test run of what her new life will be like, and she's sure it will be perfect. There's no way it can go wrong. Chapter 40. The instant I step through the front doors, the heat takes me in its grasp, the embrace becoming a stranglehold as I jog down the porch stairs. I scan my surroundings, gaze traveling across the water to the main road, squinting as I check for parked vehicles. I can't see anyone, and yet I can't shake the feeling of having eyes on me. Then again, the feeling of being watched has become almost second nature, hasn't it? Chalking it up to nerves, I step out from under the shadow of the main house. The sun sears through the thin fabric of my uniform, making my skin feel like it's on fire. I imagine my shoulders turning pink, then red, then blistering as I make my way to the gravel path, eager to put some distance between myself and the house. But which way should I go? I glance toward the trail I'd taken this morning, the one that leads toward the bunkhouse. Despite the heat, I shiver. Though Molly appears to have recovered from whatever happened last night, and it's possible she had just been distraught over being fired, that in a moment of desperation she'd hidden so she could stay, then felt so embarrassed that she lied about it, I can't push the thought from my mind that there might be someone lurking around the island. If she really had seen someone, chances are it was one of our co-workers. But what if it wasn't? There's no gate, just a very long, thin stretch of road separating us from the main highway. It's not impossible that some stranger decided to travel down that dusty path to see what was at the end, or even worse, someone with a purpose, someone seeking something, or somebody in particular. The thought makes my flesh tighten over my bones. I know that I'll probably find my coworkers faster if I head to my right, toward the staff quarters. But I can't make myself do it. Instead, I turn to my left, striding quickly so I don't have to try and change my own mind. It feels like the resort has gotten smaller since I arrived. Or maybe it's my body that's shrunk, becoming too small a container for all the guilt and worry that I carry. I was looking forward to getting out of here when we evacuated, if only for a while, but now, who knows? I might be forced to stay. The thought is almost unbearable. A sharp sting strikes my arm. I slap at the spot, almost thankful for the distraction until I see the remnants of a massive mosquito smeared across my palm. My nose curls as I bend to wipe my hand on the grass. There's something feral about this place. Underneath the fancy buildings and the carefully manicured outdoor spaces, there remains something wild, something savage, something deadly. It's like someone put a collar on a tiger and called it a house cat. The illusion of civilization is exactly that, only an illusion. But maybe that could be said about humanity in general. After all, don't we all harbor a dark side? A part of us we'd rather others not see? The part that, when cornered or desperate, doesn't hesitate to do bad things? An iguana lies stretched across the walkway before me, enjoying the heat. It turns its head languidly in my direction, unimpressed by my arrival. I keep watch warily as I skirt my way around it. I don't think I'm cut out for this. Not just island life, but all the personal baggage that's weighing me down. When I first saw the ad for the housekeeping position, I thought that I could do it. Shed my tiger stripes for those of a tabby cat. At the time, it had seemed like the perfect solution to all of my problems. A wage, food, and shelter, all in a remote location, one where no one would ever think to look for me and Alice. And who hasn't daydreamed about living in a tropical paradise before? But reality has a bad habit of rearing its ugly head. I pause for a moment, staring out toward the horizon. Crystal clear aqua water shimmers like the surf is made of diamonds. The sky directly overhead is flawless, but in the distance, a dark cloud hovers, lurking like a dangerous secret. Like the shadow that follows along behind me, waiting for me to stumble so it can catch up and consume me. Is this my fault? Have I somehow managed to conjure up the massive hurricane that's barreling toward us, my life personified? It seems a ridiculous notion, and yet it's one I can't shake. Wherever I go, trouble follows, or as it gets created. Either way, I'm starting to suspect it's my fault. The only common denominator in all the past tragedies of my life has been me. I turn away from the gorgeous view and continue on my way, making my steps purposely loud in hopes of scaring away any oversized reptiles that may skulk ahead. Giant lizards, giant bugs, giant problems. Paradise isn't all that I'd imagined it would be. Except for Leo, and let's face it, eventually he'll see that I'm more trouble than I'm worth and he'll move on to someone else. The thought makes me sadder than it should, but what can I do? Like everything else, it's beyond my control. Ahead, the walkway splits. Taking the turn will put me on the path that snakes through the middle of the island. I swallow the lump that's formed in my throat, knowing I should take it. I don't need to annoy my new boss by taking too long to perform the task she gave me. But there's no denying that I hate the idea of heading into the interior of the island alone. I remember the pact Molly and I made the first day I was here, that we'd stick together if one of us had to go outside. Not that it's ever happened. Then again, who's to say I'd be any safer with her? My first reaction when Leo told me about her past was to believe the best about her, but now, I just don't know. Something's changed. I can't help feeling like I haven't gotten the whole story about what happened last night. I'm not sure if I can trust her anymore. Reaching the turnoff, I'm relieved to catch a glimpse of Lupe as she rounds a bend out of sight. Gravel shifts precariously under my feet as I hurry to catch up. I wipe sweat from my eyes, straining to spot her through the thick canopy, but it's been planted for privacy. I can't see a thing. My breath quickens as I approach the bend. Anything could be waiting around the corner. Anyone. I force myself onward, and am rewarded by the sight of my co-workers. Consuela stands on top of a stepladder, stretched up on her toes. Lupe is on the ground at her side, straining to help lift a sheet of metal into the air. I can hear their grunts as the women struggle to fit the storm shutter into the slots that flank a window. I rush forward as the wind catches an edge and Consuela teeters, almost yanked from her perch. She gives me a grateful look as I steady her, waiting for her to find her balance before helping them maneuver the shutter into place. Gracias. She wipes her brow before carefully descending the ladder. Both women look at me expectantly, wondering why I'm there, and I realize that I've never actually spoken to either of them before. It's shameful, but so is most of my behavior. So, you know how Evelyn left? I start. And how Leo took over until we got a new GM? I search their faces for a hint that they understand what I'm saying, but there's none. I continue anyway. Well, anyway, she's here already. Her name's Jackie. She's in the kitchen right now, and she'd like to talk to you. She seems nice. They exchange a look before bursting into laughter. I feel myself frown, wondering if it's at my expense. Oh, sweetie, Consuela says, patting me on the shoulder. They always seem nice at first. Give her time. You tell me what you think of her this time next month. Her English is perfect, without even a hint of an accent. She taps a finger to her lips and says, "And this will be our little secret, see?" I nod woodenly. Realizing my mouth is hanging open, I snap it shut. "Don't be such a downer," Lupe tells her. "Anyone has to be better than that racist Evelyn. Though if the owner had this new one on speed dial..." She shrugs, not continuing the thought. "Evelyn was a racist?" I ask, struggling to recall any inappropriate comment the woman might have made, but I can't. "How much do you make an hour?" Lupe asks. I feel myself blush as I answer, $14? She's nodding as if she already knew the answer. "And do you have any prior experience as a housekeeper?" "No." "Well, I do. I've been doing this for over 2 decades, and they're paying me $12 an hour, the minimum. So yeah, she wasn't exactly my favorite person." Consuela snorts. "And that's putting it mildly. Let me ask, did she offer to let you stay in the main house?" "Well, yes." They exchange a look. "We were told all the rooms were taken when we arrived last month, even though no one else was here yet. Instead, we have to bunk with a bunch of, no offense, but noisy children. And as soon as you girls arrived, we got switched to working outside instead of in the AC. The woman was a bigot. It's a relief that she's gone." "You wouldn't believe some of the things she said in front of us, thinking we wouldn't understand," Lupe says. "I can't wait to see what this new one pulls." The 2 women take off down the path, leaving me gaping behind them. I guess I'm not the only one who's been hiding my stripes. The realization makes me feel unsettled. I've been so wrapped up in my own problems, what else have I missed? I trail after them, back to the main path, the one that circles the island. And though I wish I could keep following them back to the house and air conditioning and the safety in numbers, I continue on, feeling like I'm roasting alive, completely drenched in sweat now. A drop of perspiration travels along my hairline, tickling my neck. The ghostly feel of it makes me shiver. I wipe at the sensation, trying to erase it from my skin, but it remains, growing into the sense of being watched. No, not just watched, but studied, like an insect under a microscope. Paranoid, I spin around, searching the path behind me, the trees to my right, the ocean to my left. I don't see a soul. But straight ahead, the boathouse lurks in the distance. I swallow hard, a lump growing in my throat, making it tighten as I recall the day Harvey had cornered me in there. I'd felt so scared and vulnerable, trapped in such close quarters with him, not knowing what his intentions were, what he planned to do. I stare at the tiny building. No more than a shed, really, its wooden exterior stained dark by time. It looks like the kind of place you shouldn't go alone. The cabin in the middle of the woods, or the shack at the end of a long remote road. There's something menacing about the place, like bad things have happened there before. Shutting my eyes, I give myself a shake, trying to remove the idea from my brain. When I open them again, the ominous vibes have receded, a trick of my overactive imagination and nothing more. And yet, I have to force myself to turn away. As I do, I swear I see movement from behind one of the windows. Gasping, I spin back around, staring at the place with a newfound wariness, refusing to blink lest I might miss the answer to the questions racing through my brain. Did I imagine it? Or is someone really in there? Goosebumps prick my arms, spreading like a rash as they race across my body. My skin crawls beneath them. My breath comes too quickly, a sense of lightheadedness threatening to overcome me. I take a shaky step away from the boathouse, and then another. I back away until I'm sure I'm not being followed, and then I turn and I run. I just wish that I could keep going until I was off this island. Chapter 41. I don't make it very far before I'm forced to slow down. The air is too humid and thick, wrapping around me like a hot, wet blanket. I check behind me before coming to a stop, hands braced against my knees as I struggle to catch my breath. Why do I let myself get so creeped out? I need to get a hold of myself, rein in my imagination, and stop being so ridiculous. And yet, I can't deny that having put enough distance between myself and the boathouse so that I can no longer see it is a relief. Straightening, I squint down the path ahead of me, wondering where Nancy might be. I need to get on with this, finish what I came out here to do, so I can get back to the main house. And then I need to figure out how Leo and I are going to manage evacuating with Alice now that Jackie is here, not to mention my second thoughts about trusting Molly. Fanning my face, I continue on, looking for the trail that will take me to the east side of the island. Tiki huts sprawl along the meandering walkway, palms and other vegetation artfully arranged between them. You can tell that a lot of care went into the layout. It creates the sense of being in a tropical paradise, a jungle almost, or trapped in a prison. I quicken my steps, wondering if the sky has changed since my last look, if the storm looks bigger, closer, angrier. It makes me feel anxious, like danger is looming just out of sight and I'm unprepared. Not just for the hurricane, but everything. There's so much that could go wrong. Such slim odds that everything will go right. My stomach knots as I finally spot Nancy approaching up ahead. I rub my palms along the sides of my hips, trying to dry them as the distance closes between us. I don't know anything about this woman besides her obvious passion for gardening, and a comment Molly made once about her being an Evelyn in disguise. Geez, I hope not. But as Nancy stomps toward me, face reddened and covered in a mix of dirt and sweat, I fear that it may be true. She carries a coil of rope slung over one shoulder, a bag of stakes on the other. The hammer by her side swings threateningly in her fist with each stride. She doesn't greet me. Instead, she gestures with her free hand and asks, "Why aren't these trees staked?" Not waiting for an answer, she drops her load, swipes a damp strand of hair off her forehead, and squats. Muttering under her breath, she pounds one of the wooden poles into the ground about 5 feet from the base of a tree. "The new GM is here," I say, almost afraid to interrupt. She squints at me as she loops some rope around the palm's trunk, adjusts it to the height she wants, and pulls tight. "So?" "She's called a staff meeting." Nancy grunts as she secures the rope to the stake. "I'm busy." "She sent me to come get you. She wants you to come meet with her in the kitchen." "Listen." Nancy glares at me,
I just got one useless boss off my back. I don't need another taking her place.
She positions a second stake. There's a sharp crack as the hammer strikes against it with what seems like unnecessary force, and I get a brief flash of Nancy taking her aggression out on someone's skull instead. I step back.
You'd think what she would really want is for her employer not to lose tens of thousands of dollars worth of landscaping.
I'm not sure how to respond. I glance around, but it's just me and Nancy out here. Everyone else is inside. Now more than ever, that's where I wish I were too.
I'd be happy to help you after the meeting, I offer.
I don't have time for any meeting.
But
tell her whatever you want, I don't care. I've got more important things to do than play nice with the new babysitter.
I nod as I take another step backward, putting more distance between us. Though I'm itching to get away, I move slowly, carefully. I don't want to trip, but I'm also not willing to turn around. Not yet. Not until Nancy's either out of sight or puts the hammer down, whichever comes first. I have no idea what I'm going to tell the new manager, but that feels like the least of my problems right now. I need to find a way to get Alice off this island. It's starting to feel even more dangerous than I thought. Chapter 42. I still have no idea what I'm going to tell Jackie by the time I make my way back to the main house. Trudging across the lobby toward the kitchen, I feel the weight of the world on my shoulders. Everything just seems so hopeless. It doesn't matter how hard you strive to do the right thing. It's not like life cares and will decide to cut you a break. So what's the point of even trying? Jackie looks up as I enter the room and gives me a smile. If it were Evelyn, she'd probably be glaring at me with that cold, hateful look in her eyes. I try to take comfort in the fact that she's not here anymore and will no longer be a part of my life, but I can't. Because even that hard, intimidating woman was scared to be on the island with what's coming, yet here I am, seemingly stuck and unable to escape. My new boss looks behind me expectantly, but there's no one there. My skin heats with the shame of having to disappoint her so soon. I wonder how long it will take before she dislikes me as much as her predecessor. "Did Lupe and Consuela find you?" I ask. She nods, her expression pleasant. "I located Nancy. I told her that you wanted to speak with her and asked her to come, but—" I pull at my collar, unsure what to say. I don't want to throw Nancy under the bus. I can't afford to make any enemies. But she declined. Jackie finishes for me diplomatically. "Yes." "That's okay." Jackie smiles warmly and pats the spot next to her. "Come take a seat, let's chat." Chewing on the inside of my cheek, I take the offered stool, unsure what to expect. Half suspecting that it's a trap, this friendly attitude, like a dog that wags its tail before it bites. "Nancy's very worried about the landscaping," I say, eager to fill the silence. "She's trying to get all the trees staked before we evacuate." Jackie nods. I tell myself to stop talking, but I can't. "She asked that you send the boys to help her if you can spare them." Actually, I'm afraid they have their hands full right now. I've asked them to put all the sun loungers in the pool house and to round up all the guest grills and fire pits on the island. "I don't mind helping Nancy with the trees, then." I regret making the offer as soon as I say it. "Maybe in a bit. I'm more concerned with getting the storm shutters on, which is what I have everyone else working on right now." "Oh, I'll go help," I say, standing. "In just a sec. I wanted to ask you something first." The sweating that had finally stopped starts again. My chest feels tight, my breathing shallow as I imagine what it is she's going to ask. Do you really think it's appropriate to have a romantic relationship with a coworker? Why do you have a little girl hidden upstairs in your room? Is any of the information on your employment application actually correct? Unable to meet her eyes, I stare at the stone hanging from a delicate chain around her neck. The gem is orange, red, and black, calling to mind the eye of the hurricane from the news.
It's a fire opal,
she says, holding the necklace out so I can take a closer look.
A family heirloom.
It's very pretty, I say, though I don't think so at all. She gives me a tight-lipped smile.
I suppose there's no use beating round the bush.
This is it, the moment I've been dreading. She glances around, making sure we're still alone, leans her head closer toward me and says,
I know I'm the boss, but I'm also the new kid, so I don't want to start stepping on any toes, especially so soon, but...
She breaks eye contact, staring at the floor, and rubs the back of her neck.
When the time comes, do you think it would cause any hard feelings if I used my personal vehicle to evacuate?
I gape at her, not believing my ears. Surely I must have imagined what I wanted to hear, not what she actually said. But as her gaze meets mine again, this time shyly, she adds,
It's just my car is the only thing I really have. I can't afford to lose it. Insurance rarely pays what it's actually worth. And since you're one of the only other employees here with a personal vehicle, I mean, you can take yours, too, if you want.
I'm so overwhelmed with relief that I laugh. If they paid me $50 for my car, I'd be getting a deal. As I say it, I wonder if I'm being foolish for evacuating with Leo and leaving my vehicle behind. As long as I have my car, Alice and I have a place to live. If it gets damaged by the hurricane, what happens if I lose this job? But what happens if I take it and it breaks down? Or we run out of gas before we reach safety? I don't have the luxury to choose. There's only one decision I can make. My priority is to keep Alice safe, whatever the cost, even my own welfare. And this right here, this just made it possible again.
So you don't mind?
She asks. Not at all.
And the others?
I think it's safe to say that as long as we're all off the island and on the mainland before the hurricane hits, we don't really care how we get there. Jackie looks as pleased as I feel. I can't believe my luck. All the bitterness I felt before was unfounded. Sometimes you really do catch a break. This might be my first one ever, but I'll take it. I know that if I'm going to pull this off, I'm going to need it. Chapter 43. 3 years, 4 months ago. She shouldn't be here. She hates everything about this place, from the harsh fluorescent lights to the overwaxed floors, and yet she can't stop coming back, despite it being torture. And she knows that she has no one to blame but herself. She trudges through the grocery store, pushing the cart ahead of her, scanning every aisle for the girl, half expecting, as she rounds every corner, to find her there, in the produce section, bagging apples, or along the back wall selecting meats. But she's not. And she won't be, ever again. The girl is gone, and she's been left behind. To rot, to fester, to rage. She glares at the new guy behind the deli counter, as if he's at fault. Takes delight at the uneasy way he pulls at his collar, retreating to the back room. Why should anyone get to be happy or content or even just comfortable in a world where she's so miserable? And yeah, so maybe it's all her fault, but that doesn't make her situation any easier to swallow. Nothing's been the same since she left. The girl, her friend, the only one she's ever really known. She remembers the way she'd looked that night at the bus station, the one they were supposed to leave together. Her friend, with her hair tucked up under a baseball cap, dressed in oversized clothes, looking unrecognizable from the girl she knew, which was all part of their strategy. But that had also included her being there too, instead of hiding in the shadows across the street, filled with the bittersweet knowledge that this was the last time she'd ever see her. The plan involved them boarding the bus together. Instead, she'd been forced to watch as her friend's distress grew until the last boarding call was made and the girl finally scrambled aboard as the bus drove away without her. She hadn't been able to face her. She couldn't tell the girl why she had to stay behind. Only, now that it's too late, she wonders if maybe she should have. She imagines a world in which the girl might have stayed. But she didn't. She swallows hard, trying to rid the taste of bitter disappointment from her mouth, wondering where the girl is now, if she's happy and free. A part of her hopes that she isn't, that she traded one hell for another so that they'd still have that in common. She knows she shouldn't feel that way, but she does. She can't help it. Because the truth is, she'd felt panic as she watched the girl board the bus without her. Panic and betrayal. And if she could have gotten her legs to work, she would have found a way to turn her in so that they'd both still be stuck here together. And now she's been here for months, on her own once more. But not for long. She glances down at her stomach, stretched and swollen with the child she carries. It won't be long now. 1 week, maybe 2. And then she'll never be alone in the crosshairs ever again. Chapter 44. After my conversation with Jackie, I join the others, helping to secure the storm shutters over the windows. We work quickly, a frenetic energy running through the group. Everyone seems to share the consensus that the sooner we get off the island, the better. None of us wants to be here longer than we have to. It makes me feel almost normal, for once, to have these people share my desperation. The joints of the ladder complain as Keith and Leo move it along to the next window. Cody and Brody follow along with a second. I can't help holding my breath as I watch Leo climb the first as one of the twins holds the base steady. Keith matches his movements on the other one, the 2 men straining to balance an oversized storm shutter between them as they ascend. Reaching the top, they work together to slot the metal barrier into place. I keep half an eye on them as Molly and I struggle to do the same on a ground floor window. It's hard enough on solid ground. I can't imagine trying to fit the rigid metal barrier into the narrow groove while balancing a couple of stories up.
Gee, this would probably be easier if someone taller were holding this end,
Molly grumbles, standing on her toes as she struggles to lift the bottom edge high enough. She gives Brooke a pointed look as she adds,
"A little help would be nice."
Brooke holds her gaze for a second before rolling her eyes, returning to her conversation with one of the surfer twins. I watch the muscles in Molly's neck tense at the sound of Brooke's shrill laugh.
"I really hate her," Molly mumbles. "She isn't even worth the air that keeps her alive. Someone should do the world a favor and do something to conserve the waste."
I freeze, arms burning with the strain of holding the storm shutter above my head. There was a time that I wouldn't have thought twice about her idle threat, but now, knowing about her past, I glance at Brooke, wondering if I should warn her. Brooke shoots a smirk in Molly's direction as she puts a hand on the twin's arm and leans forward, whispering in his ear. But the yelp that follows isn't from Molly or Brooke or the twin. I flinch, looking for the source of the panicked shout, and spot Keith grappling against the side of the building, his ladder tilted to the side. Leo leans over, straining to reach him, calling down to the twin who's supposed to be holding Keith's ladder steady.
My bad, man.
The twin's face and neck turn red as he grabs the base, trying to right it. I drop my end of the storm shutter and rush to help, keeping a firm grip on the frame in my hands as it shakes with Keith's descent. The chef reaches the ground a moment later, his body trembling, a look of murderous rage on his face.
Oh, sorry about...
The twin stumbles backward, falling on the ground as Keith gives him a violent shove.
Hey, what the hell, man?
Keith stands over him, hands balled into fists. He scrambles backward, his brother helping him to his feet.
I said I was sorry. Oh, well then, I guess that makes it all right that you almost killed me. Dude, don't be so dramatic, you're fine.
Leo catches Keith by the arm as he draws back to swing.
You had one job to do, he seethes. One job, and you couldn't even do it, you worthless little moron.
The other twin grabs his brother, holding him back as he and Keith exchange words, most of them obscenities. I stand watching helplessly, not sure what to do. Glance over my shoulder, wondering if I should run and get Jackie. But before I can decide, my gaze lands on Molly. Is that a smile on her face? It's gone in a flash, but the suspicion of what I thought I saw causes a bristling sensation to travel along the back of my neck as I watch her fearlessly insert herself between the two men. "Stop acting like children," she shouts, holding a palm toward each of them. "We don't have time for this. Yes, Cody screwed up, but it was an accident." She shoots a daggered look at Brooke. "At least pretend to be adults so we can finish up and get out of here. Fighting? Trust me, it never solves anything." A bolt of guilt flashes through me. Some friend I am. I'd been so quick to assume the worst about Molly, when what I really saw must have been her discomfort at the situation, not her enjoyment. Under Molly's watchful eye, the two men reluctantly apologize to each other, but it seems an unsteady alliance. And as we go back to fitting the final storm shutters in place, this time with one of the twins up on the ladder, there's no denying that the atmosphere has grown even more electric, and the storm has nothing to do with it. Chapter 45. We return to the house exhausted. Though we should feel triumphant from getting the storm shutters in place in what must have been record time, instead there's an air of defeat hovering around us like a bad smell. And every part of me aches. My shoulders, my back, my neck, even my hands. It's a struggle to lift my feet high enough to climb the front steps, my shoes weighted like they've been encased in lead. I step inside. Instantly, the air conditioning gives me a chill as it cools the sweat coating my body. "I can't wait to get out of here," Brooke mutters. "I'm starving," Molly says.
"Food first, then escape,"
Keith agrees. We trudge toward the kitchen as a pack. Despite the animosity earlier, there seems to be an unspoken agreement that we need to stick together. Or maybe everyone's just too tired to disagree.
"What's for dinner?"
one of the twins asks. Keith grunts as he leads the way into his domain.
"Whatever you find that I don't have to cook."
Jackie looks up from her seat at the counter as we enter and gives us a friendly smile. "Oh, I've taken care of that," she says, gesturing toward the stovetop, where a skillet of cooked meat sits. I'm afraid my culinary skills are a bit lacking. I hope the tacos are okay."
"Awesome!"
Both twins rush forward and begin filling their plates. The rest of us advance cautiously, though I couldn't say why. Maybe it's the striking difference between our new boss and the old one. Or maybe my coworkers are experiencing the same sense of unease I am, a little whisper at the back of my head warning me to be careful. Though my instincts aren't always the best, they have, in fact, failed me more times than I could possibly count, something tells me that this time they're spot on. There's something that this woman wants, and I have a funny feeling it's not something I'm willing to give. I prepare my plate reluctantly, find a spot beside Molly and lean against the counter, relieved to have taken some of the weight off my feet. And though I tell myself to eat slowly, once the first bite of meat and cheese hits my mouth, I lose control, chewing and swallowing as fast as I'm able. As the fuel hits my stomach, my brain starts functioning again. I need to save some food for Alice. I should speak privately with Molly, make sure she's doing okay with the excitement of today adding to her trauma from last night. Feel out whether I'm still comfortable asking her to ride with me and Leo tomorrow to evacuate, and if so, tell her about Alice so she's not a surprise. And, most importantly, I have to pack. I wonder what time we'll be leaving in the morning, hesitant to stow away any of Alice's toys before I absolutely have to. There's no point in working so hard to keep her secret while we evacuate, just to have her throw a fit and get discovered before we leave. Suddenly, I'm aware of how quiet it is. Only eating noises fill the room. I glance around at my companions, all completely focused on their food. All except Jackie. She isn't eating, she's just sitting there, playing with the stone charm on her necklace as she watches us with the same patient smile she's been wearing since she got here. Her eyes shift to meet mine, noticing me, noticing her. I swallow hard, the seasoned meat suddenly tasteless. She keeps her focus on me as she clears her throat. Everyone except the twins stops eating and gives her their full attention, as if they've been waiting for this moment like I have, for the shoe to drop, so to speak. "Our generous employer would like me to make you each an offer," she says. Even though her smile grows wider, it falters around the edges, as if she dreads what she's about to say. "They want me to ask you if you'd be willing to spend one more day on the island, helping to secure the resort before evacuating." Brooke laughs. "No way."
"Yeah, that's a hard pass,"
one of the twins says. "One day," Jackie continues, as if she didn't hear them, "in exchange for $5,000 apiece." I can't help but gasp. I don't know about everyone else, but that's an enormous amount of money to me. The twins look at each other, one of them softly saying, "Dad." Lupe and Consuela exchange a barely perceptible nod. Molly grabs onto my arm excitedly and whispers, "Our apartment." Not just an apartment. A home for Alice. Medical care. Enriching toys. Safety. The security of having an emergency fund. As much as I want to resist, I'm not sure I'm able.
No.
The sound of Leo's voice, firm and resolute, brings me back to reality. He looks around the group, his gaze coming to rest on mine as he says,
"We should stick to the plan. It might not be safe to wait."
Jackie shrugs as she gives him a hard look. "Like I said, it's their decision. I'm just the messenger." "Do we all have to agree?" Brooke asks. "No, but since there's only one shuttle van right now, the majority does need to agree to stay, or everyone will be leaving tomorrow. If enough of you wish to accept the offer that the rest can evacuate in personal vehicles, that's what we'll do."
"We'll stay,"
the twins say in unison. "Si," Lupe says, Consuela nodding beside her.
"What do you think?" Molly asks me. "You want to do it?"
I don't. I desperately want off this island. And as much as I need that money for Alice, if Leo thinks it's not safe to stay, then I need to get her away from here. But as I look into his troubled eyes, I realize the catch. Even if Jackie was willing to take the one person too many for the shuttle with her in her car, if everyone else stays, we might not be able to get Alice to Leo's truck unseen. I dart a quick glance between Keith and Brooke, silently hoping both of them speak up and refuse, praying that Nancy magically arrives right at this moment to put an end to this madness. My stomach clenches as Brooke says, "I'm in." It threatens to empty as Keith adds,
"Me too."
That's it then. It's settled. Once again, my future is out of my control, my fate decided for me. All I can do is hope that it doesn't go as disastrously as it has every time before. Chapter 46. I wish I could share my co-workers' cheer as we set out the next morning, but as much as I'm thrilled by the thought of the $5,000 I'll soon have, the relief that I'll finally be able to buy so many of the things Alice needs is negated by the guilt of what it's costing. Her absolute safety. No amount of money is worth that. But the others don't have a little girl to worry about, so I try not to hold it against them as they joke and laugh on our way to the beach to fill sandbags, which becomes easier 10 minutes after we get started, and the mood becomes somber with the back-breaking intensity of the work. The upper body muscles I hadn't known I'd possessed until yesterday are making their presence even more pronounced today, knots tugging and straining with each movement. The humidity has transcended from an invisible being into a physical one. You can actually see the haze from the water vapor in the air. Sweat mingles with the grit on my body, forming an uncomfortable paste. And instead of bonding over our shared misery, tempers are flaring. The battle over shovels has become dangerous. There aren't enough to go around, so most of us are just scooping the sand with our hands. Anytime someone puts theirs down to grab a new bag to fill, it's snatched in an instant. I catch Keith studying the twins, most likely waiting for one of them to become distracted enough to make his move. I hope that's not the case. It's sure to only complicate what's already a tense situation. The tenuousness of the peace they reached yesterday apparent through the exchange of a number of nasty comments today between the three. I pause, taking a moment to catch my breath. Wipe the sweat from the corners of my eyes, the skin stinging from the coarse sand. But the pain is dulled as I watch Leo heave one last full sack onto the stack he's already piled into the wheelbarrow he brought from Nancy's planting shed, then set off toward the path and the tiki huts. His shirt, damp with sweat, clings to the bulging muscles of his back as he strains under the load. And I'm not the only one who's noticed. Brooke openly ogles him as he retreats. It's clear what she's thinking. It's written plain as day across her face. I feel a stab of irritation at how brazen she is. Molly catches my gaze and gives me a wink, mouths, "I got you, girl." Turning her back to Brooke, she starts filling her bag overzealously, sending a spray of sand in Brooke's direction. Brooke shrieks and aims a poisonous look at Molly. "Watch out, will you?"
"Whoops, sorry."
But you can tell from the smirk Molly's wearing that she's not sorry at all.
"Here, let me help you with that."
"Don't touch me." Brooke pushes Molly's arm away roughly and brushes at her legs like it's ants and not sand clinging to her skin. Maybe the livestock back on the farm don't mind your grubby little hands on them, but I'm not interested in getting cowpox. Thanks, but no thanks. I can tell by the way she looks around the group that she expected their attention to be on her. When she discovers it's not, she huffs. This is ridiculous anyway. After the storm's over, we're just going to have to lug all that sand back down here. It seems pointless. Wouldn't it be less work to just fix a few floors if they get wet? Keith straightens, stretching his back.
It would go faster if we were all working instead of complaining.
Brooke rolls her eyes, but goes back to scooping. What time do you think she'll let us leave tomorrow? She asks.
Not soon enough.
Keith answers. He scowls as he looks out over the water. The previously calm surface is now broken, choppy waves dancing against a darkening sky. The inky smudge that had been in the distance this morning has grown close enough for distinct streaks of color to be seen, shades of eggplant and indigo and charcoal layering the horizon. A streak of lightning zigzags through the bruised clouds. A chill breeze rolls in off the surface of the ocean. I rub away goosebumps. Do you think we'll be gone before the bad weather starts? I ask. As if to answer my question, the fronds of a nearby palm get yanked violently by the wind, the trunk bending in a painful-looking arch. Keith turns to look at me, his mouth open to reply, but something behind me snags his attention. We all follow his finger as he points. Leo's jogging toward us, waving an arm.
All right, guys, pack it up,
he yells. His words barely reach us. It's about time, Brooke mutters. She drops the bag she was working on and starts climbing up the beach, away from the shore. Lupe picks it up, dragging it along with her own half-filled bag.
Don't worry about that,
Leo tells her, taking both as he reaches us.
Just hurry up and get inside.
Why? What's wrong? I ask. He doesn't answer, just shakes his head. Leo?
The hurricane's gained speed. It's going to hit sooner than they predicted.
But we'll still be okay as long as we leave tomorrow, right? His lips press together into a grim line.
Tonight would be better,
he says. Then why aren't we leaving tonight?
Because it's no longer my decision.
Jackie seems reasonable. I'm sure if you talked to her.
I already have, Charlotte. She doesn't want to hear it.
He looks almost angry, not like the Leo I know. But as we reach the gravel walkway, a light rain starting to fall, I realize that I don't actually know him, do I? I watch him from the corners of my eyes as we jog toward shelter, wondering what I might have missed, not just about him, but all these people. Because that's what happens when you work so hard at hiding things. You miss what everyone else is trying to conceal. Chapter 47. Rain punches against the roof with angry fists. Wind howls and moans. A crack of thunder sounds so loud I can feel it in my bones, in the irregular tempo of my heart. The lights flicker. Alice presses her head deeper into my stomach and tightens her hold on me. I stroke her hair and keep up a steady shhing sound, trying to calm her, hoping to calm myself. But the little girl is trembling, and I suspect she's not the only one. Don't worry, I tell her, it's just a storm. Her head shakes from side to side, her tears dampening my shirt. We're safe here in this big old house. It's been through a lot worse than this over the years. I think of the hurricane hurtling toward us, under the cover of darkness, wondering how close it is now, I feel so useless, so helpless, like everything's beyond my control, probably because it is. Alice sniffs loudly, reminding me of the one thing that is in my power to do. We'll be leaving here tomorrow. We're going to drive until we're away from the storm. How does that sound? Alice's only response is the hitching of her chest against her tears. She draws a long, shaky breath. I hold my own, afraid she's gearing up for a wail. Instead, her voice is quiet, so soft I can barely hear. I'm scared. I hold her tighter, rubbing the soft flesh of her little arm. Oh, baby, I'm scared too. I want my mommy. Her tiny body goes rigid against mine as she awaits my reaction. But how do I respond? What can I say? I know you do, sweetie. I know you do.
Will she still be able to find us if we leave?
I lower my head and press my lips against her hair, inhale the baby scent of her, buying time to think of an answer, because I can't tell her the truth. I'm sure she will. I finally promise. But the promise is a lie. Her mother isn't coming to meet us. She'd have to be alive to do that. Chapter 48. After a long, restless night, it appears that Alice has finally fallen asleep. The rain is still pouring down as I slip out of bed, careful not to wake her. I'll let her rest as long as I can, until it's time to evacuate. The narrow hall of the...
Let's take a brief pause together to let everything we and Appos V heard sink in. Coming up is a gentle, relaxing melody. Let your mind loose, breathe evenly, and allow the music to guide you into a state of complete comfort.
Staircase seems a little tighter than usual, the steps a little steeper, and for the first time I wish I didn't have to come back once the hurricane has passed. I think about what it used to be like, how easy it was to reinvent myself, create a new life, start over from scratch whenever things got too real. That was all before Alice, though. It's different when there's a child in your care, more difficult. But it's not like I can abandon her. She's mine now. It's up to me to look after her. Even if, at times like this, exhausted from hours spent caring for her, comforting her, being there for her, yet knowing I'm not the one she really wants, it's hard not to feel a little resentment. I know I shouldn't, that it's natural that she misses her mother, but she doesn't seem to appreciate everything I've sacrificed for her. Of course, how could she? She's just a little girl. She doesn't know the truth. But that's partly a good thing. Stepping into the darkened kitchen, it takes me a moment to place what's wrong. With the storm shutters on, the natural sunlight that normally fills the room is blocked. Then again, judging by the sound of the storm outside, it might not be much brighter in here without them. Either way, the normally gleaming kitchen surfaces have taken on a dull, almost sickly look. Keith gives me a nod as I enter. Lupe and Consuela offer me a smile. I wonder if everyone else has eaten already, or if they've been tricked by the gloom into thinking that it's still not time to wake. I hope this doesn't somehow delay our departure. I pour a cup of coffee and settle on a stool at the counter, looking reluctantly at the TV. I'd meant to come down last night to disable it, but I couldn't leave Alice. Now the hurricane it shows is massive, filling the screen. The rain bands fringing the western edge have already moved onshore. I could have lived without seeing how big this threat has grown. The meteorologist predicts that the Keys will feel the full brunt of the storm in the early hours of tomorrow morning, but judging from the next shot, a cutaway to footage of a news anchor in a yellow rain jacket standing in front of the landmark Mile Zero buoy at the tip of Key West, it's already here. The seawall behind them is slammed by a steady onslaught of waves, frothy white caps splashing a dozen feet high with the impact. The poor newscaster struggles to maintain their balance as they're buffeted by the wind and the rain lashing against them. But it's the next image that makes my blood turn cold. The broadcast returns to the studio, and a well-groomed anchor sitting behind a desk. The man with sleek blonde hair and impossibly white teeth promises to keep viewers updated with the latest on the storm before segueing to the next story.
In other news, authorities are still looking for information related to the death of a Georgia woman. Police responding to the scene discovered the body of Luann Moore, age 21, after a family member returned home and reported the crime. But the whereabouts of her daughter, 3-year-old Alice Moore, remain unknown. Authorities ask that anyone with information regarding the case please call the tip hotline at 1-800. I'm out of my seat, have snatched up the remote and turned the TV off in under 10 seconds, but that's 10 seconds too long. 10 seconds when Alice's sweet little face was on the screen for anyone to see. My heart thunders in my chest as I spin around, half expecting to find that my luck's run out and Leo's standing behind me watching. But fortunately he's not. Lupe and Consuela stare at me with shock. I force a weak smile in their direction. I'm sorry, I just can't take any more about the hurricane. It's almost here. We're almost ready to leave. That's all I need to know. Do you mind if the TV's off? I should have asked. Both women shrug, tracking me with their eyes as they carry on a hurried conversation in lowered voices. It makes me paranoid that they know something, that they're discussing what to do, how to turn me in. But they can't possibly know. No one's seen Alice besides Leo, and now more than ever it has to stay that way. Makes no difference to me,
Keith says. Thanks. I make a show of opening the drawer beneath the TV and stowing the remote inside, but I slip it into my pocket at the last second. Returning to my seat, I pretend that everything is okay as I sip my coffee, but it's not. Nothing's okay now. I'd known that this was a possibility. I'd been hoping that the case wouldn't make the news this far from the crime, but now that it has, I have to come up with a plan. Alice and I need to find a way to use this evacuation as a diversion to disappear. But until I figure out exactly how that's going to happen, I have to make sure that Leo doesn't get a chance to see the news. I like Leo, but I can't afford any complications right now, and if that means doing whatever it takes to make sure there aren't any, well, I've done worse things before, and though I might regret some of them, that doesn't mean I won't do them again. Chapter 49. 3 weeks ago. She knows the very instant that she recognizes the voice on the other end of the line what she's going to do. There's really very little choice about it. She's been out of options for a long time now, is desperate enough to do whatever she has to, and even if she weren't, she'd probably still do it anyway. She licks her lips, not believing her luck. It is, perhaps, the first time she's ever had any, and there's no denying she can use it. Drawing a deep breath, she tries her hardest to keep her voice steady as she asks, "Is it really you?" Her old friend, her only friend, sounds contrite as she says, "Yeah, I know. It's been a while. Sorry." "No, it's fine. I really didn't think you'd still be at this number." What her friend doesn't say rings louder than what she does. "I thought you'd be gone by now. I thought you would have escaped what happened." Should she try to explain? She wants to, but it seems impossible to put into words. The right ones don't exist to describe how stupid she'd been, the mistake that made escape impossible. Instead, she says simply, "I did too. But you're okay." They both know she's not. She couldn't possibly be, not if she's still here. So she ignores the question and asks one of her own. "Are you in town?" "No." The reply is fired back so quickly that she knows it's true. She hadn't expected her to be. If she had managed to make it away from here, there's no way she'd ever come back. "Are you close?" There's just the slightest pause before her friend answers, "Not really." Then cautiously, warily, as if her friend already knows what she's going to say, "Why?" "I need you to come." The silence is so complete that it's possible the girl has hung up, but she knows she hasn't. Because she's a good person, a good friend, much better than she herself is. Because if that weren't true, she wouldn't have bothered making the request. "Please, you know I wouldn't ask unless..." She doesn't finish, knowing her friend's imagination will fill in the blanks. But then, the other girl doesn't have to imagine, does she? She's been in the same place herself. And yet she managed to escape. All because of the one thing that separates them. And it's this one thing that makes her put her old friend in this awkward position, that makes her willing to do the unthinkable. "Please," she says again, this time allowing the emotion she's spent the last 2 decades suppressing into her tone. Time stretches on, seconds seeming like years, and for a moment she's afraid that she doesn't know the other girl as well as she thought, that maybe she really has hung up. But then, when? She doesn't know what day of the week it is, or even the month. She'd lost her grasp on that long ago. So she says, "The day after tomorrow. Can you make it?" She hears the girl swallow on the other end of the line, can practically hear her debating the answer. The reply comes on a whisper. "Yes." "Thank you." It seems insufficient for what she's requested. They both know the risk she's asked her friend to take. There's no way if their roles were reversed that she'd agree to take it. But her friend doesn't need to know that. And though she knows she should feel guilty, she doesn't. Guilt is a luxury the desperate can't afford. Chapter 50. If the weather has caused Jackie to lose any sleep, she doesn't show it. If anything, she seems energized, as if the storm and all it entails excites her. She comes into the kitchen holding a sheet of paper with a long list of tasks in her hand. The sight of the filled lines on the page fills me with dread. Surely she doesn't expect us to complete all those jobs before she allows us to leave the island. We need to get on the road as soon as possible, especially since Leo and I will have to wait for everyone else to leave before we do. She can't be serious. I check to see if any of my co-workers are concerned, but no one else seems to have noticed. Half of the staff is still missing, including Leo and Molly, and of those of us who are here, everyone besides Jackie has a half-stunned look about them. Jackie hums to herself as she pours herself a cup of coffee and fixes herself a plate, digging into her breakfast with gusto. My irritation grows as I watch her, wondering what she's waiting for. Nancy enters, and I feel a brief surge of hope that she'll say something in that direct way of hers. But instead, she pulls up a stool and introduces herself.
You must be Jackie. It's nice to finally meet you.
I take it you're Nancy.
I am. Sorry it's taken so long for...
Jackie waves the apology away. I block out the rest of their chatter as they make small talk, not understanding how everyone can be acting so casual about this. Do they not realize that we're running out of time? Brooke trudges in, followed by Molly and the Surfer twins. I hold my breath, waiting for one of them to ask when Jackie expects we'll be leaving, but Brooke heads for the coffee, while the twins grab plates and hurry toward the chef. Keith points toward the serving dishes of food already laid out and finishes loading the pots and pans he'd used to cook it into the dishwasher. As he wipes down the cooktop, it's obvious that the kitchen is closed, as it should be. We're all eager to get on with it. So why isn't Jackie giving us our assignments? Why isn't anyone asking when we can go? What's wrong with these people? We could be working toward our escape, one that seems to grow more impossible to imagine with each passing second instead of making idle chit-chat. It seems almost impossibly cruel. As if sensing my attention, Jackie glances up. Catching me watching her, she gives me a friendly smile, one I can't force myself to return. I feel the clock ticking with each beat of my heart, and it's growing more insistent. Molly takes a seat on the stool next to me.
Geesh, I can't wait to get out of here already. How about you? She asks.
Yeah, I murmur, only half paying attention.
I didn't sleep a wink last night, did you?
Not much, no.
Maybe we can nap in the van then.
I turn toward her, but any response I might have had dies on my tongue. I never got a chance to talk with her last night. Never told her that I wasn't evacuating on the van with everyone else. To do so now seems pointless. Sure, I say, forcing a smile, hoping that with all the commotion she won't realize I'm not there until it's too late. But in order for that to happen, we actually need to make some headway toward leaving. I glance at Jackie, wanting to scream, wanting to grab her and shake her and make her take action. What is it that she's waiting for? I have to get out of here while I still have the chance. The hurricane is no longer the only danger that I face. It might not even be the biggest threat to my safety. I've worked too hard and overcome too much to let this happen. Since the future I'd imagined around this place is no longer an option, maybe I should just grab Alice and leave. Steal gas money, or the van, or even Leo's truck to make sure we can get far enough away. But there are other reasons for them to not know about Alice and who I am. It will be easier to disappear if the police have no clue where we've been. Still, I'm about ready to bolt from the kitchen when Leo finally arrives. He looks around the room as he enters, a strange expression on his face. It almost feels like a relief to see someone as worried about this situation as I am. Then again,
The others aren't concerned with sneaking a little girl out of here and avoiding jail. Immediately, I get up and move to his side. Until this point, I've been concerned about keeping the connection between us a secret, worried that our relationship would put my employment here at risk. But there are more important things now than keeping this job, like making sure he doesn't get a chance to watch the news before I've escaped with Alice. I need him to trust me. I'm going to have to find a way to get him to leave me and Alice alone in his truck at the last minute. Ask him for a favor? Maybe to grab Alice a snack for the trip? But it's going to be tricky. I'm going to have to time it just right, and hope the guilt of leaving him here at the mercy of the storm doesn't eat me alive. Now that we've all arrived, Jackie stands. She lifts her list from the counter, holds it in both hands as she looks around the room, at each of our faces. Sure that she has our complete attention, she says, "These are all the things that we should do before we evacuate." If we were younger, the room would be filled with a collective groan. Instead, it's so quiet that you can hear the air hissing from the AC vent in the ceiling. And then the silence is broken by the sound of the paper tearing. Jackie beams at us as she continues to shred her list into tiny pieces. "Any objections to forgetting about what we should do and getting the heck out of here now instead?" She's answered by sighs of relief and nervous laughs, the scrape of stools across the floor, and the hurried steps of feet leaving the room. In less than a minute, only Leo and I remain in the kitchen with her. Her gaze bounces back and forth between us, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "You two are leaving here together?" she asks. Leo clears his throat before answering. "Yes, I'm driving." She gives a tiny wink before nodding. "Then, can I trust you to lock up for me?" She pushes a heavy set of keys across the counter toward him. As I stare at them, I can't believe our luck, how everything is falling into place. I'm so giddy I feel like I'm vibrating. Leo grabs them and shoves them in his pocket. "Of course." "Great." She sets off across the kitchen. "Then I'm going to head on out myself, if you don't mind." "You need directions to the hotel?" he asks. Jackie pauses, already halfway out the door. Something about her expression as she looks back at us gives me chills. "That won't be necessary." As soon as she's gone, Leo turns to me. "You ready to go?" I nod. "Then I'm going to do a quick check to make sure everything's secure. As soon as they're on their way, we'll grab Alice and leave." I nod again, not trusting myself to speak. Not that it's necessary. It seems pretty obvious what the plan should be. It's just unfortunate that it doesn't include him. Chapter 51. Once Leo's left, I hurry to the lobby, crack the door open, and peer outside. Keith has pulled the van around front. Jackie's standing beside him, fighting to stay sheltered beneath her umbrella as the wind tries to rip it away. They're staring toward the road, their expressions unreadable through the rain. But as Brooke comes and joins them, it becomes apparent that something is wrong. She grabs onto Keith's arm, shaking her head, stomps her foot, turns to Jackie, her body language aggressive as she closes the distance between them. Jackie holds her hand up between them, finally losing the battle with her umbrella as it turns inside out. She stares at it for a moment before tossing it aside, then holds out both hands as the rest of the group approaches. She gestures toward the house, picks up her suitcase, and leads the way. I back away from the doors as they burst open,
and my coworkers are swept inside by a gust of wind that I can feel across the room. They're all soaked, puddles forming on the tile floor beneath them. I want to ask what happened, but before I get the chance, the others launch in.
We should have left yesterday.
Keith says,
"This is your fault."
Brooke shouts at Jackie, voice thick with tears.
"The road is still there, right?" Molly asks. "Somewhere under the water? Or do you think it's washed away?"
I suck in a sharp breath. No wonder everyone's so upset. Listen, let's all just try to stay calm here. Does anyone have a cell signal? Jackie asks. I look from face to face as everyone pulls out their phones to check, but no one has reception.
"What about the landline?"
Molly suggests. She hurries over to the front desk and grabs the handset from its cradle, pressing it to her ear. Her frown grows as she stabs at the button, trying to get a dial tone. Lower lip trembling, she looks up with tears in her eyes.
"Nothing."
But that doesn't make any sense.
Keith says,
If we still have power, the phone lines should be up, right?
Who knows if that thing even worked to begin with? It's like dinosaur technology. Brooke scoffs. Nancy looks at the new GM with disgust before shaking her head and walking away. Consuela holds her temples like she has a headache. Lupe wraps her arms tight around herself. Molly sniffs, crying quietly in the corner. Even the twins seem defeated. One kicks at a corner of a couch with his flip-flop.
This sucks.
The other one asks,
What are we going to do now?
I'm sorry. Jackie apologizes, hanging her head. We'll just have to shelter in place. Everyone will stay here, in the main house. It'll be fine. We have plenty of food and water and...
"Are you kidding me? Have you seen the size of that storm?"
Brooke asks. I feel for the remote in my pocket, making sure it's still there while Keith talks.
Listen, lady, I've lived here all my life, and I've never evacuated for a hurricane before, but that thing is a monster. There's no way I'm staying. I want off this island.
Yeah, us too.
The twins step forward to join him. What do you expect me to do? Jackie asks. How could I have known the road would flood? But we can't drive out of here now. There's no way I can change that.
Then we'll walk.
Keith says.
Who's with me?
The room and all its occupants fall silent. The only sound, the steady rhythm of the rain lashing the earth outside as everyone looks at each other. I edge toward the doors and crack one open, wanting to see for myself how bad the flooding is, but the angle is wrong, the road hidden by the porch roof.
Us, we'll go,
one of the twins says.
"Are you crazy?"
Molly gasps, grabbing his arm like she's going to beg him to stay.
"You can't go out in that. What if the road isn't even there anymore?"
It'll be fine, he says. It's just a bit of water. We'll wade across and get help.
But his brother doesn't look as confident. And now that they have my attention, I notice other differences about them too. The one who wears the board shorts in bright colors versus the muted tones the other wears always seems more cocky. He's the one I met the first night, the one who attacked the tree with the clippers when Evelyn said she was docking his pay, and the one who got into the argument with Keith. Why would Cody want to team up with the man who was at his throat just the day before? It doesn't make sense. Is he that desperate to get out of here?
Dude, I'm not so sure.
Brody starts.
We're doing it.
Cody says.
It's now or never.
He holds his brother's eye for a long moment until he nods his agreement.
Anyone else?
He asks.
No? Fine then, let's go.
Cody leads the way back outside, the rest of us following behind, though the instant I step through the door I regret the decision. It's like being on another planet, one where the sun doesn't shine. The wind buffets against me, snatching my breath away. Rain falls sideways from the sky, stabbing at the earth. A low roll of thunder growls in the distance. As we huddle under the shelter of the porch, I can't imagine anyone being insane enough to willingly expose themselves to the storm. Molly was right. They're crazy.
Wait.
Brody sounds nervous as he grabs his brother's arm.
Shouldn't we bring some supplies just in case?
Cody flips his hair, his damp strands landing in a clump against his neck.
Won't need 'em.
I vaguely hear something about failure not being an option, but I can't focus on the conversation any longer because I've finally caught sight of the road. Or rather, where the road should be. But the long, narrow lane has been replaced by ocean, towering waves crashing violently, as if at war with each other, their tips dripping foam like a rabid beast. I hadn't quite believed it, but it's true. We're completely blocked off from the mainland. By water. And I can't swim. Grabbing onto the pillar beside me, I watch with mounting horror as Keith and the twins stride out into the storm. We should go inside, Jackie says. But no one listens. With the storm shutters on, there's no way to see out. There'd be no way to know if our coworkers made the crossing safely, if we could dare believe that help might be on its way. All eyes are on the three men as they lean into the wind, hands up to shield their faces from the lashing rain. They stumble as they walk, blown off balance. A palm frond strikes against them before sliding sideways and continuing its journey through the air. Lupe prays as they reach the narrow strip of land where the road should be. Molly mutters beside me. It takes me a moment to realize that she too is praying. Their pace slows as the water level rises around their lower legs. They bounce off each other as they're bombarded by the waves, but they're doing it, continuing to wade forward toward escape. I draw a deep breath, filling my lungs with hope. Though it's hard to see through the gray haze and the downpour, three figures continue moving steadily away from us. And then, there are only two. Chapter 52. There's a collective gasp as one of the figures vanishes. Molly grabs my arm, squeezing painfully tight. She drags me with her as she takes a step closer to the edge of the porch, leaning forward, trying to see. "What happened? Where'd he go?" she asks. No one answers. "Which one was it?" Molly's tone has grown higher, more panicked. The two remaining men appear to have stopped. They bend, like they're looking into the sea. My heart races as I watch, imagining what it would be like to be caught in the merciless ocean as it tosses itself tirelessly against the rocks. Hot tears burn my eyes. "Do they?" Molly releases me and runs out into the storm. She turns back towards us, pushing wet strands of hair back, away from the hopeful look on her face. "I think they have him." I breathe a sigh of relief, straining to see signs of the fallen man. But all I see are the remaining two. And though my eyes and the distance and the gloom might be playing tricks on me, it looks like they're fighting. They stagger back and forth, water spraying around them, until one finally breaks away. He staggers in our direction, back toward the house. It appears as if the other is following behind him, although much slower, bent at the waist, like he's injured. It's Keith who emerges from the road first, head bent against the storm as he approaches the porch. It isn't until he gets closer that I can see the red stain across the front of his shirt. "Is that blood?" Brooke whispers. He pauses as he reaches Molly. She takes a step back, her voice shrill as she screams, "What did you do?" A second later, she's running toward the flooded road. I know she has a bit of a crush on the twins, but heading out onto that narrow ridge of submerged land right now is madness. She's so rash, it's like she has no impulse control. Or maybe it's something deeper than that. A result of the trauma caused by what happened when she was younger. I try calling to her, to tell her to stop, but she can't hear me. I watch helplessly as she gets farther away. Consuela rushes forward to help Keith up the stairs. "What happened out there?" she asks, looping his arm over her shoulders so she can help support his weight as she leads him toward the door.
"Those kids tried to kill me is what happened,"
he says, wiping at the blood still oozing from his nose. I look desperately toward the road where the twins have almost reached Molly. I don't know what to do. If what Keith said is true, she might be in danger, from more than just the storm. But she might not be safe here, either. I catch the look Consuela and Lupe exchange over Keith's head, and I know what they're thinking. It was impossible to see what happened clearly, but there were two of them, and one of him. Yet it's one of them that got injured first. I glance again in Molly's direction, checking that she's okay, then gasp as I see a man hurrying toward her. "Leo." I cling to the railing, watching as, together, they reach the twins. Molly hovers, circling like a puppy as Leo helps Cody, the two working together to carry his brother, moving as fast as they can toward the house. Molly leads the way up the steps, grabbing onto me to stop her momentum. "It's bad," she says. "We need medical supplies and someone who knows how to use them." "The kitchen," I say, catching Leo's eye. He gives a nod that he's heard me. I don't wait to see if they follow as I run to get the first aid kit in the pantry. I grab the box from the wall, hold it in my sweaty hands as everyone rushes into the room behind me. With a grunt, they lift Brody onto the counter. I move forward, halting when I see the reddish tinge to the puddles on the floor. Gathering my nerve, I raise my eyes a little higher and see the blood already pooling on the counter beneath him. Swallowing hard, I step forward and get my first look at the wound. Brody's calf is shredded, flesh hanging in ribbons, a chunk of meat dangling from the end of one of them. It doesn't look real. I tell myself it's not, that it's a prop from a bad horror movie, but it doesn't help. Bile rises up my throat. I can't do this. I quickly avert my eyes, holding the first aid kit out in front of me for someone else to use. Lupe takes it from me with steady hands, her voice calm and soothing as she assures Brody, in between giving orders to the rest of us. "Boil some water." Molly starts opening cabinets, looking for a pan. "We'll need a bowl of cool, clean water, too," she tells Consuela, as she opens the box and starts laying the items out on the counter. I hear her curse under her breath as she takes stock. "Do we have a suture kit?" she asks Jackie. Jackie scratches her head, looking like she doesn't understand the question. "I don't believe we do."
"Leo?" "No. There's another kit in the office, but that one's more for illnesses."
"Does it have antibiotics in it?"
"It might."
"Go get it." Leo gives her a curt nod before hurrying from the room. Turning to Cody, Lupe asks, "What happened out there?"
"That maniac tried to kill my brother,"
he says, pointing at Keith, who's been lurking in the far corner.
"Me? I'm not taking the blame for this. You're the ones who tried to push me over." "It was a wave, you dick." "Oh, please, I felt your hands,"
Keith says, but he doesn't look too sure. "Shut up and stop arguing," Lupe orders. "I meant, what did he hurt his leg on?"
"Oh, the rocks."
Cody shoots Keith a pointed look as he says,
"He got pushed over the edge."
Lupe takes the bowl of water from Consuela. "I'm going to have to clean the wound," she tells Brody. "I'm not gonna lie, it's going to hurt." Brody's face is pale and slicked with sweat.
"Not sure it could feel much worse than it does already."
Lupe gives him a look that tells him he's wrong, and he gulps. Turning toward the meager supplies she has to work with, she makes a face. "There's not enough gauze here to both clean and pack the wound. I'm gonna need some towels. Brooke, would you mind?" Brooke steps back, shaking her head. "I'll go," I offer. "As many as you can carry," she calls after me. My shoes squeak against the tiles as I jog down the hall. Tossing the door to the linen closet open, I stare in horror at the shelves. They're bare. It's going to take forever if I have to go from room to room gathering towels, but maybe... I glance farther down the corridor to a closed door, nearly hidden in shadows at the very end. Molly had pointed out the laundry room to me once, but I've never been inside. I haven't had cause. By the time I got here, all the washing had already been done. But there have to be spare towels around here somewhere. Otherwise, how could we replace what the guests have used during their stay? Figuring it's worth a shot, I hurry toward the darkened corner. A fetid odor hits me as I step inside. Burying my nose against my shoulder, I run a hand along the wall searching for a switch. My fingers brush against the toggle, flipping it. The fluorescents overhead hum loudly, flickering as they warm up. Struggling to catch glimpses of my surroundings through the strobing light, I move farther into the room. As I do, the stench grows stronger. I swallow hard against the knot rising in my throat and shiver. Rub my hands over the goosebumps covering my arms. I'm halfway across when the lights stay on, and there, just to my right, on a long stainless steel counter that runs the length of the wall, are stacks of clean, fluffy white towels. Muttering a silent prayer of relief, I rush forward and fill my arms with as many as I can hold, and hurry to return to the others. But as I turn to leave, my shoe slips, and I jolt forward, losing half my load. Cursing my cheap shoes with the worn soles, I bend to grab the towels I dropped. On the floor by my feet is a long, dark smear. My nose wrinkles involuntarily as I stare at it. Still bent, I can tell that this is the source of the foul odor. Not even wanting to imagine what I just stepped in, I avert my gaze and find myself staring into a pair of cloudy, unseeing eyes. Chapter 53. I've always been a quiet person. It's always been to my benefit for others to forget that I exist. And yet, despite a lifetime of disuse, my vocal cords put on an impressive show as I scream for my life. Because it's already too late for Evelyn. And judging by the bloody wound stretched across her throat like a jagged smile, this was no accident. It was murder.
"Charlotte."
I spin around to see Leo standing in the doorway.
"What's the matter? What happened?"
I step to the side and point with a hand shaking so badly that it has me seeing double. I squeeze my eyes shut, but the image of Evelyn's face, her tan skin bleached white, stern mouth now slack, the marbling of decay stippling her flesh like an evil vine has threaded its way through her body, is imprinted in my brain. I hear Leo gulp. Then, closing the distance between us, he wraps his arms tight around me, pinning me to his chest. He whispers soothingly into my ear as I tremble against him.
"We need to get out of here,"
he says, stroking my head.
"Come on."
I allow myself to be led from the room, but as soon as we're in the hallway, my feet lock. Alice, I've got to make sure she's okay.
"She's safe,"
he says, giving me a gentle smile as he holds his hand out for me to take.
"No one even knows she exists."
I know he's right, but still.
"I promise we'll check on her in just a moment, but we need to tell the others what's happened first, and find a weapon."
Tension is thick as we enter the kitchen. Lupe blows out a heavy sigh, brushing a strand of hair back from her face with the back of her wrist as she looks at us.
"What took you so long? Where are the towels and the first aid kit?"
Leo gives my hand a squeeze before releasing it, leaving me hovering by the doorway. He ignores Lupe, brushing by her and crossing the room.
Hello?"
Brooke says. "Rude much?"
"Where are the knives?"
he asks. I frown as I glance at the corner where Keith keeps them beside the chopping board.
"Keith?"
he asks.
"What?" "Where are the knives?"
"Right where they always are, in the knife block."
"They're not there."
"What do you mean they're not there?"
Leo takes a step back so Keith can see past him and points. The wooden block is right where it should be, but the knives aren't. It's empty. Keith erupts, cursing as he storms across the kitchen, careful to keep his distance from Cody as he does so. I watch as he looks around, searching. He opens one drawer, then another, checks the dishwasher. All the while, his face grows a deeper shade of red.
"What's going on?"
he asks, turning toward the rest of us.
"Where the hell are my knives?"
Lupe's eyes are wide as she quickly wraps Brody's wound with gauze that's already turning red.
"When did you last see them?"
Leo asks.
"This morning."
We exchange a look. Evelyn's definitely been dead longer than that, but the fact that they were all accounted for this morning, and they're all gone now? I shudder, realizing what it means. Whoever killed Evelyn is still on the island, and they might not be done.
"I washed them and put them away right before we left to evacuate. I don't see how they could have gone missing. We've all been together since then."
But that's not true. Everyone split up when they went to get their luggage to leave. And Nancy isn't here now. Someone took those knives.
"Listen."
Leo takes a step forward, hands held out toward the chef in a placating manner.
"The knives don't matter right now."
"Easy for you to say, they weren't your knives."
"We found Evelyn." The words bubble out of me, desperate to put an end to this. Everyone stops what they're doing and gives me their full attention.
"You what?"
Molly asks. Jackie frowns.
"She came back?"
"I don't think she ever left."
"That doesn't make any sense. Where is she?"
"In the laundry room. She's dead."
"Did you just say Evelyn is dead?"
Jackie asks, taking a step away.
"I don't understand. When I received the call about the job, I was told she quit."
"We all were.
Keith says. The atmosphere in the kitchen changes in an instant, becoming rife with fear as we all realize the same thing. Suspicious glances are exchanged. Molly and I move closer together. I shoot a desperate look toward Leo. He nods almost imperceptibly and starts making his way slowly across the room toward my side as Cody steps forward, glaring at Keith.
What?
The chef asks.
They were your knives,
Cody says.
What are you insinuating?
Cody crosses his arms, keeping his hands clenched in fists.
You tried to kill my brother out there. Took off after you saw that you failed. I think you took your own knives so you could try to finish the job in here. How do we know that you didn't take them?
Keith fires back.
After you failed to kill me yesterday when you tried to make me fall off the ladder.
Enough, Consuela hisses, shooting a desperate look at Jackie like she expects her to help. But the manager stays with her back pressed to the wall, watching but not intervening, despite the seriousness of the accusations. Lupe secures the end of Brody's wound covering with strips of medical tape. Only his hisses and moans sound in the otherwise silent room. Grabbing a drawer, Keith yanks it open, rifles through the contents so roughly that items land on the floor, whisks and spatulas and things I couldn't even begin to identify.
What are you doing?
Molly asks. He ignores her, moving to the next drawer and pulling it free from its slot, dumping out its contents on the counter. He makes a sound of triumph and raises his hand, a mean-looking metal mallet with points on one side clenched in his fist.
What is that?
There's something envious about the way Molly's staring at the makeshift weapon, her expression almost hungry.
Meat tenderizer.
Do you have another one?
No.
Stepping forward, Molly looks down at the utensils scattered across the counter.
This will do,
she says, looking at the item she's holding up with admiration.
A potato masher?
Keith asks.
But potatoes aren't the only thing this baby can mash,
she counters. If you two are done, Brooke says. I can't help but notice the cast-iron frying pan she holds. Even Consuela has armed herself with a saucepan. I feel painfully vulnerable. I have to find a way to get away from these people, away off this island. I need to get Alice away from here.
What's going on?
Nancy asks, oblivious to the friction in the room, her boots thudding heavily against the tiles as she crosses to the walk-in cooler and opens the door. Like glass breaking, the silent standoff shatters.
Where have you been?
Keith asks in a wary voice. Nancy ignores the question, disappearing inside the refrigerator. It feels like being trapped in a small space with a loose lion. The stench of nervous sweat grows, overpowering the smell of blood in the air as my coworkers fidget. It seems as if we had all forgotten about Nancy. What was it she'd said the other day? Something about having just gotten one boss off her back? The words take on a whole new meaning now, a sinister one. Someone needs to find out what she's been up to. The landscaper appears a moment later, her arms full of bottled water. If she notices the palpable anxiety in the room, the puddles of blood, Brody's mangled leg, she doesn't let on. She keeps her eyes ahead, ignoring us as she moves to leave. We exchange glances. Molly elbows Keith in the ribs, hard enough to make him step forward, drawing Nancy's attention. She stops to look at him, eyebrows raised. Keith clears his throat.
Nancy?
Yeah?
I don't suppose that you, know what happened to all the knives?
She looks around the room. My skin ripples as her gaze passes over me. Her voice is calm and even as she says, not asks,
"All of the knives are missing?"
Keith rubs at the back of his neck, shoulders raised high.
"Yeah."
Nancy nods slowly to herself. She tightens her grip on the bottles in her arms, hugging them to her chest.
"I didn't take the knives," she says, "but I'm not surprised that someone did. Personally, I prefer my axe."
She shifts and pushes her hip forward, drawing our attention to the hatchet she has strapped to her belt. She looks around the room again, making eye contact with each and every single one of us.
"If you're smart, you'll each lock yourself in a room by yourself until the storm's over."
And then she's gone, leaving us all gaping after her before anyone can tell her about Evelyn. Then again, it's possible she already knows. That axe could have cut Evelyn's throat just as easily as a knife, maybe even more so. And I'd seen Nancy butt heads with Evelyn before. In fact, I've seen most of these people have run-ins with the dead woman.
Was that a threat?
Molly asks, her voice shaking.
"Does it matter?"
Cody asks.
"She's right. I don't trust any of you."
He turns to his brother and Brody nods. "You can't be serious," Brooke says, gawking as the twins work together to get Brody back on the floor and start toward the doorway.
"You all want to take your chances with Psycho Chef there? That's your choice, but we aren't staying anywhere with him."
"Aren't you going to at least take me with you?" Brooke asks. Cody pauses long enough to turn and look at her.
"No."
Brooke makes a miffed noise. She eyes the rest of us like an overflowing toilet until her gaze lands on Leo. "How about you?" she asks. "Want to share a room?" Leo clears his throat.
"I don't think that would be appropriate."
"So, what then? You'd rather stay with these losers?"
You think you're any better than the rest of us?
Molly asks, challenging her. "Well, yeah, obviously."
Do you even listen to yourself? That sticks so far up your rear that I'm surprised you aren't spitting splinters.
"Will you two stop?"
Keith says.
"This isn't the time."
Brooke casts a poisonous look, then storms out of the kitchen. Molly yells after her.
Watch out for woodchucks!
She's breathing hard as she turns back to the rest of us. "Hey, where'd Consuela and Lupe go?" I look around, but she's right. They're gone. They must have slipped out while everyone was arguing, no doubt to take Nancy's advice and lock themselves in a room. Advice I wish I were already following as well. Keith hurries to the pantry.
"You need to fill tubs and sinks so you have fresh water in case something happens to the lines,"
he calls.
"And if you hear something loud, like a train, we're probably screwed, but stay away from windows and shelter in a bathroom or closet."
He reemerges with an armload of chips, crackers, and jerky. He gives us a grim nod as he says, "Good luck."
Wait,
Molly says.
Where are you going?
"No offense, but I think the others have the right idea. I'll be in my room, alone."
But...
Molly's lower lip quivers as she watches him leave. Jackie, who's done her best to fade into the background all day, untucks the bottom of her shirt and scoops an array of fruit off the counter into the hammock she's created. She looks like she wants to say something but changes her mind, hurrying from the kitchen without a word. Molly turns to me, her eyes glittering with tears.
You're not going to leave me, are you?
Of course not, I assure her. But I can't help wondering if maybe I should. Because someone on this island is a murderer. someone besides me. Chapter 54. I feel feverish, my body slick with sweat, my pulse racing, straining against my skin. Evelyn is dead. Someone killed her. And as much as I want to tell myself it's possible that whoever did it got off the island before the storm hit, my instinct is telling me otherwise, that we're trapped here with a killer. But who is it? It could be anyone. The only thing I know for sure is that I've got to keep Alice safe. I'm startled from my thoughts by the sound of crunching metal. Something's just hit against one of the storm shutters, hard. If they weren't on, there's no doubt we'd have a broken window on our hands right now.
It's really getting rough out there,
Leo says, his eyes snagging on mine as we both look away from the unseen impact. He's right. Poor Alice must be terrified, and she doesn't even know how dangerous the situation we're in really is. I can't put it off any longer. On the one hand, she might be safer upstairs in our room where no one knows she exists except Leo and myself, but on the other, it's more dangerous for her to be upstairs during the hurricane. I have to bring her down here, where there's a killer on the loose. To be honest, I don't love the idea.
That's why we're getting all our ducks in a row to take shelter,
Molly says, as she sets an armload of non-perishable food onto the counter.
Are we going to hole up in your room, Leo? Or is there a bigger one we can use? Oh, we should check and see if anyone's grabbed the ground floor suite. It'll be much more comfortable with 3 people in all that space.
But there's going to be more than 3 people, and I'm going to need both Leo's and Molly's help to keep her safe, and to make sure that no one who watched the news this morning sees her. But in order for that to happen... Molly, I say, moving beside her and keeping my voice low. I need to tell you something. She turns to me with a look of horror.
You weren't the one to kill Evelyn, were you? She asks.
What? No. She exhales loudly.
Oh, thank goodness. Although, to be fair, whoever did do it did the world a favor, don't you think? So what did you want to tell me?
Oh. She glances at Leo, busy packing our supplies into trash bags to make them easier to carry, then whispers,
Are you guys going to want some time alone? I promise I won't get in the way. I mean, I can hide in the bathroom or whatever, just please don't leave me by myself.
Her lower lip trembles, her eyes welling with tears. Oh, Molly, no, of course not. I give her what I hope is a reassuring smile and take her by the hand as I say, Remember when we were talking about plans for our apartment, and I suggested that we have a child live with us?
Yeah,
she says cautiously. Well, I have one. Her eyes grow large and a grin splits her face.
Oh my goodness, Charlotte! You never told me you were a mommy. That's so exciting. Is it a girl or a boy? I can't wait to meet them.
I can see the moment when it hits her, the question of why I'm telling her this now. Her nose scrunches up and her head tilts to the side as she asks,
Where are they now?
She's a little girl and her name is Alice. I swallow hard before adding, and she's in my room upstairs. Molly's mouth rounds as it drops open. Her gaze searches my face, checking to see if I'm telling the truth. I need to go get her and bring her downstairs before we lock ourselves in, but I need your help to keep her safe and to make sure no one else sees her when I do. You and your potato masher, I say, trying to lighten the mood. She beams proudly at the utensil on the countertop.
Of course, whatever you need. We'll make sure no one else finds.
Her eyes narrow as they shift from me to Leo.
Wait a minute. Does he already know?
I can tell by the way she says the pronoun that she's upset. She pulls her hand from mine and backs away a step.
He does, doesn't he? She told you,
she growls, rounding on Leo.
You, but not me. She trusts you more than me.
Was there a better way I could have handled this? Should I have known that she'd react this way?
When?
She demands. It was the night I texted you for help. Alice was sick, and I remembered you talking about taking care of your nieces and nephews. I tried to tell you first, but when you didn't show...
So, while I was busy getting fired trying to come to your rescue, you decided to trust him instead of me?
No, that's not how it was.
That's exactly how it was.
Molly's yelling now, tears rolling down her cheeks. I wave my hands at her, trying to calm her, signaling for her to lower her voice, but it only seems to anger her more.
Otherwise, you would have told me before now, before the absolute last second that you had to.
Molly.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do you a favor. Since you don't need me, I don't need you either.
She snatches her makeshift weapon off the counter and grabs one of our bags of supplies. Molly, no.
Shut up.
I stumble back a step, shocked by the intensity of her rage. She laughs, the sound dangerous, manic.
You know what? This is good. I'm glad this happened. It's better to find out what kind of person you are sooner than later.
Molly juggles her goods, pausing in the doorway. She doesn't turn to face me as she says,
"But I'll tell you something. You better watch yourself, Charlotte. You and your little girl. Because you're not that smart."
Molly! I chase after her, peering down the hallway, but she's gone. I feel stunned. Well, that went well, Leo says, placing a palm gently against my back. Tears sting my eyes as I turn to face him. I don't understand what happened. I never meant to hurt her. I know. He takes me in his arms, folding me in a hug. I melt against his chest, listening to the sound of his heart beating beneath my ear. But I think maybe this is for the best. I didn't want to say anything, but... I mean, how well do you really know her, Charlotte? And I told you about her background. What if she's the one who killed Evelyn?
That's impossible.
I stop mid-word as I realize it's not. Molly doesn't just have a history of violence. She's killed before. I chalked it up to a youthful accident, but what if it wasn't? Because her overreaction just now wasn't exactly normal. And hadn't Evelyn supposedly left the same night she had fired Molly? We'd thought she'd quit because of the note found in her room, but the truth is anyone could have written it. Who of us would have recognized Evelyn's handwriting? When I'd found Molly that morning coming out of the woods, she'd told me she'd seen someone lurking around the island that night. What if that was just a cover story? Her laying the groundwork in case Evelyn's body was discovered before we'd evacuated. It had been light for hours when I found her. Had she just been waiting for someone to come looking so she could sell her story? I had seriously considered becoming roommates with this woman. Now it's possible she's a killer. For the second time. It's just more proof that I can't trust my own horrible judgment. You're right, I say. Leo strokes my head. The storm will pass, and the three of us will get off this island safely. I promise. Everything will be fine. But I'm not so sure it will be. Because if he knew the truth about me, about what I've done, he wouldn't be so confident. I try to ignore the thought, aware that there are much more pressing issues at hand, like Alice. I push away, freeing myself from his embrace, wincing at the sound of debris crashing outside. The poor little girl must be frantic. "Will you help me get Alice?"
Of course. Why don't you go get her ready? I'll take the supplies to my room, then I'll meet you up there and we'll all come down together. Does that work?
I nod, then race up the stairs, breathless by the time I reach the attic. Tossing the door open, I rush inside and stare at our bags that I packed last night. Now that there's no way off the island, we don't need to bring all of our belongings. "Alice, I'm sorry, sweetie, but it's time to get up. We've got to go." I start sorting through the bags, redistributing the items, gathering only what we'll need over the next few days. "Alice, come on, hurry up. It's time to go downstairs. Do you need to pee first?" I move to the bathroom and grab our toiletries, tuck them into the top of the duffel, along with a few of her toys. "Alice, I'm serious. Get up, now." Clenching the strap in my sweaty palm, I spin toward her. "Alice." The little girl is still huddled under the covers. I draw a deep breath, trying to find some patience I know I don't really have as I approach the bed. Dropping heavily onto the edge beside her, I reach for the covers, intending to yank them off her, but pause. What if her stomach virus has come back? Or she's succumbed to some other illness? The least I can do is be kind. 30 seconds won't make a difference. Leo isn't even here yet anyway. "Alice," I say, softening my voice. "Honey, I'm going to pull the blanket back now." She still doesn't answer. I swallow hard, trying not to let my nerves barrel away from me with uncontrolled thoughts about what I'll do if she's severely ill and needs treatment. My fingers curl around the top edge of the quilt. My hand trembles as I slowly pull it down. But of all the horrible things my racing mind expected to find, this wasn't one of them. This is much, much worse. Chapter 55. I snatch the blanket off the bed, then the top sheet, and stare down in horror. The mattress before me is empty, other than the pillows that someone has artfully arranged into the shape of a sleeping little girl. Alice isn't here. I call her name as I rush back into the bathroom, jerking the shower curtain to the side. I yell it as I open up the cabinet door under the sink. I shout it as I drop to my knees beside the bed, checking beneath it. Nothing. Panting, I search for another spot that's big enough for a little girl to hide, but there's nowhere in our room. I climb to my feet, tripping and stumbling as I run around the top floor, checking the rest of the attic, but there's not much up here. Sweat drips down my sides and stings my eyes as I tear open the dusty boxes stacked in the corner. I even run my hands along the walls, searching for a removable panel or hidden dumbwaiter, but there's nothing. She's not here. I run down to the second floor in a blind panic. There's no way she could have slipped past us unnoticed while we were all still in the kitchen, which means she's either found herself a spot to hide on this level, or she found the main staircase. But there's another option, one that I'm refusing to admit. One that makes my heart hammer against the walls of my chest so hard that I fear it might shatter. And that's that someone took her. But who? No one even knew she was here except Leo and Molly. I stop short, almost tripping over my own feet. There's no denying that Molly was outraged when she took off. And what's that she'd said before she left? Something about me needing to watch myself? Me and my little girl. But Molly loves kids, and she's never been up to the attic before.
There simply wasn't enough time between her storming off and me going to the room for her to have found her way there from the main staircase and taken Alice. Only one other person knows Alice is here. This can't be happening. But it is. I rack my brain, going over the events of the day. Leo was the last one to come to breakfast, and when he'd had such a strange expression on his face. At the time, I thought it was because he was nervous about sneaking Alice out, but what if it was something else? Something more sinister? And that wasn't the only opportunity he had to take Alice. I remember Jackie giving him the keys this morning before we knew that the road off the island was impossible to cross. Leo had gone to check and make sure everything was secure. But was he gone longer than that would have taken? He should have been in a rush, knowing that Alice and I were waiting for him to take us away from this place, but I didn't see him again until after Brody had been injured. I try to recall how much time had passed, but I can't. It was at least half an hour, though, probably longer. What had he been doing during all that time? And where is he now? He was supposed to come up and help me bring Alice downstairs. He should have been only a few minutes behind me. I clutch at my chest, unable to catch my breath. My legs feel weak. I press my back against the wall for balance, realize that I'm shaking uncontrollably. I've got to find that little girl before it's too late. I turn in a circle, not sure what to do. Keeping Alice a secret is no longer important. Neither is concealing what I've done. I have to do whatever it takes to get her back, even face the criminal charges that await me. Blood surges hot under my skin like a dam has broken inside me, releasing a torrent of fire. I'll never forgive myself if anything happens to Alice. I'm the one who brought her here. This is all because of me. Screaming her name, I sprint down the main stairs and burst into the lobby, right into Leo's arms.
Hey, what's the matter? Charlotte, calm down.
I push away from him and launch an attack, pounding his chest with my fists. Where is she? I yell. What have you done with her?
Whoa, wait a minute, slow down.
He catches me by the wrists, holds my arms still.
Charlotte, what's going on?
I know you have her. I twist and squirm, trying to get loose from his grasp.
Who, Alice?
Yes, Alice.
She's gone?
Yes. With a sudden surge of energy, I manage to get free. I throw myself at him with everything I've got, clawing, slapping, scratching like a badger fighting for its life. Leo ducks away, covering his head with his arms.
Charlotte, calm down. I don't know where Alice is, honest.
He pivots beyond my reach. I glare at him, hands curled into fists, chest heaving with my labored breathing.
Please. I don't know where she is, but I need you to trust me. I promise you we'll find her.
But I don't trust him, and I never should have. I should have taken Alice away from here the same night he discovered her, should have stolen gas money, food, everything we needed for our escape. Why hadn't I? I've done worse things, much worse things. And though I don't want to admit it, the answer is obvious. I'm tired of running. I've spent my entire life trying to escape monsters, and for once, I wanted to find my prince instead. As much as I should have known better, I was lonely and hopeful. It must have been Alice's influence, because girls like me don't get hope. We don't get fairy tales or happily ever afters. We don't ever get a break from the darkness. I'm damaged goods, and I never should have forgotten that. Why were you so late to breakfast this morning? Leo shifts uneasily. What? I ask.
He slips a finger under the collar of his t-shirt.
I don't want you to worry,
he says. What could possibly make me more worried than I already am?
A block of wood got wedged under my bedroom door. I couldn't get out. With the storm shutters on, I couldn't even go out the window. Now Alice is missing.
He grimaces before adding,
and Evelyn's body has been found. Do you think I'm the one who killed her?
My mouth snaps shut before I can respond, because I don't. Nancy, Keith, Molly, Brooke, the twins, even Consuela and Lupe, I know for a fact that everyone had an issue with Evelyn, except the man standing before me. You're the only one who Alice would have gone with besides me, I say.
But what?
He asks.
If I'm not?
Chapter 56. I brace a hand against the wall, struggling to keep myself upright. My legs tremble beneath me. My spine feels like mush as I stare at Leo warily. Is it possible that he's telling the truth? That someone tried to keep him imprisoned in his room this morning? It would explain the odd expression he'd worn when he finally made it to the kitchen, but still. Why would someone take Alice?
Why would I?
Leo counters. He has a point. It's Molly, then. It has to be. Leo's shoulders rise high under his ears as he rubs the back of his neck. What? I ask. You heard what she said, right? About watching myself and my little girl?
She was mad, yes.
That's putting it mildly. You're the one who told me about her past, and who suggested that she could have been the one to kill Evelyn. What, you think she's capable of murder but not kidnapping?
I'm not saying it's not possible. I mean, I really hope it's not, but just hear me out for a second. Do we know when Alice went missing?
Why?
Because if someone took her, I think they planned it. Before you told Molly and she got so upset.
I give him a questioning look.
When I finally managed to get out of my room, and I saw what had been done, I tried telling myself that the chunk of wood could have possibly gotten chalked under my door by accident, but I honestly don't think it could have.
He explains. I have to admit that it doesn't seem likely, but it's also not impossible.
I've spent this whole morning wondering why someone would have done it.
He continues.
If they might have meant it to be a joke. But then when we found Evelyn, I couldn't help suspecting that it was somehow connected, and the killer was trying to trap me in my room on purpose. But if that was the case, why? It's not like they did anything while I was trying to escape.
Maybe they planned to and something happened to stop them?
Could be. But I think there's another explanation. When you told me that Alice was missing, something clicked, you know? I think that was the reason.
But why would someone try and keep you out of the way if their plan was to take Alice?
Leo shrugs. I've no idea. Because they suspected I knew about her?
He scrubs a hand over his face, his palm rasping over the stubble on his jaw.
Or because they knew that I was the one who was going to give the two of you a ride out of here?
I push my back against the wall as my body slowly slides to the floor. The tile is surprisingly cold beneath me, sending a chill up my spine. Or maybe it's the realization that Leo could be right that's made me shiver. Because if he is, then someone was purposely trying to keep us from taking Alice away. Just like someone purposely stole all the knives. But is that someone the same as Evelyn's killer? There's a giant hurricane barreling toward us. There's a murderer on the tiny little island we're trapped on, and I have a sickening suspicion I just can't shake that I might be next on their list. I look up at Leo. A trickle of blood leaks from a scratch on his temple. A scratch that I put there. If he were smart, he'd barricade himself in his room. Please let him not be smart. Because there are too many places where a small girl could be tucked away. I'll never be able to search them all before the worst of the storm makes landfall, and I'm scared. I might deserve whatever happens to me, but Alice doesn't. Leo's image blurs behind my gathering tears. My breath hitches, comes out as a whimper.
Hey.
Leo takes my hands, his calloused skin rough against mine.
Everything's gonna be okay.
He can't possibly know that, and yet I allow him to pull me to my feet and into a hug.
We are gonna find her.
I nod against his chest before pushing away. I need to get the keys from my cleaning cart, I say, so we can search all the rooms in the main house, even the occupied ones. He nods, fishes in his pocket, and hands me the set of keys that Jackie had given him earlier before she left.
And we can get into all the outbuildings with these.
I fold my fingers around them, allowing the last of the heat they retain from his body to warm me before tucking them away.
See,
he smiles.
If she's still here, we'll find her.
But that's just it, I think. What if she isn't still here? What if whoever took her got her off the island before the road flooded?
Come on.
I follow behind Leo as he leads the way through the lobby, knowing that I have to stay positive. I have to believe we'll find Alice unharmed. But who could have taken her? Was it one of my co-workers or someone else? Maybe the person Molly thought she saw skulking around the island. Had she been telling the truth after all? My throat tightens, muscles tensing at the thought. For some reason, a stranger seems much more dangerous, even though I know that's not always the case. Sometimes it's the people we know who are capable of causing the most damage. That's why I can't afford to trust anyone.
Everything okay?
Leo asks. Huh? It takes me a moment to realize that I've come to a stop. My eyes dart away from what I've just seen. Yeah, sorry, right behind you. I wait until he's set off across the room. Then, like a striking snake, my hand darts out and grabs the metal letter opener from the edge of the front desk. I tuck it into the waistband of my shorts, then jog to catch up. I'm not quite sure why I did that, kept it a secret. I know the weapon would be more effective in Leo's hands than mine should we need to use it. But somehow feeling the sharp metal edge press against my skin with each step is a comfort. Our steps echo loudly, an ominous reminder that, besides us, everyone is safely locked behind a closed door. I glance at Leo, wondering why he's putting himself at risk to help me. Suspecting, but not daring to believe. Because even if it were true, it's not. Whatever way he thinks he feels toward me, it isn't real. He doesn't know who I truly am. He has no idea what I've done. And once he sees the news, whatever we might have had will be over. But it hasn't happened yet, and until it does, I need his help. Maybe I should feel bad about using him like this, but I don't. I can't. It's the way the world works. Civilizations were built by the exploited for their abusers. Even if I wanted to hold myself to a higher standard, I can't afford to. We're halfway down the hall to the storage room when the lights flicker. I pause in place and hold my breath, exhaling noisily as they come back on. I shoot a grateful glance up at the fluorescents humming overhead. It would be a lot harder to search this place without them. It's already too dim in here. Long shadows fill the corners like the storm has somehow managed to drape itself over the walls to absorb any excess illumination. "Close one," I mutter. I glance at Leo as I continue forward. His lips are pressed together into a grim line. "What?" I ask.
"It's gonna happen,"
he says.
"It's not a question of if the power goes out, but when."
This isn't something I want to hear. Don't hotels have those backup lights that come on? Like hospitals?
Some do, but not resorts inside a 100-year-old building.
I bite the inside of my cheek, trying to conceal my fear as I grab the knob to the storage room and yank the door open. The moment I do, we're plunged into darkness. I curse. Beside me, Leo rustles around, sounding like a giant rat. I try not to imagine what might be there in the hall with us that we can no longer see. My grip tightens on the handle like I'm using it to anchor me into place. "Now what?" I ask, afraid of the answer. Because a part of me longs to give up. This is too hard, too dangerous, too pointless. And if I'm ready to walk away, Leo must be ready to run. The screen of his cell appears, a weak glow that blooms a second later as he finds the flashlight app.
"Grab your keys. I've a mag light in my room."
I snatch the key ring from my cart, hoping that he can't see the stain of shame on my cheeks, knowing that something is very wrong with me, because I was absolutely willing to give up. I've come to love the little girl that we're looking for, but she's not my daughter. Even if she were my own flesh and blood, would I be willing to sacrifice myself for her? Possibly not. I can make all the classic excuses. A lifetime of abuse will do that to you. That sometimes your self-preservation button gets stuck in overdrive. But I suspect the truth is that people like Leo are simply better than me. They have more integrity. He leads the way down the hall where the staff rooms, including his own, are located, and it quickly becomes obvious why this area wasn't deemed appropriate for guests. The passage is too narrow, the walls warped, the ceiling low. Even the floors are bumpy and uneven beneath my feet. It's like being in a funhouse at the fair. Everything slightly distorted, just enough to make you feel disoriented. I stay close to Leo, hovering behind him as he unlocks his door. His light bobs as he crosses the room, illuminating snippets of his private life. An unmade bed, a collection of half-empty water bottles on the nightstand, a shoe discarded under the bed. As he rummages around in the closet, I can't take my eyes off the shoe. Something about the play of light and shadows, the angle, makes it appear entirely too small. I shift my gaze to Leo's feet. Not tiny. Taking a step closer, I bend down for a closer look. Before I can stop myself, I reach out and grab it. The room brightens as Leo finds the flashlight and turns it on. For the first time, I can clearly see what I've found.
"What have you got there?"
he asks, shining the beam on what I hold in my hand. I stare at his face, watching as recognition dawns.
"Where'd you find that?"
His tone is brusque. I swallow hard before saying, "Under your bed."
"What?"
I take a step away, then another. My back hits against the wall. I slide along it slowly, feeling my way toward the door.
"I have no idea how it got there."
His eyes are wide in the harsh glare. My hand finds the opening behind me. I curl my fingers around the doorframe as if to help propel myself through.
"Charlotte, please, you have to believe me."
My head turns from side to side of its own volition. What have you done? My voice shakes, trembling with fear, with loathing, with disgust.
Nothing, I swear it.
Leo isn't any better than me. He just wears a better mask. We're all monsters, each and every one of us. Hoping to buy some time, I throw Alice's tiny sneaker at his head as hard as I can and bolt from the room. Chapter 57. Tears stream down my face as I race farther into the darkness. The hallway a pitch-black tunnel straight from a nightmare, leading me deeper into the belly of the beast. I run blindly, unable to see a thing, not knowing what I'm heading toward, only what I'm fleeing from. Behind me, Leo calls my name. His voice seems to surround me, the sound of his heavy steps as he gives chase becoming something I can feel, a tempo as strong and sure as the frantic beating of my heart. The beam of his flashlight grows brighter. He's getting closer. I urge my legs to move faster, knowing I won't be able to outpace him. I have to think of something else. I need to find a place to hide. Suddenly, I'm illuminated, and I can see that the lobby is just ahead. My shoulder slams against the corner of the wall as I round the turn too sharply, eager to reach the safety of the shadows once more. I try remembering the layout of the room, the desk along the back wall, the seating area to the left, 3 couches and a handful of chairs casually arranged to promote conversation. To the right, the hallway that leads to the dining room and the kitchen. I won't make it there in time. The glow of Leo's light has already spilled into the space. Any second now he'll see me. I lunge for the nearest couch, crouching down behind it. The white naga hide feels tacky beneath my sweaty palms. The cushions smell like furniture wipes and plastic. I creep toward the far end, watching over the back as Leo bursts into the lobby, coming to a sudden stop.
Charlotte.
He slowly scans the room, running the beam of his flashlight from one side to the other. I duck down, holding my breath.
Charlotte, you have to believe me. I have no idea how that shoe got there.
A sob builds in my chest as I think of Alice's little sneaker, as I imagine all the things that might have happened to her. And it's all my fault. I'm the one who brought her here. I'm the one who trusted Leo repeatedly, even when I knew better. I even taught him the secret knock so she'd open the door to him, so she'd trust him, too. I'm such an idiot. That poor little girl. The tiniest squeak of sorrow comes from my throat. I clamp a hand over my mouth immediately, but it's too late. Leo's head has jerked in my direction. He squints into the darkness and steps toward where I'm hiding. I berate myself for my stupidity, but I couldn't help it. My emotions are welling up inside of me, threatening to explode. I can't let myself think about Alice, not until I'm safe. I inch my way to the end of the sofa, putting as much distance as I can between myself and Leo, knowing that the effort is futile. I watch, terrified, as his shadow grows larger on the wall. In just a matter of seconds, he'll see me. I need to think of something fast. The sound of his steps comes to a stop.
Charlotte, I think it's obvious that someone is after you.
His voice is close.
If this were just about Alice, they wouldn't be trying to drive a wedge between us.
I can smell the musky scent of his sweat.
We need to stick together.
The front doors are 20 feet away.
It's the only way to make it through this, Charlotte.
Carefully, I remove the letter opener from my waistband. If I can manage to throw it far enough, I might be able to distract him long enough to escape. As I crawl closer to the end of the couch so I have a clear path, my hand gets snagged. Looking down, I can just make out the glossy shine of the fabric. No, not fabric. Hair. Brooke's gorgeous, shiny hair, and it's just as soft as I imagined it must be. I swallow a whimper as I pull my fingers free, inch them down to her throat, where even in the shadows I can see the dark ring that encircles her neck, can feel the swollen, bruised skin as I search for a pulse, but there's none. Why had it taken Leo so long to come up to the attic? Had he stopped along the way to strangle Brooke?
You have to trust me,
Leo says. I freeze. I can barely breathe, the lump in my throat so big it's cutting off my airway. Leo sounds much closer than he did only moments ago. But he'd stopped walking. There'd been no more footsteps, unless it had been a trap. I have to act now. I spring to my feet, launching myself toward the doors, but Leo's right there. He grabs me from behind, wraps his arms around me, babbling about how he'd never hurt Alice, how I have to believe him, but I don't. I don't at all, because everyone I've ever loved before, everyone I've ever trusted has hurt me. Why should he be any different? His flashlight strobes wildly across the ceiling as I squirm, struggling to get free, but his grip strengthens. It's too tight. I can't draw air. I'm starting to get lightheaded, my vision a narrowing tunnel. I have to get away. My fist tightens around the letter opener. I jab blindly over my shoulder, can feel the initial resistance of the blow give as the sharp metal slides into Leo's flesh. He sucks in a sharp breath. His grip immediately loosens, the flashlight dropping noisily to the floor. I stab again, then wrench myself from his embrace, his fingers snagging on the ring of keys in my pocket, pulling them loose. Grabbing the light, I race across the room and fling open the front door. I pause on the threshold, stunned by the landscape before me. The sky is black overhead, the cloud cover almost completely obliterating any light. I can barely make out the treetops thrashing violently in the wind. Rain lashes brutally, first one direction, then another. Random debris flings through the air as if tossed by an angry poltergeist. You'd have to be crazy to go out in this, or desperate. I don't dare look behind me. Instead, I force myself forward, out into the madness. I'd rather take my chances outside in the storm than inside with a kidnapper and killer. Chapter 58. I'm drenched the second I leave the shelter of the front porch. My wet clothes cling to my body, hindering my movements as I struggle to put some distance between myself and the house. Wind tosses me about, threatening to sweep me up or tip me over. The rain feels like thousands of nails being hammered into my skin, the onslaught so bad that I can barely open my eyes to see where I'm going. But at least I'm free. Being out here is my only chance at survival. The flashlight does a poor job of guiding the way, the beam much weaker out here than it was inside, as if the darkness is swallowing it up. My shoes slip across the gravel path, ankles buckling, and yet I don't dare slow my pace. Water splashes with each pounding step, and I notice the ground is covered in at least an inch of standing water. The surface is rough, broken by currents and eddies, miniature whitecaps cresting as if the submerged ground has joined forces with the ocean. A loud crack sounds behind me, and I duck around the corner out of sight. I can just make out the parking lot up ahead. I have a hide key stuck under the front left wheel well of my car. I might not be able to drive out of here, but at least I'll have shelter. It's practically beckoning to me in the distance, waving me over, urging me forward. It even looks like it's coming closer, like it's trying to meet me halfway. Figuring it's a trick of the strobe light effect created by the lightning and pounding rain, I continue onward. The water is deeper now, almost up to my ankles. My skin feels raw from the storm's onslaught, my ears tender and sore from the howling push and pull of the wind. I adjust my path, aligning myself with the driver's side door, imagining how good it's going to feel to get inside, planning my moves in advance, grab the key, unlock the door, open it, jump inside. But now I'm heading for the rear of the vehicle. I must be getting blown off track. I modify my route, but it doesn't seem to help. Then I'm looking at the trunk as the car spins in a slow circle, floating across the lot. I watch in shock as my salvation drifts by, drawn closer to the ocean by an unseen current. A sob breaks free, the moan snatched from my lips and tossed away by the squall. Fresh tears leak from my eyes, vanishing among the flood already streaming down my face. Maybe this was a mistake. I turn around reluctantly, looking at the distance I've covered. Lightning arcs overhead, crashing to the ground in a strike that leaves my body buzzing, and for a brief moment the world is lit up like day. There's someone outside the main house, and they're coming this way. I yelp involuntarily. Stumbling backward, I look to either side, debating. Leo was supposed to make sure all the buildings were locked earlier, but now who knows? Maybe he was too busy kidnapping Alice. But none of this makes sense. What reason would he have to take her? Or to kill Evelyn and Brooke, for that matter? Are the crimes somehow related, or is it possible that there are multiple people I should fear on this island, as crazy as that would be? Either way, I need to find shelter, a place to hide while I regroup. To my right, the path leads to the pool house around back, the gardening shed, and the staff quarters. To my left lies the beach, the trail to the tiki huts and the boathouse. I dart to my right, but the figure has already anticipated my decision. They're moving quicker than I am. I'll never make it by them to the path in time. I have no choice. Spinning to my left, I take off running, the rising water forcing me to fight for each inch I cover. I'm already exhausted. My muscles burn and my lungs ache, but I can't give up. I have to keep going for Alice, for the other little girl that once was, the one I made so many promises to over the years, all broken. This one I vow to keep. I am going to survive this. I pay special attention to my footing, to the feel of the gravel beneath the thin soles of my waterlogged tennis shoes. It would be easier to get off the path. I'd be harder to find. But I don't dare. I don't know my way around well enough, and everything looks strange and unfamiliar. I squint through the storm, casting the beam of the flashlight around me, trying to get my bearings. There's a stand of palm trees up ahead. I search my memory to place them, then realize what's wrong. The beach should be just beyond them, but instead of 100 feet of sandy shore, the same stretch we'd labored over while filling sandbags just the day before, there's only flashing black water. It's as if the island is shrinking, or being consumed by the hurricane. At least now I know where I am. I know the path curves ahead. I know that I'm almost to the boathouse. It's the last place I want to go. It's my only choice. The change in direction leads me face first into the slanting rain. I lower my head against the deluge, fighting to draw breath, knowing I can't go much further, not knowing what I'll do if it's locked. The boat slips come to mind, but I can't swim, and I wouldn't dare try to make my way through the water to get inside right now, even if I could. Glancing up to take stock, I see the building looming straight ahead. I channel my last bit of energy into a burst of speed. Any dread I'd felt a moment ago about going inside has vanished. Now all I can think of is getting out of the storm, safe behind a door that locks. The wood is rough beneath my palm as I grab the handle. I give it a turn and yank, but it doesn't move. Adjusting my grip, I jerk with all my might, a splinter lodging painfully beneath the skin of my palm. The door cracks open, only to have the wind sweep it closed. Mustering every ounce of strength I have left, I try again, managing to get the door open just wide enough for me to slip inside before it slams shut. I fumble the lock, but it won't work. The turnpiece keeps spinning and spinning without rotating the bolt. It's broken. I can't stay here. But I can't keep going either. I need rest. The relative silence is overwhelming after being out in the storm. I brace my back against the door, struggling to catch my breath. Tears sting my eyes. A sob catches in my throat. My entire body is trembling so badly that I lose my grip on the flashlight. It slips from my hand and rolls across the floor, the beam glancing off the rough-hewn walls, the cobwebs, and the desk, before landing on something else behind it. Something that shouldn't be there. Pushing myself up straight, I stare at it, confused. I recognize the white Adidas with the black stripes, but I don't understand what it's doing here. Taking a step closer, I let my gaze travel up a pale, mottled leg. Hey. My voice sounds too loud, though I suspect it's barely a whisper. I'm sorry about earlier. Are you okay? I lower myself cautiously into a crouch and grab the flashlight from the floor. Slowly, I adjust the angle, using it to chase away the shadows concealing Molly's face. She stares back at me with milky, vacant eyes, mouth open and slack. The scream rips violently from my lungs. It's followed by another as I scramble backward like a crab until I hit the wall, desperate to put some space between us. I'm still screaming as the door jerks open and the storm comes inside. Chapter 59. The chaotic sounds of the hurricane instantly flood into the room with a deafening roar. Rain spills through the open doorway, covering me in a fine mist and dampening the floor. I can just barely make out the outline of a person standing beyond the threshold of the boathouse. Lightning strikes in the distance, momentarily revealing the figure. I try to back away, but I'm already against the wall. There's nowhere left to go. My hands grab uselessly at the floor, so hard that one of my nails breaks. He steps inside, pulling the door closed behind him. Water drips off his yellow raincoat, puddling beneath him as he lifts his storm lantern to illuminate the shadowed corners of the room, scowling as he searches the boathouse. I will myself invisible, but it doesn't work. The light stops on my face, shining directly into my eyes. Harvey, I gasp, raising my forearm to shield myself from the glare.
You shouldn't be here.
His voice is low, like one of the weaker rolls of thunder growling beyond the walls. I'm sorry. I scramble to my feet, forcing myself to stay facing forward, to keep my gaze aimed at him, to not betray that I know what lies in the shadows so near me. Poor Molly. What did he do to her? I'll go. I was just leaving.
It's too late for that.
My bladder spasms, threatening to release. My legs are trembling so hard it's a wonder I don't collapse. No, I say. I make myself smile despite the terror coursing through me. Ignore the heat of the tears streaming down my cheeks. No, Harvey, it's okay, really.
It's not.
His voice is louder now, more menacing.
It's not okay at all.
He steps closer to me, hangs his storm lantern from a hook on the wall, freeing both his hands as he takes another step in my direction.
I tried to warn you.
I'm sorry. I should have listened.
But you didn't, and now it's too late.
But it doesn't have to be, I plead. His head tilts to the side like he doesn't understand. He removes his baseball cap, wipes his forehead with the back of his wrist before replacing it.
You never should have come here.
I press my spine harder against the wall as he moves forward, closing the distance between us, searching desperately for something to defend myself with.
You or the girl?
Everything goes still. My breathing, my mind, my heart. Alice.
You never should have brought her to the island.
A surge of courage floods into my limbs, giving me strength. Harvey, where is she?
It doesn't matter now.
It does. I need to get him to tell me. I have to know. Where's Alice? Where's the little girl?
It's too late for her now.
What? I whisper. My guts twist as I realize I'd gotten it all wrong. It wasn't Leo, it was Harvey. But why? He nods, his already swarthy features further darkening as he takes the final step forward, blocking any chance of escape. No! I slide down to the floor, unable to stand any longer. My head moves from side to side involuntarily. I can't believe it. I won't. He must be lying. Alice has to be okay.
Now, you have to come with me. It's the only way.
He reaches toward me, expecting me to take his hand.
Come on.
I shrink back, refusing. He leans over me, his fingers curling around my upper arm. I'm sobbing, blubbering like a baby, so terrified I can't form words, flailing as I search for something, anything to hold on to anchor myself in place. My palm finds the metal hilt of the flashlight as he pulls me effortlessly to my feet.
It'll be okay,
he says. But it's a lie. Without Alice, nothing will ever be okay again. She was a beautiful, intelligent, precious child, and he took that all away. And in that instant, I realize that I hate him. I hate him more than any of the people who have ever hurt me before. This man is more evil, more despicable than I could ever imagine another human being. I strengthen my grip on the flashlight, the handle cold and hard within my grasp. Across the room, the door scrapes against its swollen jambs. Harvey turns to look as it jerks another half-inch. There's someone else out there. In here! I scream at the top of my lungs. Harvey swivels back toward me, his hold on my arm tightening as he yanks me closer to him. His free hand raises, one finger held to his lips, beckoning for me to be silent, as whoever it is tugs on the door again.
Hush,
he whispers harshly, dark eyes wide, the whites flashing. There's a pop, the sound like a cork escaping from a bottle of champagne, and then the chaos outside floods into the boathouse. A drenched figure steps inside. Harvey spins to face the intruder. Chapter 60. As soon as Harvey's back is turned, I do it. I wind back, raising my arm behind my head, then swing forward with all of my might. The flashlight strikes his skull with a sickening thud. He staggers forward, groaning. Before he can recover, I strike again. This time, he goes down, crumpling limply into a heap on the floor. A strange numbness wraps itself around me as I stare down at the man at my feet, not sure if he's dead or alive. Not sure if I care. Knowing only that anyone who could hurt sweet little Alice deserves what he got, and more. A spray of rain pelts me through the open door, breaking through the fog and reminding me that I'm not alone. I raise my eyes reluctantly, afraid of who I'll see standing before me. Sob with relief and stumble toward Jackie on shaking legs. Reaching out, I take her hand, cold and wet and pruny from being out in the hurricane. Oh, thank God you're here. My throat is so tight the words squeak out of me. What's going on? She asks, her gaze darting warily between me and the man on the floor. Who is that? His name is Harvey. He's the maintenance man, and he... I hiccup before the rest bursts out on a sob. He killed Molly. Jackie frowns, eyeing me like she doesn't believe me.
What are you doing out here?
Alice was gone, and then I found her shoe in Leo's room. Fresh tears fill my eyes as I think about how worried I'd once been about anyone finding out about Alice. It seems so ridiculous now. So does stabbing an innocent man whose only crime was to want to help me. I thought Leo had taken her, I whisper, suddenly filled with shame. I ran out into the storm to escape him, only I was wrong. I don't say it out loud, keeping the admission to myself. Drawing a deep breath, I wipe my runny nose with my wrist and replay my mad dash through the storm, searching for shelter, entering the boathouse, Harvey finding me when I screamed after discovering Molly's body. But what had happened to her? Had she been strangled like Brooke, or stabbed like Evelyn? I step toward the shadows behind the desk, suddenly needing to know the full extent of what they hide.
It's okay now,
Jackie says soothingly, drawing my attention back to her. She smiles kindly as she tucks a wet clump of hair behind my ear.
I believe you, but we need to get out of here, Charlotte. It isn't safe.
I nod, knowing she's right. Come on. Jackie moves toward the door, gesturing for me to follow her. But I can't. Not yet. Just a moment, I say. I swallow hard, wincing at the headache gathering strength behind my eyes. I need to... Jackie grabs me, her hand locking around my wrist in a vice-like grip.
There's no time.
I refuse to move as she tries to pull me forward. I lick my chapped lips, struggling to explain myself. I need to know what happened to her. It comes out as a plea. Jackie releases me. Her head cocks to the side, eyes narrowing, mouth pressing into a tight line as she studies me. Finally, she nods.
"Give me the light,"
she demands. "What?" She holds her hand out expectantly.
"The flashlight. You want to see so bad. Let's take a look together."
Her expression sharpens, letting me know there's no room for debate. Reluctantly, I hand the flashlight over, feeling suddenly more vulnerable without the heavy weight of it in my palm. But I'm relieved to have her with me as I sidestep past Harvey and near the back corner of the room. I pause for a moment on the edge of the shadows, gathering my nerve, bracing myself for what I know I'll see, preparing myself for what I don't. Jackie aims the light so it illuminates the darkness behind the desk, waiting for me to make the first move. I nod, telling myself I can handle it as I force myself to take the final few steps forward. A flood of ice water releases beneath the surface of my skin as I stare in terror at the body before me. A tremor travels down my spine, spreading into my limbs. My jaw quivers, teeth chattering against each other as I try to make sense of what I'm seeing, of what it means. I need to get out of here. Slowly, I turn back toward the door, just in time to see Jackie pull it shut. The howling of the storm lessens, but as I glance back at Jackie's fire opal necklace clenched in Molly's pale, dead fist, it's nothing compared to the screaming inside my head. Chapter 61. Jackie smirks as my eyes connect with hers. I wish I hadn't insisted on looking at Molly again. I wish I had left when I had the chance. I stare at the flashlight curled in Jackie's fist, realizing one more mistake. Glance down at Harvey, acknowledging another. But I don't understand. I suck in a sharp breath, feeling like a fool. I can't believe I didn't catch it before. I should have asked why Jackie came all the way out here in the storm, but more than that, she never asked who Alice was when I told her that the little girl had gone missing. Because she already knew. Jackie is the one who took Alice. Jackie is the killer. But why? As if she can read my mind, Jackie says, "All I wanted was my granddaughter." It's the last piece of the puzzle, the one that allows everything to make sense. Jackie is Luann's mother. She must have followed us here. But if she knew I'd caused the injury that led to her daughter's death, why hadn't she just called the police? And then it hits me. I've run what happened through my mind over and over. Me shoving Luann, her falling and hitting her head on the table. The knock hadn't seemed that hard, just enough to stun her for a minute, buying me the time to get Alice from the house. I'd felt so guilty that I hadn't allowed myself to see the truth. What if I hadn't been the one to kill her? What if Jackie had? But if that's true, why is she here? She took her granddaughter back. She's gotten what she came for. Or has she? Is Alice all right? I ask, afraid of the answer. Jackie slams the flashlight into the palm of her free hand. "You had no right to take her." "I know, you're right, I'm sorry." But it's clear that no amount of apologies are going to get me out of this, as she slinks forward like a tiger stalking its prey. Because she hadn't had to kill Evelyn and take her place. No, if Jackie had just come for her granddaughter, she would have just taken her and left. Yet here she is.
She could have been gone days ago, but she's still on the island because of me, because she wants to punish me for what I've done. And poor Molly, her only mistake was befriending me. But surely if Jackie went through all this trouble to get Alice back, she wouldn't have done it just to hurt her, which means she must still be on the island somewhere, alive. I flinch as Jackie reaches toward me, but it isn't me she grabs.
I was wondering where that went,
she says, snatching her fire opal necklace from Molly's limp hand. She stares down at the corpse before her, lips curled in disgust.
She broke it, the little brat.
Shifting her eyes to mine, she adds,
I caught her following me when I was moving Alice. Had the nerve to tell me that I needed to give her back to you. Can you believe that? When you're the one who stole her in the first place?
I panicked, I explain, hoping to buy some time. And it's the truth, just not the whole one.
And what do you feel now?
Jackie asks as she advances toward me. Guilty? I say, honestly.
As you should.
I glance at the door behind her. Jackie steps to the side, blocking my path. She brandishes the flashlight in her fist, the weapon I was foolish enough to give her, her knuckles white with the intensity of her grip. There's no getting past her. I remember the way Alice's mother, Luann, had looked the last time I saw her, of the fury that had been taken out on her face, her body, something that I'd promised myself I'd never be victim to again. My gaze drifts reluctantly to the boat bobbing in its slip beside me, then to the sliver of dark water churning beside it, the only other way out of this boathouse. And I make a decision. I'd give anything to save Alice, but if I'm going to die, it's going to be on my terms. There's no doubt that Jackie could easily overpower me, which means there's only one option if I'm going to try to do either. I feel guilty, I say, having to work hard to get the words out of my sawdust dry mouth, for failing to keep Alice away from you. I straighten my spine. Despite standing as tall as I can, Jackie still looms over me, a towering figure. I feel guilty, I say, working hard to keep my voice steady, for being the reason you came here, that Molly and Evelyn and Brooke died because of me. I swallow hard, fighting against the dark spots of anxiety blurring my vision. But most of all, I feel guilty for not getting Luann away from you while she still stood a chance. A dark cloud falls over her face.
You didn't know, my daughter.
The sound of my laughter is bitter and hollow. Oh, I assure you I did. How do you think I got Alice? Did you think that I broke into your house that day? Jackie's narrowed eyes turn black. There will be no coming back if I say this next part. I do it anyway. For Alice. For her mother, Luann. I was there because your daughter asked me to come get her, to take her away. But it was too late. You'd already ruined her and made her just like you. Jackie roars as she leaps toward me. Before she makes contact, I step to the side, plunging into the inky water with a splash. Chapter 62. 19 days ago. She knows how bad she looks, only slightly less horrible than she feels. The swelling, the bruises, the scars, that front tooth that, after years of being knocked loose, finally came free. She wonders if her old friend will recognize her,
When she risks a quick glance in the mirror, only her eyes are the same. The same sadness, the same haunted appearance. But if she's honest with herself, the fear, that's grown. Because she knows that one of these days she'll take her last punch, and that day is coming soon. The only question is, will it be because she managed to escape, or because her body simply can't take any more? Things had gotten better for a while. She had really started to think that maybe they'd be different, that maybe they could be a normal family for once. She'd been terrified at first, afraid that when the truth came out she'd be punished for what she'd done. But from the moment the swelling bulge of her belly revealed that she was with child, the beatings had stopped. Her entire pregnancy she received only a few slaps. Had she known what a difference the baby inside of her would make, she would have gotten knocked up years before. But then the baby had been born, and everything changed again. This time for the worse. Because now it wasn't just her who messed up, triggering a rage. It was the sound of the infant crying, the mess made by a fussy toddler eating, the crayon on the wall. And every time, she was forced to take the punishment for both of them. It's been exhausting. She's been thinking about what might happen to the child after she's gone. Her poor little Alice. Would she find a way to step through the looking glass like her namesake and escape into a wonderland? Somehow she doubts it. While the little girl has remained unscathed so far, it's just a matter of time until she falls out of favor. They can only adore Alice if they can discharge the rage that burns inside them on her. Which is why it was such a fortuitous turn of events when her old friend made contact. She knew she'd understand, and that she would do anything to protect Alice once she met her, which is exactly what she's counting on. She imagines the sordid headlines the news outlets would run with, daydreams about the interviews and outpouring of support she'll receive, having endured years of abuse only to have her best friend murdered by her abuser. Because she knows that only one of them will be getting out of this alive, and she has every intention of being the survivor. A car stops and parks at the curb out front. She watches as a young woman glances around nervously, scurrying up the front walk to the house. She rushes to the door, opening it before she has a chance to knock. They stand there for a moment in silence, taking each other in. The one who had found freedom, the other who had remained in captivity. The differences between them, both physical and mental, are clear to see. This is what she was hoping for. This is why she doesn't feel an ounce of guilt at what she intends to do. "Charlotte," she says, "it's good to see you." Charlotte raises a hand toward her, as if to touch the mashed pulp of her face, to check and see if it's real. But Luann quickly steps away. "Come in." She watches as Charlotte enters the living room, imagining what it might look like to an outsider, with the random holes punched through the walls, the stains on the carpet from food thrown in fits of anger, the broken furniture, and the little girl sitting wide-eyed and scared on the shredded couch. The instant Charlotte sees her, her body goes rigid. She turns toward her old friend with an expression of disbelief. "Is she yours?" Luann nods. "Her name is Alice." "She's beautiful." Charlotte gives a questioning look, as if asking for permission. She gestures for her to go ahead, watching as Charlotte tentatively approaches the child, squatting in front of the couch before her. "Hi, Alice. My name's Charlotte. I'm an old friend of your mom's." Alice ducks her head away shyly. It sends a spark of anger igniting through her. How can she expect Charlotte to take any risks for a child who won't even look at her? They don't have much longer alone. This needs to go fast. "Don't be like that," Luann snaps. Grabbing the child roughly by the arm, she yanks her to her feet. "You say hi." Charlotte gapes up at her. "What are you doing?" "She's a difficult child," she says. "Spoiled. You heard me, now speak." There's a loud clank as the garage door starts to rise. They're out of time. She pinches Alice on the tender skin of her underarm, making her yelp. "Shut up," she hisses, raising a palm to let the child know she'll get a slap if she doesn't. "What are you doing?" Charlotte repeats in horror. The sound of a car engine carries through the wall. Luann looks at the door in the kitchen, where any moment now a towering mound of muscle and rage is going to come barreling through, wanting to know who's parked out front and why they're there. And when she tells them that Charlotte has come to take her and Alice away, they are not going to be happy. They're going to be murderous. Charlotte has seized on her moment of inattention, has moved herself in front of Alice and taken a hold of Luann's wrist, the one above the hand holding her daughter's arm. "Let her go." "What?" "You're just as bad as they are." She's never seen Charlotte like this before. The narrowed eyes, the tight jaw, the anger darkening her face. "She's my daughter," she says, as if that's explanation enough. "That still doesn't give you the right." Alice is crying now. She thought she'd told her to shut up. She snaps the order again, this time yanking her arm hard enough to pull it from its socket. But Charlotte's grip on her prevents it. Her old friend tightens her grasp, grinding together bones that have been broken too many times. She has no choice but to release her hold. A car door slams. They've only seconds now. She needs to get Alice to hush. She can't afford for the child to be the one drawing attention. "Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you." Luann raises a fist to accentuate her point. She's not expecting the blow. When Charlotte shoves her, she stumbles backward, knocking her head on the edge of the wooden table. Her vision goes hazy, but she sees enough. She sees her old friend gathering Alice, her child, in her arms and rushing out the front. And she sees the door from the garage opening.
"Who was that?"
The shadow hovers above her. She knows what's coming. She tried so hard for it not to be her, but the truth is she's always known it would be. At least maybe Alice will have a chance to find Wonderland now. She shakes her head, refusing to talk.
"Where's she taking the baby?"
She knows that mothers are supposed to take care of their children. They're supposed to be kind and loving. She's not sure how she knows this, given the example she's been raised with, but she does. She knows it, yet she still failed. But maybe she has one last chance to prove her worth, to protect her child. She stares up boldly, knowing that what she's mustering will be her final act of defiance. Somewhere safe. And she hopes, more than anything, it's true. Chapter 63. The ocean pulls me into its grasp, sucking me down, enveloping me in a darkness so complete there's no way to tell which way is down and which way is up. It coils around me like a snake, holding me tight, refusing to let go no matter how hard I struggle. It wants me more than perhaps anyone or anything else ever has before in my life. It's tempting to let it have me, to have this all be over, all the struggle and strife and heartbreak my life's been filled with. The childhood full of bruises and broken bones and lies about clumsy accidents. Escaping only to find myself in one relationship after another that mirrored what I was raised to believe I deserved. A slap for talking back, a punch for taking a stand. But those were the early days, the ones where I was still half numb and in shock that I'd managed to escape my home at 17. On some level, I knew that if I had managed to do that, then I had the courage to find my way to a life that was free of abuse. And I was willing to do whatever it took to break the cycle, even if that meant being alone, which I have for a very long time now. I've been so scared to trust men, but Leo had actually wanted to help. Harvey had too. And look what I did to them both. But after a lifetime of strangers who looked away when they saw the hand-shaped bruises on my arms, doctors who denied the evidence that was right in front of them, and later co-workers who made snide comments behind my back, I couldn't believe it. I had no gut to trust, just a deep-seated feeling that maybe I was the one at fault, that maybe I really did deserve it, and that one day I'd be the one dishing it out. That was my greatest fear, that if I ever had children of my own, I'd parent the only way I knew how. But the second I saw how Luann treated Alice, I knew I didn't have to worry anymore. I would never be like that. Luann and I exchanged secret calls for over a year, confiding in each other, longing for the abuse to end. Which is why I couldn't believe that once she had a beautiful little girl of her own, she was doing the same. I couldn't just turn my back and walk away, pretending I hadn't seen. I had to get Alice out of there. I hadn't meant to push her so hard. I hadn't meant for her to hit her head. And when I saw the news the next day and found out that she was dead, I was devastated. I hadn't meant to do that either. I've been racked with guilt, knowing that I should have stayed and gotten her medical help. Instead, I stole her child and left her to die alone. Only maybe I hadn't been the one to kill her. And if that's true, then both of us could be dead right now had I stayed. But all that really matters is Alice. She needs me. I took her away from the only home she's ever known. I brought her to this island. I can't abandon her to the same life Luann led, fearing each day at the hands of her abuser. I have to get back to the boathouse. My feet knock against the seabed, heels dragging along the ocean floor as the tide fights to draw me further adrift. My lungs burn, begging for air. The urge to take a breath is overpowering. I won't be able to fight it much longer. Curling into a ball, I kick out with every ounce of strength I have left, feet striking hard against the earth beneath my feet. I throw my arms up, clawing at the sky above, searching for something to grab onto. My wrist knocks against a barnacle-encrusted post, scraping the top layer of flesh. I throw my arms around it, clinging to it for my life. A life I want to live. My head breaks the surface. I gasp, cough, and sputter, not able to get oxygen quick enough. I blink the salt water from my eyes, trying to clear the dark spots that cloud my vision, straining to see, searching for Jackie among the long shadows that fill the room. The only light comes from Harvey's storm lantern, still hanging from its hook. Though the hurricane continues to rage outside, all is silent inside the boathouse. I force myself to remain in the water, clinging to the piling, not trusting my senses. hesitant to dare believe that Jackie has left. But I don't see her anywhere. Finally, after several more minutes have passed, I allow myself to move, shifting my grip to the boat, but I'm not strong enough to pull myself up. I work my way along the side toward the edge of the slip, hoping to be able to kick my feet against the hull for leverage. But as I round the end of the skiff, there she is, Jackie. I gasp, inhaling a lungful of water in my panic as I flail to get away, my back striking forcefully against the boat. I flounder, struggling to stay afloat, but despite my proximity, she doesn't move. Her face remains still, less than a foot from mine, her eyes open, yet unseeing. Jackie is dead. Chapter 64. Paddling noisily, I make my way to the far corner of the boat slip. Exhausted and confused, I extend one hand, reach as far as I can with it, then follow suit with the other. The rough edge of the wood grates against the soft flesh of my armpits, then my chest, then my belly, as I inch and squirm my way up out of the water. Finally, I'm able to curl myself into a ball, drawing my legs from the ocean's grasp. I scoot against the wall, panting, watching Jackie for signs of movement, searching for the telltale signs of life, the tick of a muscle, the flutter of an eyelid, the rise and fall of her chest. There are none. Yet my nerves continue to fray as I struggle to catch my breath, darting frequent glances at her as I scan my surroundings. My eyes feel like they're going to burst from my head as I search the dark corners, but there's no one here. No one besides me and Harvey, who hasn't moved since I attacked him. So what had happened to Jackie when I was in the water? I shove a fist against my mouth, stifling the urge to scream. I shift onto my knees, forcing myself to crawl toward her for a closer look, unable to chance letting myself relax until I have the answer to my question. My pulse picks up as I get closer to the woman, expecting her to jump up at any second like the villain in a horror movie. But she remains still, and she's going to stay that way. Now that I'm closer, I can see why. A small cut splits the eyebrow on the side of her face that rests against the floor. A tiny trickle of blood has leaked from the wound, but that couldn't be the injury that killed her. However, even in the dim lighting, now that I'm close enough, I can see that the corresponding pupil is blown. I look above us, searching, and spot a small red smear on a metal boat cleat impaled in the wall right near where I went into the water. Jackie must have hit her head when she leapt for me. The woman was killed by her own rage. Knowing what I do about her past, it seems fitting. Yet her death fills me with an almost inconsolable grief. She's the one who took Alice, the only one who knows where the little girl is. Did she have enough time to take her from the island? I have to hope that she didn't, that Alice is still here somewhere, hidden at the resort. A moan fills the room, low and haunting, and a stab of fear makes me scramble back from the woman. But it's not her who made the noise. Gaining my feet, I hurry over to Harvey and crouch beside him, grateful that he's still alive. All this time he's given me the creeps. I went out of my way, would have done anything to avoid him. I was so quick to attack the man unprovoked. Despite that, I don't hesitate for 1 second to take his hand in mine now. "Oh, Harvey," I say, staring down at his face. trying to ignore the pool of blood that's seeped out from beneath his head, leaking from a wound that I gave him. "I'm so sorry. Are you going to be all right?" His fingers curl around mine in a gentle squeeze. His lips part, his voice a hoarse whisper. I lean closer to hear him better.
"Taken worse hits,"
he croaks.
"Desert storm."
"Oh gosh, I maimed a war veteran."
"Hid when I realized you were being watched. Tried keep an eye on you, keep you safe. I failed."
"You didn't fail." I give him a weak smile. "But why didn't you just tell me?"
"Not good with words,"
he wheezes.
"Since accident."
I'm feeling worse by the second. This whole time I thought something was wrong with Harvey because he was so awkward, but it turns out that he was so awkward because something really was wrong with him. I jumped to conclusions, and it almost ended both of our lives.
"The little girl,"
he continues.
"She's in the gardening shed."
A zing of elation hums under my skin like an electric current. "Alice is in the shed?"
"Yes."
"Are you sure? How do you know?" He blinks heavily, his gaze losing focus, and I realize I'm wasting time. "You hold on. I'm gonna go get Alice, and then I'll find a way to get us out of here. I'll be back, I promise." It's one I plan to keep, though I have no idea how I'm going to do so. The phones are down, we're cut off from the mainland, and as becomes apparent immediately as I head back out into the chaos, there's still a hurricane seething outside. Chapter 65. I charge out into the storm. The wind buffets my body so hard it takes my breath away, and the rain is no less gentle. Lowering my head against the attack, I push forward, fighting to keep my momentum up. Water sloshes over my ankles as I speed through the nightmare landscape, dodging fallen trees and debris, the way lit by the near-constant strobe of lightning flashing across the sky. Goosebumps rise on my arms. The hair on the back of my neck tries to bristle, despite being soaked from the static in the air. I shouldn't be out here. No one should. But I don't have a choice. I have to get Alice and bring her back to where Harvey is. Then I need to find a way to get us all off the island. It's an impossible feat, but I've beat the odds before. My friendship with Alice's mother had been forged on common ground. We were both victims of abuse. My earliest memories are of being slapped, pinched, and bitten, all punishments for offenses that I now realize are normal child behaviors, like laughing, spilling a cup of milk, or not wanting to go to sleep at bedtime. But my parents kept me isolated from the rest of the world, so I wouldn't find out that it wasn't me who was the evil one. I was homeschooled. I wasn't allowed to play with other children in the neighborhood. I wasn't even allowed to watch TV. I had no way of knowing that what I was experiencing wasn't normal. But as I grew older, the short leash I was kept on lengthened. They let me perform unwanted tasks, attend doctor appointments by myself, do the weekly grocery shopping, maintain the yard. And it was in these seemingly everyday errands that I came to realize that my life wasn't like the lives of others. I saw kids at the grocery store beg their parents for candy without getting a slap. I saw teens at the doctor's office who had broken limbs from sports or accidents, not because the dinner they cooked was late. I saw families laughing as they played together in their front yards. Everywhere I looked, I saw people bruise-free and smiling, and I wanted to be one of them. I spent years planning my escape, siphoning off grocery money $1 at a time, reading the pamphlets in waiting rooms, searching the faces of the people around me, looking for my opportunity. And when it came, I seized it. Alice's mom, Luann, was supposed to come with me. My whole plan hinged on 2 people, another girl to rely on for support, to help pay bills, to make me harder to identify if my parents reported me missing, and the police searched the surveillance videos at the bus station. I didn't have any friends. They would be expecting me to travel alone. But Luann never showed. At the time, I thought maybe she'd lost her nerve. I feared that she'd possibly been caught. I even considered staying, trying to find out what had happened, but I couldn't do that. Before I left, I'd stolen money from my mother's purse, some of her jewelry, my father's watch. I couldn't face the consequences. So I'd left on my own. But Luann was always there with me, a ghost hovering over my shoulder no matter what I did or where I went, the whys and the what-ifs haunting me. Why didn't she come to the bus station? What if she wasn't even still alive? I had to silence those thoughts, and the only way to do that was to discover what had happened. Almost 4 years had passed by the time I made the call. I'd been shocked when she answered the phone, though a part of me had always suspected she was still there, still trapped. And I knew the second I heard Luann's voice that I'd be doing the unthinkable. I'd be returning to my hometown. I was surprised by my decision, but nothing could rival the shock I'd felt when she opened the door. She didn't even look like the same person. The topography of her face changed by escalated abuse. I felt responsible. I was responsible. It was my fault for leaving her behind. Then I saw Alice, and it all made sense. Luann didn't show the night of our escape because she felt she couldn't. 2 teenage runaways on their own would have a hard enough time, but add a baby into the mix? It must have seemed an impossible choice. I could only imagine the overwhelming love she must have felt for her child to have made that sacrifice. But I couldn't blame her. One look at the little girl and I felt the same. I knew I'd do anything for her. And I still would. I dodge a cluster of coconuts floating across the path as I round the corner, and then I see it, the gardening shed. Though I didn't think I could move any faster, I do, spurred on by the thought of holding Alice in my arms, of seeing for myself that she's okay. I rush through the door and draw to a sudden halt. There she is. But she isn't alone. "Charlotte!" she cries, reaching toward me. "Baby!" I drop to my knees and open my arms as Leo sets her down. She runs into them, smushing against me. The feel of her tiny body against mine is possibly the most beautiful thing in the world. I squeeze her as tight as I dare, as I bury my nose in her hair and fill my lungs with her scent. I look up at Leo, standing behind her. He runs a hand through his hair, wincing as he does so. I can see by the white flashes of lightning that his skin is pale, his shirt stained red, drenched in blood. I did that. "I'm so sorry," I say. My mouth hangs open as I search for more words, something to make it right, but before I do, his eyes find mine. He gives me a small smile as he says, "It's okay. It looks worse than it is." Still, "It's fine.
The important thing is—"
He gestures toward Alice, still cradled in my arms. He's right. I pull back, running my hands over her, searching for any injuries. "Are you okay? You're not hurt?" I wipe a smear of dirt from her tear-streaked face as Alice nods, eyes wide and solemn. "What happened?" I ask.
Grandma said we were gonna play a game,
Alice says. Then, in a whisper that's twice as loud as her normal voice, she adds,
"I don't like her. She's scary."
Leo grunts, scowling as he rubs his injured shoulder. I give him a sympathetic look, trying to convey how sorry I am for being the one to put him in so much pain, as I draw Alice in for another hug, stroking her hair as I whisper in her ear, "Oh, sweetie, I won't let her scare you anymore, I promise."
"Good."
Then what? Did she say where she was going to take you?
"No."
Alice's head swings from side to side.
"She left me here. Then Uncle Leo found me."
"Thank goodness he did," I say, casting a grateful look in his direction. "How'd you know where to look?"
"I didn't," he says. "After I searched the pool house and the bunkhouse, this was the next logical place to look. I got here just a few moments before you did. Did you see how high the water's getting out there? The island is flooding."
"We need to get out of here," I say. "Find a way to leave." "Can you walk?" He nods, but he seems unsteady on his feet, his head bobbing from side to side as he wobbles. Each time it moves left, I see a set of keys hanging from a hook on the wall behind him. Why would Nancy leave keys in the shed? I get a flash of memory. One of the Surfer twins racing down the gravel path on an ATV, a cart of yard trash bouncing along behind him. I look around the small room, but I don't see it. Where do they keep the four-wheeler? Leo looks at me blankly for a moment, then understanding dawns.
"There's a little carport around back."
"You stay here," I tell Alice. "I'll only be a minute." Her lower lip quivers, but she nods solemnly, doing her best to be brave. I kiss her on the forehead, then grab the keys off the hook. Draw a deep breath before re-entering the fray outside. I stay close to the shed, taking what shelter I can as I follow around the side of the building to the back. And there it is. My hands tremble as I fit the key into the ignition. This would make things so much easier that I'm almost afraid to find out. But I do. I give it a turn, and the engine grumbles to life. Rain pounds my face as I look up at the sky, saying a silent prayer of thanks. Tossing my leg over the seat of the vehicle, I look at the controls. I have no idea how to work this thing. Curling my hand around the right handlebar, I hold on tight and start jabbing at the buttons on the left. I hit one with an upward-facing arrow, and the vehicle surges forward. Things are finally starting to fall into place. One way or another, Alice and I are going to escape. Chapter 66. Water sprays up from the tires as the ATV chugs along. I fight the urge to go faster, trying to keep our wake to a minimum. Leo had warned me that I'd have to be careful not to get too much water in the exhaust pipe and choke the engine, which is the last thing I want to do. I glance over my shoulder, checking the cart behind me where he and Alice are sheltered beneath a tarp we brought with us from the shed. I'm not sure this is the best idea. I'm basically just transporting them from one shelter to another. But I owe Harvey. I can't abandon him now. Getting everyone under the same roof is the first step. The second is while I'm still figuring that out. I shift my weight, leaning forward in my seat, peering into the darkness before me. It might be my imagination, but it seems like the intensity of the storm is abating. There's not as much lightning, which makes it harder to see, but it also seems like the rain and the wind are easing up. Dare I hope? The shape of the boathouse looms in front of me, a shadow against shadows. I pull up as close as I can in front, hesitate before getting off the four-wheeler. Lifting a corner of the tarp, I find the shine of Leo's eyes in the dark. Wait here for a second, okay? I'll be right back. I pause outside the door, take a deep breath to steel myself, then make my way inside. Harvey's where I left him, though he's managed to prop himself up against the wall. His head moves slowly in my direction. I told you I'd be back, I say, giving him a small smile. And I brought company, I glance over at Jackie. I don't want Alice to see her like this. I look around, searching for something to cover her with, but there's nothing. There's only one thing I can do to try and conceal her body. Reluctantly, I loop my hands under her armpits, grunting as I struggle to drag her to the same shadows that conceal Molly. I'm sorry, I whisper, avoiding Molly's face as I leave her killer's body beside her own. Pulling the chair away from the desk, I move it over to the other side of the room beside Harvey and angle it toward the wall. Convincing Alice to sit still with all the excitement that's been going on seems unlikely, but it's the only idea I can come up with to try to keep her from seeing anything she shouldn't. It'll have to do. Returning to the ATV, I'm amazed at the difference outside. The rain has stopped. The wind has fallen still. The island, so loud and wild only minutes ago, is now quiet. The only sound the steady trickle of water dripping off the palm fronds above. We must be in the eye of the storm. I pull the tarp back, smiling widely at Alice, eager to get her inside before the gale returns. Gathering her in my arms, I pick her up, wince in sympathy as Leo struggles to sit up, groaning from his wounds. I'm sorry, I say again. He wades the apology away as he scoots to the end of the trailer, swinging his legs to the ground. He gestures for me to lead the way, and I carry Alice inside. I set her down in the chair and give her a pat. Stay here, okay? Alice nods. She really is such a good girl. I hurry back outside and over to where Leo's still sitting. I really am so sorry about earlier. I thought, well...
How's Harvey?
He asks, ignoring what I've said.
Is he still conscious?
He is. He appears to be okay for now, but he needs a doctor. We hadn't talked much about what happened, not wanting Alice to overhear. I told him simply that we needed to go to the boathouse because Harvey was there, injured, but it's clear now that Alice is out of earshot. He has questions.
What happened to him?
My spit thins as I recall hitting Harvey with the flashlight. I grimace as I admit what I did. I panicked when he found me in the boathouse. He was talking crazy, and I'd just found Molly's body.
Molly's dead?
Leo asks, sliding off the end of the trailer to his feet. I blink back tears as I nod. I thought Harvey had killed her, but I was wrong. It was Jackie. She must have killed Evelyn, too, to take her place.
Jackie?
There's a note of disbelief in his voice.
What makes you think that?
She told me.
She was here?
I nod. Still is, technically, I say nervously. His eyes go wide, and I know what he's thinking, that I did it.
After all, I stabbed him and tried to bash Harvey's head in. It can't be too hard for him to believe that I crossed the line to actual murder after all that. She tripped and hit her head, I say, rushing to add, "It was an accident." He looks at me warily and draws a deep, wavering breath before stepping by me to enter the boathouse. "Hey," I say, putting a hand on his arm to stop him. I want to beg him to believe me, to trust me, but find that I can't. Instead, I ask, "Do you think we can use the ATV to get out of here?"
No, the road was completely under ocean earlier.
I know, but now that we're in the eye of the storm, the water might have receded. We might be able to make it if we hurry.
We can't drive off this island,
he tells me, shaking my hand off him.
It's too risky.
I watch his back as he stalks toward the boathouse, leaving me where I am. I can't deny that my feelings are hurt at being given the brush off, but what can I expect? I did stab him, after all. Twice. Not to mention what I did to Harvey. And he's probably convinced I killed Jackie. You'd think that would only make him more eager to get off this island. And maybe it has. Maybe he just isn't planning on including me. Chapter 67. I step around Leo, still standing just inside the doorway, to check on Alice. Squatting in front of her, I take her hand and give it a soft squeeze. Her tiny fingers wrap tight around mine. I know she's scared. She can't stay here, in a boathouse full of dead bodies where she's forced to sit in a chair facing the wall. And with the story of Luann's death and Alice's face on the news, we can't wait for help to come. We need to get away from this place, and if we're going to do it, it has to be soon. We have to reach the main road while we're still in the hurricane's eye. But if I can't get her safely off this island... I imagine prison isn't much worse than the captivity I've experienced before. I might just have to face the facts and the consequences of my actions. If that's the case, and we have to stay, then we should use the ATV and the cart to get everyone back to the main house. I glance at Harvey, his eyes shut, head lolled limply to the side as he rests. He doesn't look like he could get far on his own. Leo and I would probably have to carry him, and I'm not sure that Leo's up to that. I'm hesitant to even ask. I sneak a peek in his direction. Immediately, I can tell that something's wrong. His aqua eyes have grown dark like the storm-ravaged sea that surrounds us. The muscles of his face are drawn and tight, his body posture tense and rigid. I follow his gaze to the corner of the room where the bodies are hidden. I give Alice what I hope is a reassuring smile as I pull my hand free from hers and stand. Crossing over to Leo, I step between him and the corpses, hoping that blocking his view will break the spell. "Are you okay?" I ask, keeping my voice soft so Alice won't hear.
"You're right,"
he says. Confused about what it is he's referring to, I ask, "I'm what?" He turns toward me, shifting his eyes to mine. The darkness I'd seen there only a moment ago is gone. His face softens.
"I'm sorry. I haven't been very fair to you, have I?"
"Are you kidding? Considering what I did?" I glance at his shoulder, shame heating my skin.
"Hey."
He curls a finger beneath my chin and uses it to lift my face until I'm looking at him.
"Don't beat yourself up about it, okay? I'm fine. And you were scared. I probably would have done the same thing if I'd been in your position. But we do need to get out of here. Like, immediately, while we're still in the eye of the storm."
"How? You said there was no way we could drive off the island. Leo lifts a finger and points toward one of the small boats. The cruel fingers of fear curl around my heart and squeeze, threatening to make it burst. Panicked tears seep into my eyes. No.
Why not?
I can't swim, I whisper. He blinks hard, as if in disbelief. I can imagine what he's thinking right now. How much of an inconvenience I am. How he should make things easier on himself and leave me behind. If he did, then I'd be free to try and drive to the main road. Best case scenario, I'd make it and could disappear. Worst case, I can stop worrying about how I'm going to escape. But I can't gamble with Alice's life the same way I can with my own. I'm sorry. Maybe. My voice hitches. My shoulders shake with the sobs I'm fighting to contain. I make myself say it. Maybe you should take Alice and Harvey and leave me here.
No.
He reaches out, his hand landing on my shoulder. His palm is fiery hot, searing my skin through the wet fabric of my shirt.
You're coming with us. I'll take care of you, I promise.
I want to believe him, but find myself shaking my head violently from side to side again.
Yes.
I can't.
If not for me, then for Alice.
I shoot a look at the little girl who has turned her head to look over her shoulder at us. I move my finger in a circle, gesturing for her to turn back around. Am I being selfish? Putting her at risk by keeping her here when I know we need to escape? Because if we don't get away while we have a chance, and I go to jail, she'll wind up in foster care. What if she ends up in a home as bad as the one I took her from? After everything I've put her through, don't I owe her this? You really think we can make it?
I do.
Okay, I sigh. Let's try it. Leo smiles.
You won't regret it.
He assures me. But the truth is, I already do. Chapter 68. The feeling of dread grows deep in the pit of my stomach as I watch Leo ready the boat. I tighten my jaw, teeth clenched together as I force myself to smile. I don't want to frighten Alice. There's no need for us both to be terrified, and this will be easier if she believes there's nothing to fear. On the outside, I'm doing my best to appear calm, but on the inside, I'm frantic. My mind's shouting as loud as it can that this is a horrible idea, that people who can't swim shouldn't get into tiny boats in the middle of a hurricane, that I'd rather take my chances on the flooded road. But I need to stay with Alice. The best thing I can do for her right now is pretend that I'm not worried. I try to swallow down my misgivings, but they catch on the giant lump that's formed in my throat. Nerves coat my tongue with a layer of fuzz. It feels thick and clumsy as I ask, "What about life preservers?" Leo gives me a regretful look as he shakes his head.
There aren't any.
Oh. I swallow hard, but my throat doesn't work. It's too tight. I cough as I try again, harder.
You okay?
He asks. Fine. But I'm not sure that I am, and I don't think I'm fooling anyone. I look down at Alice to find the little girl staring up at me with an expression creased with concern. It's okay, I tell her, adjusting the smile on my face to make it more believable. We don't need them. We'll be all right. But it doesn't matter how smoothly I tell the lie. I don't believe a word of it. Sweat pops like bubbles to the surface of my skin. Why is it so hot in here? I glance toward the wall that Harvey is propped against, wondering if he might know where some life jackets are, but it appears as if he's still sleeping. I should probably let him rest as long as possible. He's going to need his strength. We might need him to help. I'm still not sure how we're going to pull this off. 2 injured men, a little girl, and a woman who can't swim. Setting sail in a vessel barely bigger than a canoe in a storm-churned ocean. This is a terrible idea. There's got to be a better way. I turn to Leo just in time to see him climb inside the boat. It rocks on its moorings as he grabs the paddles and moves them aside. My vision grows hazy as I watch the motion. My heart hammers against the walls of my chest, and I can't seem to fill my lungs. It feels like I'm going to pass out. I think I'm having a panic attack. But I can't afford to be weak now. I cup my free hand over my mouth and nose and focus on breathing deep. The dizziness fades, but my vitals are still galloping out of control like a runaway horse.
Here.
Leo holds his hands out to me.
Pass me Alice.
What, already?
We have to hurry if we're going to make it to land before the eye of the storm passes.
But what about Harvey? I chew my lip as I look at the man. I don't think I can get him over to the boat by myself.
We're not taking him,
Leo says. But we have to. My voice is too high, a product of the invisible hand that's wrapped around my throat, squeezing tight.
We don't have a choice.
I promised him.
There's no room, Charlotte. This thing is only made for 2 people. We can't risk it.
We can't leave him here.
We'll send help for him when we get to safety. Alice, come here.
The little girl glances at me before scurrying over to Leo. She raises her arms obediently while he lifts her down into the boat. I gaze around anxiously, knowing that I've run out of options, aware that every second I waste I'm putting our chances of a safe passage at risk. I have to do this for Alice. Besides, isn't this what I've wanted? Won't it be such a relief to be off this island, no matter how I have to do it? I keep my eyes on Alice as I force myself forward. I can do this. I will do this. But just as I reach the boat, my momentum stops. My body jerks violently as I'm drawn to a sudden halt. But it's not my feet that have stopped me in my tracks. It's the hand clenched around my ankle with an iron grip. Chapter 69. My head snaps back on my neck as my body jolts to a halt. My teeth gnash together, blood gushing from the bitten edge of my tongue. Alice shrieks my name. I catch a brief glimpse of the terror on her face as I fight to keep my balance, arms wheeling through the air. But the battle was lost before it began. Pitching forward, I break my fall, wrists jamming as I catch myself on the edge of the boat. I draw one leg up underneath me, trying to take the weight off my throbbing joints, but the other limb is caught. I struggle vainly to pull it free, but to no avail. Bracing my arms, I look over my shoulder, gasp as I catch sight of what's stopped me. Harvey's dark eyes laser into me with an intensity I can feel all the way into the marrow of my bones. The knuckles of the hand wrapped around my ankle are white with the force of his grip. His arm shakes with effort as he tries pulling me backward, closer to him. "Harvey, let go!" I should have woken him, should have explained that we were going without him, that we'd send help for him as soon as we could. I shouldn't have broken my promise. Now he thinks that I lied and we're trying to abandon him. "Please, you're hurting me." I'm vaguely aware of Alice screaming, of Leo yelling as I fight to maintain my grip, but the injured man is stronger than I am. My nails bend backward until it feels like my fingertips are going to explode from the pressure, and I'm forced to let go of the boat. A burst of bright light fills my vision as my knee strikes the floor. Lightning shoots from the sight in every direction. Skin snags and shreds against the rough wood planks as I'm dragged slowly backward. I scrabble desperately, trying to find something to grab onto, but there's nothing. "Harvey, I'm sorry." My voice is hoarse and filled with desperation. His is the same as he says, "Don't go." "We'll be back, I promise. We're going to get you help."
"You need to stay here."
He's wheezing with the effort of holding me captive. His entire body shakes with the strain, yet he won't let me go. He's still dragging me closer to him. Why? If he has this much strength left in him, why not take the other boat and row with us to land? I flip onto my side so I can see him better, hoping to find a way to fight him off, but he's not even looking at me. His gaze is focused on the body partly hidden by the shadows in the corner. Jackie. Is that what this is all about? Does he think that I'm the one who caused her demise, and now I have to pay? But why would he care? It doesn't make any sense. But there's no time to think about that now. I have to get on that boat and away from this island while there's still a chance. I renew my efforts to escape, screaming as I kick with my free foot at the hand wrapped around my ankle. "Let me go!" There's a meaty thwack, and the man goes limp. I'm free. I scramble backward into Leo's legs. An oar hangs limply at his side as he stares at Harvey. He shakes his head, as if ridding himself of the image. Then he's wrapping an arm around me and helping me to my feet.
"Come on, we need to hurry."
He doesn't need to tell me twice. I hesitate only a second before climbing inside the skiff, my fear of what lies ahead overshadowed by what lies behind. The vessel wobbles as Alice flings herself into my arms, and Leo hops in behind me. Before I know it, the lift to the boat slip is open, the mooring line is free, and Leo's sending us out into the ocean with a single mighty shove of the paddle against the dock. The wind finds us immediately, grabbing at our clothes, our hair, the boat, threatening to pull us off course. Leo's biceps bulge, muscles rippling under his blood-stained shirt as he fights to row us to shore. Alice trembles in my arms. I hold the little girl tight, promising her that everything will be okay. But as I stare over the top of her head at the black clouds on the horizon, watching as they move closer with incredible speed, I'm not so sure that it will. Already the water is choppier, and as a small wave breaks against the skiff, coating us with sea spray, I realize just how perilous our situation really is. It feels like a losing battle. I try not to keep count, but I can't help it. It takes 4 of Leo's strokes just to gain a foot, the wind and the ocean current working against us, trying to pull us farther out to sea. And it's starting to rain. It's soft at first, more like a mist, but then the drops are larger, falling faster. I stare at the bottom of the boat, where it's starting to collect at my feet. How much water can we take on before we start to sink? The light grows dim, like someone's lurking behind me, casting me in their shadow. Alice raises her swollen, reddened face to look at me. I see her lips move, but can't hear what she said. "What's that, baby?" I lower my head until her lips are against my ear. They're feather soft against me as she repeats herself, but the words are sharp and hard like a knife.
"Uncle Leo says he's taking us to go see Mommy. Is she gonna be okay?"
my body goes rigid. It feels like I'm trapped within myself, unable to do anything except breathe. Despite the wind and the rain, I suddenly feel like I'm on fire as a surge of adrenaline ignites beneath my skin. I must have heard her wrong. Or maybe she's talking about earlier, when he found her in the shed. I never told him that I wasn't Alice's mother. He must have meant that he was going to bring her to find me.
He gets mad when Mommy doesn't listen. Him and Grandma both do. I don't like it when they're mad at Mommy. And I don't want to play this game anymore. Do I still have to call him Uncle Leo?
There's no mistaking the meaning of what Alice has just said. Jackie was Luann's mother, and the man I know as Leo, whoever he really is, must be her brother. A wave of nausea sweeps up my throat, threatening to erupt. I clamp my mouth shut, afraid I'll get sick if I dare open it. The little girl is still gazing up at me, waiting for an answer. I gulp hard before saying, "Everything will be fine, honey, I promise." The lie couldn't be further from the truth. My face feels like a sheet of ice cracking under the strain of forcing a smile. My heart seems to skip beats as I run through events in my mind. Leo's arrival the morning after I came to the island, his strange interest in me, giving me extra food, estranging me from the friend I'd made so I'd be solely dependent on him for support. The way he'd called himself Uncle Leo when he found Alice in my room, before she could say anything that might reveal that she already knew him. How he just happened to find Alice after Jackie had taken her, if Jackie was the one to do that. And finally, silencing Harvey when the poor man was trying to stop me from getting into the boat with him. My eyes move jerkily as I fight to raise them, forcing them to land on the man. They move timidly up to his face. He's watching me. His expression is calm and distant, his eyes cold. He appears to be rowing on autopilot, but on closer inspection, I see that he's barely skimming the water with the paddles. He's not trying to get us to shore. He's keeping us where we are, trapped at sea. This is where I'm at my weakest. He knows because I was foolish enough to tell him I can't swim. I lick my lips, the chapped edges so sharp they feel serrated. Squint to make out the hazy shape of land in the distance. It's not that far off, less than 200 feet, probably. But given that those 200 feet are comprised of angry, violent seas, it might as well be miles.
You need to rest,
I shout to be heard over the approaching storm.
Let me take a turn rowing, I insist.
Leo gives me a smile that makes my toes go numb.
Sure.
He holds out one of the oars. I stare at it, afraid to take it, knowing that it was too easy, that this has to be a trap. But I have to try. I put Alice down, settling her in the bottom of the boat. Extending an arm, I strain to grab the paddle without moving any closer to him. With a sudden movement, he uses it to jab me in the shoulder, releasing his hold as I spin sideways in my seat. It lands in the sea, instantly swept out of reach. I gasp, both hands shooting up to cover my mouth as the oar floats away.
Whoops. Look at what you did. I guess you're just gonna have to go in after it.
Leo's grin spreads, growing sinister as he revels in my reaction. His teeth look long and sharp, his eyes hard and focused. This man is pure predator, and I'm the prey. Chapter 70. Leo laughs. The sound of it causes goosebumps to pepper my flesh. It feels like the blood has leached from my body, leaving me numb and cold. Why? I ask. I haven't said it loud enough for him to hear, but he answers anyway.
I told Mother to wait until I had you both off the island, but no. She had to play one of her silly little games.
The man before me is completely unrecognizable. He lasers his narrowed gaze into me, the intensity of it so strong that I find myself squirming.
She had to punish you.
He spits out.
I didn't see how you were worth the trouble. I thought we should just kill you and toss you into the ocean on our way out of the state. But she insisted we play with you first, earn your trust and torture you a bit to get even for taking the kid. And for what you made us do to Luann.
What I made you do. I cringe backward, desperate to get away, but there's nowhere to go. I glance at Alice, her head hung low, shoulders shaking as she cries silently. Luann and I had never talked about our abusers, never shared that detail of ourselves. I had just assumed hers was apparent, like mine, but had her brother been the one to blacken her eyes, break her nose, snap her wrist? Or had Jackie? It doesn't matter, not now.
Do you know how hard it was?
He asks,
playing along, pretending to help you, pretending to like you. Every time I forced myself to touch you, I felt ill. And it didn't even matter how crazy the lies got. Someone trapped me in my room with a block of wood, he mocks. You were so desperate you bought it all, every bit of it. I can't even imagine what it's like to be so pathetic.
Leo glares at me with pure hatred. His fingers flex before curling into fists. A cruel smile spreads across his lips, causing the last of the warmth to flee my body. I hang my head in defeat. Not here, I say. Not in front of Alice. His eyes flick to the child, and I feel a stab of worry that he won't care what she sees. But the blue steel of his gaze softens slightly as he looks at her. It hardens immediately as he aims his focus back to me and gives a curt nod.
Alice, close your eyes,
he barks. The little girl does as she's told, leaving me at the mercy of her uncle. You don't have to do this, you know, I say, hoping for a reprieve. I can help you take care of her. We could do it. I shut the door against the memories that fill my mind, blocking out the pain and the suffering and the lessons I fought so hard to learn, knowing what the offer would mean. Together.
You and me?
He asks. His eyebrows raise, lips pursing like he's considering my offer. My shoulders lower from beneath my ears. I risk a glance at him, feeling like a dog that knows it's going to get kicked, yet dares to hope anyway. Leo's smile morphs into something genuine, and I feel a small pinch of relief.
Maybe if you were Brooke, the feel of her delicate little throat crushing in my hand.
He shivers as he relives the moment.
I'd never get tired of that. But you...
He sneers as he looks me up and down.
I'll pass.
He shoves the remaining ore into my chest, sending me backward through the air, over the side of the boat and into the ocean with a splash. I gasp at the sudden shock, choking on a lungful of water, limbs thrashing, struggling to stay afloat as I watch Leo paddle toward shore, alternating sides with each stroke, the skiff making swift progress now that I'm not in it. Sobs rack through me as Alice gets farther and farther away, and I think about the life the little girl is now destined to live, about all the years I fought so hard to survive, only for this to happen. There's no use resisting. I give my body to the sea. Epilogue. 2 weeks later. The girl is too young to wear such a forced smile, especially one that does such a poor job of concealing the sadness that lurks beneath. The toes of her shoes trail in the dirt as she sways back and forth on the swing, the rusty chain creaking a complaint. A man sits on a bench nearby, ignoring the child as he sips his coffee and scrolls on his phone. The air is still and silent, heavy with humidity. Or perhaps it's simply holding its breath in anticipation of what's about to happen. The woman creeps forward, to the edge of the shadows that line the park, watching. There's no need to rush things, not now. It's more important to get it right than to get it over. Because she's been waiting for this moment for much longer than the time she spent clinging to that paddle in the raging sea, fighting for her life, or the time she spent wedged between a dumpster and the back wall of a building during the worst of the hurricane, after she'd mercifully kicked her way to shore and scrambled up the beach, or after the storm had passed and she lay heartbroken and bereft on a cot at a local shelter, seriously considering giving up on life until she'd heard about a single father and his little girl who'd caught a ride to the mainland with a Red Cross worker. She's been waiting for this moment for almost her entire life, since the very first strike of violence that landed against her. She's done some things she's not proud of to get here. Lied, stolen, cheated, whatever it took to get the information she needed or the money to follow the trail of breadcrumbs, knowing the entire time chances were slim that she was on the right track. That odds were good that if she did manage to catch up with the man and his supposed daughter, it would be to find only a stranger and his child. But yesterday, as she'd sat in the vehicle she'd taken from the driveway of a little old lady who had been kind enough to give her shelter for the night, when she saw Alice with her head hanging low as she followed the man into the room of a cheap motel off the highway, she instantly knew that none of the things she'd done in her past were as bad as what she planned to do in her future. She had briefly considered going to the police. The bodies left behind at the resort, as well as that of the real Leo LeBlanc, had been found. Harvey had regained consciousness and told them what happened. A manhunt besides her own was underway. But no one knew her true identity. The woman they thought her to be was presumed dead. It seemed best to let everyone continue to believe that. Because she had no legal right to Alice. She couldn't risk the little girl she loved so much ending up in foster care if the child's uncle was arrested, which meant there was only one way to make sure that this was over, that she and Alice were safe, and that was to end this once and for all. She checks the time, then steps from the tree line and sinks into a squat behind a trash can, using it to conceal herself from the man. Then she waves her hands to draw the child's attention. The little girl's entire face lights up as she catches sight of her. Charlotte quickly raises a finger to her lips, checks the man's attention is still focused on his phone, then beckons Alice forward, opening her arms wide for a hug. Alice shoots a cautious look in her uncle's direction before slipping from the swing and sprinting forward, landing against Charlotte so hard she almost falls over. She savors the moment, blinking away tears, then pulls back enough so the girl can see her face. "There's a blue car in the parking lot," she whispers. "It's unlocked." Alice nods her understanding. She watches the girl run off, then she stands, turning her attention to the man. She approaches slowly, giving him plenty of time to see her, reveling in the way his face registers first disbelief, then anger, before becoming overshadowed by something else. Fear. Her oldest memory is of the first time she'd been struck. She'd been right around Alice's age, 3 or maybe 4. Her father had been running late for work that morning, and in his rush, he'd spilled a splotch of coffee on his tie. She'd giggled when he used one of the words she wasn't allowed to say. His smack to the side of her head had come swiftly. The tears had welled in her eyes, spilling over with a wail that was cut short as her mother yanked her roughly from her chair, dragging her over to the basement, a place that until that moment had been forbidden. Terrified, all alone in the dark, she'd huddled on the top step, her little face pressed firm against the crack of light at the bottom of the door. She had no idea how long she spent down there that first time, staring at the only thing she could see, the box that shared the rough wooden riser with her, the one that had the drawing of an upside-down rodent with X's for eyes. When they'd finally let her out, she'd been forced to watch as they tossed Mickey, her favorite toy, the plush mouse she snuggled with every night while she slept, into the fireplace, where he burned to ashes. And suddenly she knew what that drawing on the box meant. Each and every single one of the hundreds, possibly thousands of times she spent on that basement step after that, staring at that image, she saw Mickey meet his fate. As she grew older, she learned what was in the box: strychnine. Poison. And as she grew angrier, she considered using it. That's why she had to leave. Now she realizes her mistake. Once you start running, you can never stop. It's better to take a stand. And at some point, when Alice is grown and safe, she's going to pay her parents a little visit and show them what she's learned. But first, she stands there, staring into the man's eyes, his pupils so dilated that only a sliver of the aqua blue she once found so striking remains. His face turns red as he gasps for breath. The paper coffee cup collapses in his hand as his body goes into spasms. He falls off the bench onto the ground, and she moves closer, standing over him, staring down until the twitching stops. Using 2 fingers of her gloved hand, she picks up the crushed coffee cup, the same one that she had crept forward and dosed with the strychnine she'd found in the pest trap at the motel he and Alice were staying at only a half-hour before, when he'd gotten up to yell at Alice for playing in the dirt, and dumps it into the trash on her way to the parking lot. Rat poison for a rat? It seems fitting. She glances up at the sky, hoping that somehow, somewhere, Luann and Molly, maybe even Evelyn and Brooke, can see what she's done. Then she joins Alice in the car. Finally, for the first time in her life, truly free.
If you were on the edge of your seat throughout her hiding place, you will love Best Friends Forever. Kate knows her best friend has a terrible secret, but how far will she go to keep it? Keep listening for an extract, available in audio now.
Murmured sobs carry on the warm night breeze. Rumors whispered in low voices. Nervous glances move through the crowd like a virus. Faces lit by the strobing red and blue lights. Uniformed officers mill about trying to keep order. The detectives want to talk to everyone present, but it's impossible to keep track of who they've already spoken with. as the knotted clusters of students pulsate like a beating heart. But there's one heart among them that will never beat again. It was only a short while ago that laughter filled the air, voices filled with enthusiasm and excitement. And why not? They were celebrating. It wasn't every day that they graduated. If eyes grew glassy with too much drink and the imbibing of an illegal substance or two, well, that was forgivable. They were on a precipice. On one side awaited the rest of their lives as they stepped into adulthood. On the other, the childhood they were leaving behind. Some had been friends their entire lives. Others were enemies almost as long. But tonight none of that mattered. Some of them would never see each other again. Trespasses were forgotten, vendettas paused. Kisses were lingering and sloppy. Because they'd done it. They'd survived high school. And among them, one girl far younger than the rest. A girl who shouldn't have been there at all. Her older sister holds her tight, refusing to let her go. Alternates between promising her that everything will be all right and answering the detective's questions. Because the young girl, she cannot find her voice. Not after what she's seen. They'd expected it would be a night to remember. It became a night they'd never forget, but wish they could. Murder has that effect sometimes.
This has been Her Hiding Place, written by Shannon Hollinger, narrated by Kelly Burke. Copyright 2025 by Shannon Hollinger. Production copyright 2025 by Book Couture, an imprint of Storyfire Limited. The moral right of the author has been asserted.